British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201, India's Daughter. On the first day of March, the Clean India movement was officially launched with the administrative order of the Governor-General's Office of British India. Finally found it. I have been looking for it for a long time. For local citizens, nothing is as impactful as photos. Thank you for your hard work. Holding the photos of the floating corpses in the Ganges, Alan Wilson encouraged his assistant Andy in Hyderabad, you can tell Maharaja Ali Khan, to choose an appropriate opportunity to come to New Delhi. There are important things to discuss. Andy worked very hard, searching for the location of the floating corpses along the Ganges. Finally, in the United Provinces, which is the famous map artillery fire site of India in later generations, Uttar Pradesh, he found a shallow water area full of corpses. He took pictures and returned to New Delhi to send them to Alan Wilson. As a boss, Alan Wilson knew the difficulty of this job, so he, who always paid attention to micromanagement, did not take action himself this time, but gave his loyal subordinates a test. Oh, by the way, you should be responsible for the Hyderabad affairs. A female star from China is coming. Let Alisa return to New Delhi to be responsible for the reception of this female star. After careful consideration, Alan Wilson still felt that he could not do the reception work himself. But this is a great opportunity, and he does not want to miss the opportunity to get close to her, so he needs a loyal and reliable subordinate to help. In British India, it is best to find a loyal and reliable subordinate from the subordinates who followed him to Hyderabad. Alisa with red hair is the best candidate, who can implement the orders of her old boss. Since 1946, the public opinion of British India has been going from one victory to another. Funds from major provinces have poured into the Kolkata area like crazy, and even boosted the real estate business in Kolkata. As the earliest capital of British India, Kolkata still has many local British people, so Andy's last task, before returning to Hyderabad, is to persuade the local British to sell the properties under their names. Alan Wilson still had a conscience, and didn't want to see British citizens suffer in the future. He just wanted to make a little money, and stop when he was ahead. Although this was a bit wishful thinking, because people in greed might not take well-intentioned advice into consideration. Anyway, Alan Wilson himself sold the house that the old man had bought in Kolkata. When the internationally famous actress Vivien Leigh arrived in India across the ocean, the Clean India movement was in full swing. Cinemas across India took turns playing movies starring Vivien Leigh to warm up for the arrival of this great British treasure in India. From this point of view, British India was completely worthy of Vivien Leigh. No star had ever received Vivien Leigh's current treatment. When Alisa successfully received Vivien Leigh herself, and the international superstar appeared in the center of Mumbai, the whole of Mumbai was boiling, and hundreds of thousands of citizens flocked to the streets, wanting to see Vivien Leigh in person. Although she had been mentally prepared to a certain extent, Vivien Leigh was still surprised to see such a warm scene, and at the same time she was very satisfied with her patriotic decision this time. Vivian. The Indians who lined the road to welcome her were surging and shouting Vivian's name, especially the heat in the men's eyes, as if to melt people. People who don't know India think that this day is some major Hindu festival, which has caused such a sensational effect, but in fact it is just the media's guidance that Vivian's identity as an Indian daughter played a role. The newspapers that sang the opposite tune at this time did not love India, and were spurned by the Indians. It's simply scary. Vivian was sitting in the car, looking through the window at the endless flow of people. She covered her mouth with one hand, and said with fear, "There are too many people." I thought I wouldn't be surprised by anything, but I was still scared today. Speaking of British India, maybe the thing that is least lacking is people. Alisa shook her long red hair, and took out the speech she brought with her. The title was Daughter of India. It was prepared for Vivien to give a speech at Bombay Square. Vivien Leigh, who had already had a preliminary political consciousness, took the speech from her Indian daughter and read it quickly. As an international film queen, Vivien Leigh also held a small mirror and adjusted her subtle expressions in the mirror with her peripheral vision. The Gate of India is a landmark building in Mumbai and the destination of the Vivien Leigh motorcade. After arriving at the Gate of India, Vivien Leigh, dressed in a gorgeous dress, stepped out of the car with graceful steps. As soon as she appeared, she murdered countless films. Vivien Leigh was not tall, but at this time she had a natural atmosphere. She walked to the microphone that had been set up, looked at the endless crowd, and with her back to the Gate of India, Vivien Leigh began her first public speech. After arriving in British India, you should know that the Gate of India was built to commemorate the visiting King George V and Queen Mary of England, so that their majesties could pass through the gate to show that Mumbai is the gateway to India. Under the 26-meter high India Gate is the petite figure of Vivien Leigh. Under the India Gate, which is a mixture of Indian and Persian styles, Vivien Leigh uses the theme of India's daughter to express that she was born in India and has always been obsessed with India and wants to come back here to take a look. Not far from Vivien Leigh are some local Indian movie actors. These handsome men and beautiful women are now playing supporting roles to set off Vivien Leigh's charm. No one thinks it is inappropriate, as if it should be so. Whenever I encounter setbacks in life, I will think of India, the place that haunts my soul. The experiences in my childhood and the spiritual strength I have gained from living in India are important reasons for me to overcome various difficulties. Vivien Leigh said affectionately, from a spiritual level, I can say without hesitation that I'm India's daughter. The words India's daughter brought the atmosphere near the India Gate to a climax. The India Gate, which was once built to commemorate King George V and Queen Mary, seemed to have truly welcomed the Queen's arrival on this day. Vivien, Vivien. All Indians shouted Vivien's name. The scene was more devoted than the arrival of the 3 cabinet ministers before. The difference between the old man and the big star was obvious. That night, under the arrangement of Elisa, Vivien held a cocktail party for Indian local movie stars to attend as an international movie queen. To win the support of these Indian public figures. In any country, the proportion of entertainment news is huge. To put it bluntly, no matter how bad the garbage entertainment news without nutrition is, it is more popular than the garbage political news without nutrition. Most people are like this. Therefore, it is very important to let some influential public figures in India stand on the side of Britain. But the Governor General's Office of British India cannot do this. Once political means intervene, the nature of the matter will change. Moreover, Indian movie stars dare not participate in this matter, because once their reputation is bad, they will be brought down to earth. This requires some roundabout ways, and Vivien's identity is more suitable, and will not be guarded. Vivien Leigh was also the center of attention at the reception. Although she was already tired from the day's schedule, she was in a very happy mental state, contrary to her physical fatigue. She enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded and welcomed. Moreover, Indians were obviously more optimistic than the British. This optimism also touched her, and she unconsciously relaxed her mood, and even her depressed mentality was significantly relieved. Although Alan Wilson was not in Mumbai, he also understood this feeling very well. He could even feel the kindness of Indians when he was a keyboard warrior in his previous life. From a national perspective, China is by no means a role welcomed by neighboring countries, but compared with the vicious mentality of Japan and South Korea, that China will explode tomorrow, the Indians' messages only talk about how China is as a country, and never involve the people. When natural disaster news appears, the vicious mentality of many countries is undoubtedly revealed, but Indians rarely have such gloating curses. Most ordinary people in India are absolutely kind. Unlike the politically correct habits of Europe and the United States, not attacking nations, Indians actually have no concept of political correctness, and not cursing people is absolutely from the heart. But when these kind individuals gather together, they become very unreasonable. In fact, the optimistic mentality of Indians has already hindered the incitement of Modi. Through Ellis's message, Vivien Leigh learned about Alan Wilson's purpose. At the same time, the Indian film actors present did make her feel goodwill, so she began to win people's hearts with a relaxed attitude. How long does it take to conquer the Indian film industry? Vivien Leigh told Elisa with practical actions that it only took a cocktail party. At the end of the cocktail party, the entire Indian film industry had already fallen under Vivien Leigh's personal charm. On the first day of arriving in Mumbai, Vivienne Leigh had already captured the most important port in British India with her strong personal charm and the speech training provided by civil servants, and her efficiency was much faster than that of the colonial army more than 200 years ago. On this day, Vivienne Leigh, who was resting in a Mumbai hotel, slept soundly, and the insomnia that had been bothering her disappeared. The next day, Mumbai newspapers used almost all the gorgeous words to describe the sensation caused by Vivienne Leigh's arrival in Mumbai. Many newspapers also said that Vivienne Leigh's success was related to her experience of living in India when she was young. The newspaper quoted Vivienne Leigh's speech, calling this movie star who came from overseas a daughter of India. Vivienne Leigh's image and her friendly attitude towards India became a hot topic on the streets. Chapter 202. Find Alan if you need help. Am I saying that the Indian people are simple or that they are stupid? Of course, people from any country are the same. As an independent individual, I really have no right to say that about Indians. Alan Wilson took the telegram sent by Elisa and said to Sir Beron's private secretary, "Our national treasure will arrive in New Delhi in a few days. I wonder if the accommodation has been arranged." "Not yet. Does Assistant Alan have any ideas?" Ethel heard this and really forgot about it. He had never arranged accommodation for an actor before. For his work experience in British India, it was a new thing. Alan Wilson leaned back tactically in his chair, thought for a while and said, "Let's arrange it in the community where General Mountbatten lives." After thinking about it, for the sake of safety and familiarity, Alan Wilson was most familiar with the British community in New Delhi, so it would be more convenient to arrange Vivienne Leigh there. In fact, Alan Wilson can also have a private secretary now, but he still prefers what Changong does, micromanagement. Some things can only be handled by yourself, to be assured. For example, even though Sir Beron's personal secretary Ethel was there, Alan Wilson still went to Sir Beron's office and decided to make good use of the influence of the British treasure. The situation is even more sensational than we expected. The heat caused by Vivienne Leigh is unimaginable. Alan Wilson took a few newspapers and placed them in front of Sir Beron as evidence of his words. Sir Beron didn't look at it, but stretched himself lazily and smiled meaningfully. It was more sensational than when the 3 cabinet ministers came to British India. Out of respect for the 3 cabinet ministers, my answer is yes and no. Even if it is true, there is no need to discuss it. Actors are more popular than politicians. At least they won't cause trouble. Alan Wilson frowned to prevent himself from laughing out loud. I don't know what most of my colleagues think about this. That's your young people's business. I'm old. Although I know I'm in the minority, I still think that cabinet ministers are more important. Sir Beron raised his eyebrows and said with a smile from the heart, "You have countless ideas every day. What do you want to plan now?" The Clean India movement has judicial officials, and the Governor General's office is responsible for the allocation of retired Indian soldiers. It seems that there is nothing else to do, right? That's right, Sir Baron. From the popularity of Vivienne Leigh, I have an immature idea. Speaking of business, Alan Wilson said with a serious face, I believe our ministers will not object. It should not be considered despicable to borrow Vivienne Leigh's influence to show the importance and protection of Indian women and let celebrities play a positive role. Gentlemen of the British Empire never do despicable things. Sir Beron nodded in approval and asked, "Then tell me about the specific steps." We still have the final say in British India. There is no group that is easier to control than these actors, to cultivate a naturally pro-British force. Alan Wilson talked eloquently, narrating his thoughts. The profession of actor is vain and materialistic. I don't deny that some actors have good ethics, but most actors don't have this awareness. This is true for actors from any country. I want to borrow the influence of these actors. Of course, I only had this idea after knowing that Vivienne Leigh was so popular. The British Indian Actors Association? Sir Beron nodded as soon as he heard it. Not a bad idea. There is no force that is easier to control than these actors. They are greedy for vanity and have no bottom line. They can do anything to become famous. The most important thing is that no matter how dirty the things they do are, they will never admit it. Sir Beron's approval confirmed the feasibility of the idea. Vivienne Leigh had already been appointed as the honorary president of the British Indian Actors Association before she arrived in New Delhi. Of course, the British Indian Governor's Office now wants to reduce its presence and at least show a sense of inaction. Therefore, this matter should be raised by the people. To be more precise, it is best for Vivienne Leigh to raise it herself. Is that so? Vivienne Leigh, who was still in Mumbai, heard Elisa relay the opinions of the governor's office. She couldn't believe that she had just arrived in India and was hit on the head by such an honor. Vivienne Leigh did not lack fame, but lacked widespread respect and honor. Even those third-rate actors who performed in the theater had complaints about actors like her. The reason was that she was famous for her beauty and was just a vase in the eyes of many people. Vivienne felt very wronged about this. Why is it a bad thing to be good looking? This is not her problem. Although plastic surgery has been around for decades, her face is not fake. Even though Vivienne had seen big scenes, she was still dizzy with the honor. Alisa smiled and affirmed, "Miss Vivienne, it's like this, my boss. I hope you can integrate these actors and cultivate a positive image of the British Empire among the actors. Many times, actors, such public figures, can influence many people. I'm very willing to accept this honor." Vivienne immediately expressed her willingness to serve the country and integrate British Indian filmmakers for Britain. That would be the best. Alisa smiled gently, puzzled by Vivienne's anxious performance. How could an actor who is good looking and rich value such a false reputation so much? British India in March is no longer cool. As the temperature rises, the production enthusiasm of British India increases. Farmers grow cash crops needed by the British Empire according to the instructions from above. In terms of industry, the expansion of the Kolkata industrial zone has also begun. In Delhi and Mumbai, groundbreaking construction can be seen everywhere. Although the income of the Indians involved in the construction is still very meager, almost the same as last year, the lively scene is rare in the past. Many Indians believe that these spacious houses and huge factories are built for them. The British have already stated openly and secretly that they will leave the subcontinent within 2 or 3 years. At that time, today's hard work will become India's wealth tomorrow. It must be said that Indians also have a patriotic spirit of ownership. At least the citizens of several large cities such as Kolkata, Delhi and Mumbai do think so now. Although life has not improved significantly, the mental outlook has obviously changed a lot. On this day, the front page headline of the Mumbai newspaper was a photo of Vivienne Leigh wearing a traditional Indian dress, a sari. The sari was specially tailored to Vivienne Leigh's figure, showing Vivienne Leigh's graceful figure. Then the newspaper surrounding Vivienne Leigh followed up with reports, first praising and promoting the long history of India, then tracing the history of ancient India as a textile power, the unique charm of Indian women wearing saris, etc. The last exclusive news said that when Vivienne Leigh tried on the sari, she expressed her appreciation and admiration for this kind of dress. When Miss Vivienne tried on the sari, she said that she envied Indian women for having such beautiful clothes. However, when this newspaper was published, Vivienne Leigh, with the deep wishes of the Mumbai filmmakers, was already on her way to New Delhi. In her contact with Indian filmmakers, Vivienne Leigh had just mentioned that she wanted to establish the British Indian Film Association to give voice to the actors themselves. As soon as this idea came out, the Bollywood predecessors expressed their deep agreement. There is no such organization in Indian films now. Indian films are very familial. If Vivienne Leigh can use her influence to promote this, it would be the best result. With the good wishes of Indian filmmakers, Vivienne Leigh showed an attitude of speaking for the people and boarded the train to New Delhi. Miss Alisa, I wonder if the Governor General who makes decisions now will have time to meet an actor like me. On the train, Vivienne Leigh asked with a somewhat uneasy face. Well, the decision maker is not necessarily the Governor General. The current Governor General is actually a pure soldier. Usually, the decision maker is Sir Baron of the Governor General's office, but starting this year, my boss, Mr. Alan Wilson, has led a series of plans. Alisa answered this question with a smile. And at the same time, Vivienne Leigh's idea was rejected from the side. She should not meet with the Governor General of India, but she might say a few words at a public reception. Alan Wilson? The surprise on Vivienne Leigh's face flashed away. She had seen this person before, during the British-Soviet cultural exchange, and she was deeply impressed. The train stopped at New Delhi, and someone immediately greeted her at the station. Vivienne Leigh followed these people to the British community in New Delhi. Alan Wilson was instructing several Indian locals to move furniture in the house arranged for Vivien Leigh. "It's really you, Alan." Seeing this familiar face, Vivien Leigh shouted with surprise. She had come all the way to the subcontinent. Although she was well taken care of, she still felt a little uneasy without any familiar people. Now that she had seen an acquaintance, Vivien Leigh showed great enthusiasm. A stone fell from her heart, and she was no longer worried about the lingering sense of strangeness. "Miss Vivien, we meet again." The last time was during the cultural exchange visit between the two countries. Alan Wilson turned around, stretched out his hand, and greeted with a warm smile. "Welcome to the subcontinent. Are you used to it now? If you need anything, you must find me." Vivien Leigh said that she would never be polite, and said in a pleasant voice, "I will definitely find you if I need anything. Alan is always at your service." Alan Wilson's eyes lit up, and he said eagerly, "Miss Vivien, come with me and take a look at this house. Are you satisfied?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Andaman Separation Plan. While talking, Alan Wilson took Vivien Leigh to visit the prepared residence. He took the international film queen up the stairs and introduced it as he walked. "In New Delhi, where the British live, this community is considered to be the best. To the north is Delhi, where Indians live, and the south, where we are, is called New Delhi, where only British people live at present." Alan Wilson pointed at the outline of the city in the distance from the sun upstairs and said, "Don't go to places where Indians live alone without an escort. It can be said to be very dangerous. There are already examples to prove this." "I thought Indians were very enthusiastic," Vivien Leigh muttered in a low voice, with a tone of disapproval. "There is no scientific statistics to show that criminals are not cheerful people. Crimes against women in India are rampant. If it were just that, it would be fine. Crimes against women are often accompanied by abuse and murder." Alan Wilson looked at Vivien Leigh absent-mindedly holding the fence, and couldn't help but move closer. He took a deep breath behind Vivien Leigh's back where Vivien Leigh couldn't see. When Vivien Leigh turned around in surprise, Alan Wilson's whole person returned to his sanctimonious hypocrisy. He introduced the situation around New Delhi and let Vivien Leigh understand the real situation of British India. "The apartment arranged for Vivien Leigh has been cleaned." Alan Wilson came out to pay the bill and expressed his gratitude to several local Indian workers. Vivien Leigh wondered if what the man said just now was exaggerated. "I think those Indians are quite polite." Vivien Leigh waited until the Indians left before whispering, "They just thanked you again and again." "That's because I paid a lot of money, so they thank me." Alan Wilson smiled bitterly. "What does this mean? Are the salaries of civil servants in your British India very high?" Vivien Leigh said with a strange look. "Why do you develop such a habit of paying, Alan? As a civil servant, you should save a little on your salary. In fact, if you need anything, you can ask me, and I will definitely help." Alan Wilson almost laughed out loud. Is this a play of a rich woman supporting a gigolo? Vivien Leigh may not know that the money he gave to the Indian porters was directly printed. Now there are still 7 million rupees that have not been used. He is definitely a millionaire in British India. As for why he developed such a habit, wasn't it because Pamela Mountbatten once said that his posture of giving gems was very handsome? The reminiscence came to an end first. Alan Wilson asked Vivien Leigh to enter the bedroom, and he found a red sofa to sit down and said, "Vivien, I will be responsible for all your expenses from British India. The situation of the British Empire is certainly not satisfactory now, but the Empire will not let someone pay for the Empire in vain." Vivien Leigh listened to Alan Wilson's words, but her eyes were erratic. She unconsciously looked at the red sofa under Alan Wilson's buttocks. She had filmed movies in the United States. It was just that at that time, Vivien Leigh had already become famous in the British Catastrophe and Oxford Storm, and had not received such treatment. But it is also known that American actors have all passed the red sofa test, almost without exception. "Miss Vivien." Alan Wilson waved his hand in front of Vivien Leigh's eyes, drawing the international film queen's attention back, and continued, "Actually, you just need to cooperate with our work. I believe you are mentally prepared. I'm mentally prepared. Vivian Leigh didn't know what Alan Wilson meant. Did she have to sacrifice herself in exchange for the opportunity of the British Indian Actors Association? Just as he was thinking this, Alan Wilson nodded happily and said, "Great. It's easy to talk to patriotic people. Simply put, British India needs your influence, Vivian, to appease the Indians will to resist. We are preparing an inspirational and educational documentary film. The conditions here may not be as good as those in our hometown or Hollywood, so I have to inconvenience you. I hope you can use a movie to assist us in completing our actions to protect women's rights in India. Is that okay?" "No problem." Vivian Leigh realized that she had been thinking in the wrong direction. The imperial civil servant in front of her was still very ethical. He was not using his power to ask her to do anything, but in fact, for the position of the British Indian Actors Association, she could make some sacrifices. "Then contact me directly if you need anything." Alan Wilson retracted his wandering gaze from Vivian Leigh, indicating that he had nothing more to say and had to go back to work at the governor's office. Alyssa was still waiting downstairs. Seeing her boss coming down, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Assistant, when will Maharaja Ali Khan come to New Delhi?" "I'll go to Hyderabad. Let's not have our distinguished guest come to New Delhi." Alan Wilson changed his original intention and decided to give the world's richest man a face and go to Hyderabad instead of the other way around. He couldn't forget the memories of the difficult times just because he was promoted now, otherwise he would be ungrateful. Although the main reason was to take Vivian Leigh with him. The itinerary for Vivian Leigh should include the top 10 cities in India. I believe she won't object. Alan Wilson opened the car door and let Alyssa go in first. He got in the car and soon disappeared into the community. British India was only calm on the surface. Unstable factors still existed, and religious conflicts still occurred from time to time, but they did not appear in the newspapers. In the internal report of the governor's office, Alan Wilson could learn that the fighting over religious issues had not been alleviated, and the number of casualties had not decreased. However, this is all within the controllable range. As long as there is no problem with the Indian Army, there will not be the last year of British India's existence in history, when the entire subcontinent is on the verge of being out of control. The volcano will definitely erupt. The difference is when it will erupt, and Alan Wilson's goal is to hope that it will erupt later. At the same time, there is time to weaken Nehru's power as much as possible. The various actions of uniting the princely states, leaning towards a Muslim League, and withdrawing military forces are all in the hope of balancing the power as much as possible. But in fact, Alan Wilson can only do so much. After all, Nehru is not an ordinary man, and the power he possesses is too strong. The Muslim League and the princely states still have limitations, and the Congress Party naturally represents the majority of Indians. But even so, you can't tear your face and tear British India apart. If the Hindu gathering area becomes a place where small countries are everywhere, and the size advantage no longer exists, then from Constantinople to Jakarta, it will become an amusement park for peace believers. With the same number of people, Alan Wilson said fairly that ordinary nations cannot withstand the expansion of peace believers. This can be seen from the peace believers in Southeast Asia. You have to know how far Southeast Asia is from the Middle East where the peace religion started. The navigators in the agricultural era also came from the Middle East. Before Europe controlled the ocean was in the hands of the Arabs. Alan Wilson even believes that if the industrial age has not arrived, any civilization will suffer when facing the peace religion, no matter where it is. The fact is that the Arabs are the fastest expanding nation in the agricultural era, and they occupy more places than many older civilizations. It's just that in modern times, they were completely split up by the latecomers Europe, and there is no longer a Middle Eastern power. If you really want to tear your face and tear British India apart, first of all, the difficulty is very high, so high that it is almost impossible. Even if a miracle happens, and it is done, it will only make the peace religion bigger. This is very unfavorable for Europe, which completely disintegrated the Ottoman Empire, the patriarch of the peace religion. Before and after World War I, the overall pattern of British India cannot be changed, but he believes that some cutting of the edges and corners can be tried. Transfer the management rights of the Andaman Islands to British Burma? Sir Baron took a breath. and looked at Alan Wilson in disbelief. Alan, you have to know that the biggest job now is to maintain the superficial stability of British India. Sir Baron, of course I understand that. But the Andaman Islands just block the Strait of Malacca. Once India becomes independent, India's size is sufficient, let alone other things. Such a large population will be a threat, even if it is not well developed. Alan Wilson said without changing his original intention. This is all for the order and cornerstone of the empire. Upon hearing the order and cornerstone of the empire, Sir Baron fell into consideration, because this cornerstone and order, of course, refers to the fate of the civil service group. Being able to compete with elected ministers, it is impossible without colonial management. But the risk is still too great. You must give me a plan that apparently shows that Britain is not responsible. Sir Baron shook his head with difficulty. Otherwise, I will not agree, at least in the short term. Yes. Alan Wilson was well prepared and spoke directly. I heard that the Andaman Islands is a place for criminals to be exiled. Now the empire has 700,000 surrendered Japanese soldiers. Supplies are tight on the islands. If we put tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers there, and even food becomes a problem, ethnic conflicts may break out. In this case, it will have nothing to do with us. Of course, this requires the cooperation of the Royal Navy's blockade. The island should be blockaded in the name of preventing Japanese soldiers from endangering security. When the above matters are resolved, the Royal Navy will naturally kill the murderer, and then take advantage of the referendum to incorporate the Andaman Islands into Myanmar. Myanmar is a weak national power. When it became independent, it was incorporated into British Malaya. It is expected that the Burmese will not dare to object. Go and prepare a detailed plan. Sir Baron said without comment. Let me remind you that you will be responsible if you fail. Think it over carefully. Chapter 204, Liquidation of Japanese Traitors. For the order and foundation of the empire to exist for a long time, Alan is willing to make efforts. Alan Wilson had a serious face, and he was ready to take the risk of responsibility. If you say that you are very courageous, it is a derogatory word to evaluate politicians, but you are one of us, and you can have this awareness, so it is not a derogatory word to use on you. Sir Baron looked at Alan Wilson seriously, sighed and said, well, after all, it is an overseas archipelago. As long as you dare to take responsibility, I can pretend that I didn't see it. In fact, the Andaman Islands are closer to British Burma, and some residents on the island also have ethnic groups with yellow appearance. This archipelago can actually be given to Burma or India, but it is obvious that the British Empire did not pay too much attention to this issue during its hasty retreat. But Alan Wilson is different. Before he was kicked back to Europe by Nehru, he had already been thinking about this archipelago. As for the situation in the subcontinent, he can only say that he will do his best and leave it to fate. Whether the princely states can withstand Nehru, and how long they can withstand it. Anyway, it will not be a loss if they can withstand it longer than in history. But this kind of overseas archipelago needs to be separated with a serious attitude. He hoped that the Andaman Islands would become the gateway to British Malaya, rather than fall into the hands of India. The first thing is to change the local ethnic structure. Fortunately, the population of the islands is not large, so this can be easily done. Alan Wilson sent a telegram to Burgess of British Burma, requesting that the Burmese who cooperated with the Japanese during the war in British Burma be exiled to the Andaman Islands. The Andaman Islands to British India is equivalent to the role of Australia in the British mainland, that is, a place to exile criminals. But compared with Australia, which has a vast area and rich resources, the basic conditions of the Andaman Islands are much worse. There are also indigenous peoples who have been isolated from the outside world for thousands of years. If outsiders enter the archipelago and are not shot by the indigenous people, then the indigenous people will die, and the Indians will have the same fate. The indigenous people who have no resistance to foreign viruses will see outsiders, which is equivalent to seeing a virus culture dish. Since it is a place of exile, anyone can be exiled, and it is also logical to exile some Burmese traitors. Then pick out some Japanese soldiers who caused great damage during the war from British Malaya, and put them on the island. The rest is to plunder all the food on the island, and instigate different ethnic groups to kill each other. Let's start with low difficulty exile, and lay a good foundation. In Yangon, Burgess, the current British Burma Commissioner, received a telegram from New Delhi asking about the treatment of pro-Japanese Burmese during the war. And it means that the British Indian Governor's Office means to exile these pro-Japanese element to the Andaman Islands. The same telegram was sent to British Malaya almost word for word. First of all, if exiled, once Japanese soldiers and Japanese traitors make trouble, Britain can occupy the name of justice to suppress them, and no one will speak for the remnants of these Axis powers. Then in the process of suppression, take advantage of the situation to clean up those who are not obedient to British rule in the Andaman Islands, and the Andaman Islands will fall into the hands of Britain. The ethnic groups connected with India disappear, and India has no reason to insist on the rule of the Andaman Islands. In the final analysis, it was the population of the Andaman Islands, which was mostly Indian, and the British had no basis for rule, so it was difficult to deal with. The solution to this problem was either that the remaining people had nothing to do with India, or simply turn the Andaman Islands into an uninhabited island. Out of Alan Wilson's own compassion, he chose the former. At least some people might survive. The telegram to the Bangkok embassy arrived the next day, mainly because Alan Wilson had forgotten that Thailand also needed to be liquidated at the beginning, but it was not too late to make up for the loss, and he finally remembered it. Thailand had ceded the Isthmus of Crete to Britain. Since it had changed its ways, as the victor, the British Empire had to give Thailand a legitimate and reasonable reason to allow the Thai royal family and the army to complete internal integration. In Europe, Alan Wilson, as a British gentleman, prevented the liquidation of German traitors. In Asia, he struck hard, instigated the liquidation of Japanese traitors, and provided a solution: exile to the Andaman Islands. Although it was less than half a year late, justice would be late but not absent, and it would strike hard in the Third World. In Port Blair, the capital of the Andaman Islands, the commander of the island also received a telegram from New Delhi. Although he did not quite understand why New Delhi was interested in an isolated archipelago and asked for detailed data, he immediately responded. The situation on the island and the data on the food self-sufficiency rate, especially the situation of the prison on the island, were sent to New Delhi by telegram. The telegram sent back by British Malaya was very interesting, indicating that after half a year of propaganda and education, the Japanese surrendered soldiers had deeply realized the crimes, including the Baton Death March and the plundering of white women in Southeast Asia as prostitutes. That's easy. After sending these Japanese prisoners of war to the island, they will say that the British are taking revenge on behalf of the Europeans and forcing the Japanese soldiers to riot. Alan Wilson took the telegram from British Malaya, and a plan gradually emerged. Of course, this needs to take into account the food production of the Andaman Islands, as well as the planting season and other conditions. It is best to detonate the bomb in the season, when food is scarce. Don't take it for granted that food crops are the same in the tropics. The tropics also have off-seasons and peak seasons for agricultural production. We also need to consider the peak and off-seasons of fishing. In short, it is not as easy as imagined to succeed in anything. Alan Wilson, who was compiling telegrams from various places, was very busy. Alice brought a cup of coffee and said, "Assistant Alan, you must know how to combine work and rest, and take a break when appropriate." "Thank you, Alice." Alan Wilson thanked her, took a sip of the coffee and said, "But then again, I do feel that I'm busier than the governor, but I don't have the rights of the governor. Maybe one day, you can also be the governor of a place." Alice smiled and comforted him softly. "Oh, really? Well, I'll take good care of you then." Alan Wilson smiled happily, pointed to the chair in front of him, and asked the female assistant to sit down. "Does Eliza have any dreams? For example, what kind of career will you pursue in the future? Return to your homeland, or continue to work in the colonies?" "I haven't thought about it too much now." Eliza lifted the ends of her hair and said in a charming tone, "Maybe I should have a relationship. I wonder which man will come to me in the future. That man must be a lucky man." Alan Wilson nodded seriously and said, "By the way, is our Miss Vivian used to living here? Fortunately, I'm watching her, and there won't be any harassment." Eliza's tone was meaningful, indicating that she had completed her task very well and helped her boss to block some overconfident opponents. The two chatted casually, and Alice suddenly seemed to remember something and said, Hari Singh contacted the local commissioner by telegram, hoping to talk to the governor's office. And his attitude is very urgent. His life is really not very good. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly when he heard the name Hari Singh. A Hindu is the monarch of a state where the majority of Christians are peaceful. His position is too sensitive. This life is not very good. Because of the mentality of wanting to collect money, Alan Wilson felt it was a pity. He wanted to help Hari Singh for the sake of gold, but Kashmir was too sensitive. There are not many places to operate. After Britain withdrew from the subcontinent, although Hari Singh was a Hindu, he hoped to maintain Kashmir's independent status. After the British withdrew, an army composed of pro-Pakistan tribes and Pakistani soldiers invaded Kashmir from the northwest frontier province of Pakistan. Maharaja Hari Singh was forced to flee to India for help. However, the Indian government required Hari Singh to agree to Kashmir's annexation to India before sending troops to help. In desperation, Singh signed a treaty with India, announcing that the entire Kashmir region would be incorporated into the Indian Dominion. In fact, there is a way. For example, Hari Singh announced that he would obey the will of the people under his rule, and declared his conversion to the religion of peace. But this would also be invaded by India. Would Nehru allow his hometown to become the territory of the enemy? Even Alan Wilson would not do so, let alone Nehru. If he has time, let him come. After all, he is a powerful Maharaja, and I personally respect these Maharajas very much. Alan Wilson sighed and said, block the news, and don't let Nehru know. That is Nehru's hometown. I know what to do. Ellison nodded and reached out to put away the empty coffee cup. Days still passed one by one. It was nothing for Alan Wilson, but for Vivian Leigh, who was gradually losing her sense of freshness, the days began to become boring. Honor and status can only solve part of the problem. Some problems, such as physical problems, cannot be filled by honor. At this time, Vivian Leigh felt a little regretful. She should not have insisted on coming here, just because of her husband's objection. At least she should have discussed it with her husband, and asked him to consider the overall situation, and come with her. If her husband had come with her, she might not be so uncomfortable staying alone in an empty room now. After all, a woman in her 30s could not bear loneliness like an inexperienced girl. The liquidation of Japanese traitors throughout British Burma, British Malaya and Thailand had begun, but Vivian Leigh became more and more irritable day by day. Finally, Eliza brought a message asking her if she was willing to travel around British India. Chapter 205 Everything is under control. Well, New Delhi is nice, but it's a little boring after all. Miss Aliza, can I ask how the British Indian Film Actors Association is going? Vivian Leigh was happy at first when she heard that she could finally leave New Delhi, but she immediately expressed her desire to pursue progress. Alice's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness and said, Miss Vivian, we have to follow the procedures. I hope you can understand that the governor's office is studying the matter of the British Indian Film Actors Association. Assistant Alan will follow up on this matter. I thought it would be done right away. Vivian Leigh was inevitably disappointed and dissatisfied with the bureaucratic procrastination. The more you invest, the more you save, the more you waste, the more frugal you are, the more you delay, the more efficient you are. This is a real government. Elisa looked at Vivian Leigh meaningfully and said, Miss Vivian, please wait patiently. In the Indian Viceroy's mansion, Alan Wilson mentioned the Maharaja of Kashmir, Hari Singh, to Sir Baron, and hoped to discuss the matter with the Viceroy's mansion. Dear Sir, as the Congress Party increasingly shows its ambition for the entire British India, many princes and Maharajas of the princely states are very worried about this. Hari Singh's performance can prove this. I also want to help them, but Nehru's hometown is Kashmir. Sir Baron said embarrassedly, you know about this, right? Seeing Alan Wilson nod, Sir Baron said, and Kashmir itself is very complicated. The Pax Romana occupies a dominant position, and it is easy to receive support from nearby Pax Romana believers. It's not that we are unwilling to give the princely states a good treatment, but we must avoid military expenditure. We can't just participate in the World War and start another war. There is no doubt that, even if the British Empire is not good at the army, it is easy to win a few battles in British India. I have never doubted this. The reason why I doubt is where the military funds will come from. The mainland still needs the support of British India, let alone investing in military funds to start a war. Therefore, we can't anger the Congress party. Even if I'm willing to give moral support to the major princely states, I can't help but help. What a good one. In addition to helping, Alan Wilson pondered for a while and said, I want to meet with the princes of the princely states in Hyderabad in secret, to discuss the future status of the princely states. This should be possible. If possible, I would like to suggest that the Maharajas, including Ali Khan and Salman Khan, transfer part of their wealth to London. Sir Baron had not commented at first, but when he heard that they hoped to transfer the wealth of these Maharajas to London, he could no longer utter any doubts, and could only say, be careful, don't let Nehru know. So I plan to let Ms. Vivian Leigh go with me, so that public opinion will focus on her, and no one will pay attention to what I do. Alan Wilson said with a sanctimonious face, Ms. Vivian Leigh is full of patriotism, and will not refuse. Her fans in the country might be furious if they knew that she was being used as a tool in British India. Sir Baron smiled and said, in fact, there are still a lot of things. Representatives of the Rana family are coming to New Delhi, the Kingdom of Nepal. I guess the purpose is also to inquire about the future of the subcontinent. Alan Wilson was a little surprised and smiled bitterly. It seems that all forces in the entire subcontinent are restless now. In 1846, the Rana family seized the military and political power of Nepal with the support of the British, and began the rule of hereditary prime minister. Any ruler of a hereditary system only cares about two things: increasing taxation and maintaining social order. The former could enrich themselves, while the latter wanted to consolidate their rule. After that, the role of the Kingdom of Nepal was similar to that of Hyderabad in the British Empire. It took the initiative to recommend itself to the British East India Company, and was willing to make sacrifices to help the British fight the Sikhs. It sent troops to help the British suppress the Indian people's anti-British uprising. During the First World War, the Rana family sent Nepalese troops to Europe to fight for the British, and also sent 2,000 people to help the British fight against Amanullah, the King of Afghanistan. This is not to say that it is a running dog of imperialism. If the Chinese were treated like this, the Chinese would definitely say that China-Nepal relations have a long history and have always maintained friendly relations. To say that the Kingdom of Nepal is a running dog is nothing more than because this running dog is not his. What Sir Baron wanted to talk about with the representatives of the Kingdom of Nepal also included the treatment of Nepalese soldiers. Nepalese soldiers left a deep impression on the British during the war, and there were Nepalese troops in the British Army, compared with the Indian Army, which was too large to support, and Britain, which wanted to get help in times of emergency, naturally thought of this cost-effective option. Even in the Falklands War, the British Gurkha Battalion participated in the war. Sir Baron's representatives in New Delhi and the Rana family also played a role in covering Alan Wilson's trip to Hyderabad. Alan Wilson took Vivian Leigh, who wanted to experience the customs of South India, on the road. At the same time, representatives of 15 powerful princely states, including Kashmir, also set off for Hyderabad, the seat of the most powerful princely state in British India. After being notified by the local commissioner, South Indians are quite different from North Indians. Apart from the same religion, their appearance and language are also different. South Indians look more like Africans. On the train, Alisa introduced the basic situation of South India to Vivian Leigh. The British Indian princely states are concentrated in two places. One is the northwest except for the Ganges River basin, and the other is the Deccan Plateau. There are many princely states in the northwest, but not many powerful ones. Hyderabad is the most powerful princely state in British India, and the Maharaja has a good relationship with us. I'm still the Hyderabad commissioner. Alan Wilson raised his head and interjected, then lowered his head, and continued to flip through the materials. I really miss Maharaja Ali Khan. When I returned to Europe, he helped me a lot. People should be grateful. What did Andy say in the telegram? Andy said that Maharaja Ali Khan has been looking forward to the day of meeting you again. A group of German instructors recently came to Hyderabad, and they were very impressive. Alice replied quickly, the Maharaja knows that you are the one who made the contact. The Germans do have experience in coming into contact with pacifist believers. Alan Wilson did not say the rest because it was politically incorrect. He hoped that Maharaja Ali Khan's private army would have the combat effectiveness of even the Holy Sword Division. While Alan Wilson was still laying the line, the Nepalese envoy had already met Sir Baron at the Governor General's office in New Delhi. Dear Sir Baron, the current development is worrying. The Prime Minister has been safeguarding the interests of the British Empire for 100 years, but now he has to worry about the current situation. The British Empire has always been able to appreciate the Prime Minister's goodwill. Sir Baron nodded and said, then began a long speech. In fact, the Prime Minister may have misunderstood something. So far, the news released by the Congress Party can only represent the Congress Party itself. It can't even represent the Muslim League. How can it represent the Governor General's Office of British India? It may be a little embarrassing that the remarks of a civilian party have made the Prime Minister so panicked. In fact, the British Empire has never said it would leave British India. Even if it wanted to leave, it didn't say it would leave completely. And even if it leaves, who says it can't make a comeback? If British India falls into chaos, Britain has the responsibility to come back. In order to fool the Nepalese envoy, Sir Baron went against his conscience and picked up some of the domestic parliamentarians, but he himself always treated the comeback theory as bullshit. How to make a comeback once you leave? How to make a comeback? The parliamentarians who didn't know what profession it was before becoming parliamentarians took it for granted that it was very easy, and Sir Baron could only look at it with contempt. But now, he has to talk about the comeback theory, and he has to pretend that everything is under control in front of the Nepalese envoys, snatching the role of Changong. In the governor's mansion, Sir Baron talked about the situation in British India, which was under control, and Nepal's worries were completely unnecessary. The British Empire is still strong, and can provide firm support to Nepal, no matter where it is. It's really nostalgic. At the Hyderabad railway station, Alan Wilson, who returned to his hometown, got off the train, and jumped up, and stomped his feet twice, saying, "This is where the dream began." A moment later, Andy came to the station with a few princely soldiers, and saw Alan Wilson at once. Vivian lay beside him. The aura of a big star instantly made the loyal subordinates feel that their boss was not important, and they couldn't move their eyes away. Andy, Miss Vivian Lay's trip to South India was reported to the governor's office. Seeing her colleague's performance, Elisa asked calmly, "The Maharaja is still waiting. Take us there." Okay. Andy couldn't help but look at the big star twice more, wondering why the other party came to Hyderabad. Hyderabad was still the same as before, and it was hard to see any difference in Ali Khan's palace. As soon as he arrived at Ali Khan's palace, the skinny Ali Khan rushed out excitedly and gave Alan Wilson a hug with a smile. "Our commissioner is back. It's been a long time. You, the Hyderabad commissioner, are not doing your job well. Respected Maharaja, no matter where I am, Alan is willing to contribute to Hyderabad." Alan Wilson also responded with shameless flattery, and the two looked like they had met too late. Vivian Leigh looked at the shocking scene in front of her and didn't know what to say. Alisa covered her mouth and explained softly that Ali Khan was once the richest man in the world. Chapter 206, Taking the Initiative. In front of the short and thin Ali Khan, Alan Wilson, who was just an ordinary man, seemed to become handsome and elegant. However, this was the view of ordinary people. With Ali Khan's unfathomable connotation and aura, he deserved everyone's high regard. Since knowing that Ali Khan was the richest man in the world, Vivian Leigh looked at Ali Khan again. This man had an ordinary appearance and was a little rustic, but when he was generous, he looked so handsome, and he looked like a real beggar in beggar clothes. Back to the difficult years in Europe. If it weren't for your help, Maharaja, I can't imagine what kind of life I would have lived. Alan Wilson was still in the state of acting, with a face full of a gentleman's death for a confidant. I almost wanted to return to India every moment, and now I'm finally back. It would be gratifying if Alan could remember how he left. Ali Khan's somewhat thin face was full of seriousness, and he mentioned the fact that a certain Hyderabad commissioner had left the subcontinent in disgrace. Of course, I have never forgotten it. Alan Wilson answered solemnly, and then said, Maharaja, let's go in and talk. Alisa, arrange Vivian's accommodation. Alan Wilson and Ali Khan still have a lot to say. During the days in Europe, Alan Wilson certainly could not directly help the monarch of Hyderabad, but he also tried his best to help within his ability. Time has proved that Alan Wilson is a grateful person. It can even be said that Alan Wilson hardly accepted any benefits from Ali Khan, but only used Ali Khan's money to help Ali Khan do things. Ali Khan actually paid for the shipping fee, and Alan Wilson ran around to bring back enough weapons for Ali Khan's Hyderabad private army to rearm directly for Europe, where weapons were the least valuable. The help mentioned was in another aspect. The demolition of the Chennai tobacco factory was of course ordered by Sir Baron. But why did Sir Baron give the order? Ali Khan contributed to this. From this point of view, countless British civil servants should thank the gift of the Hyderabad monarch. Alan Wilson followed Ali Khan into the palace and chatted with him in the back garden of the palace. He introduced his journey back to Europe in detail, except for some minor details, and told him almost everything else. Is there really no room for maneuver? Ali Khan sighed. Is the British Empire really going to give up British India? Not on the surface, but actually yes. Politicians look at the budget, not like us civil servants who have vital interests in British India. But we can't openly oppose the decisions of politicians. All we can do now is to delay time. Alan Wilson said sincerely, Maharaja, I really don't want to say this, but out of your care for me, I have to break this window paper. The British army is certainly far superior to the Indian soldiers, but there is no military funds to carry out a military operation. Everyone in New Delhi is trying their best to maintain British India, but we don't know when it will no longer be able to maintain it. What we can do now is to make the Congress party have some concerns at some levels, and buy time for ourselves and the major princely states. This was undoubtedly a cruel statement to Ali Khan, but seeing Alan Wilson's sincere look, the Hyderabad monarch also understood that the other party had tried his best. In the final analysis, to protect his territory, he still had to rely on himself. No matter what, I have to protect my territory, Ali Khan said in a firm tone. No one can take away my territory, no one. Although I can't change the worst possible decision of London, I can prepare for the worst outcome. Alan Wilson followed up and said, I hope that, when the worst outcome occurs, we can be prepared to face the worst outcome, and strive to prevent the worst outcome from happening. Ali Khan listened to Alan Wilson's political tongue twister with a look of surprise. You remind me of the Hyderabad commissioner 3 terms before you. He spoke in such a nonsensical way. Who is he? Alan Wilson was happy when he heard it. Someone was actually trying to snatch his place in the heart of the world's richest man. He is now the chief executive of the United Provinces. His name seems to be Burke. Ali Khan said, shaking his head. But he takes money, but doesn't do anything, so I don't really appreciate him. When you do things, you are obviously more reliable than any Hyderabad commissioner. As a young civil servant, I can only face things with a good attitude. Alan Wilson said with a tone of I'm a farmer's child, and should have taken charge of the family long ago. No matter who I am, I'm willing to treat them with sincerity. You British civil servants are obviously more courageous than politicians. Ali Khan smiled and said, I'm telling the truth. It depends on how you look at it. The British and American environments are not incapable of producing very courageous politicians. Alan Wilson thought of several with his eyes closed, such as Reagan, Thatcher and Trump. It must be admitted that Trump is the most courageous politician in Alan Wilson's memory. If it weren't for a black swan, it would be a sure thing to deal with the sleeping king. Politicians who are not afraid of taking the blame are rare, but it is the first time I have seen someone who doesn't care as much as Trump. If Alan Wilson were a white American, he would definitely choose Trump as president. After chatting for a while, Alan Wilson left Ali Khan's palace on the pretext that he had just arrived in Hyderabad and needed to rest. In fact, when he arrived in Hyderabad, Alan Wilson felt freer. He recalled the days when he was the commissioner of Hyderabad, which was not long ago. Although he did not have an important position at that time, he could make money at ease. But now he has to worry about the future of British India. Once India becomes independent, who will protect the rights and interests of the Indian people without the care of the colonists? Alan Wilson in Hyderabad was still free, in that he was not noticeable. The newspapers only knew that Vivian Leigh had started her trip to South India, but they did not know where Vivian Leigh was. Vivian Leigh was just opposite Alan Wilson's apartment in Hyderabad. Vivian Leigh, who had just arrived in Hyderabad, was still fresh and did not disturb Alan Wilson. Every day, he looked at the draft of the Andaman Islands plan and sent telegrams to the Assistant Commissioner of British India in Burma, Thailand, and Malaya. Although the liquidation was a little late, it was beneficial to many places because the liquidation would inevitably cause some vacancies similar to the ecological niches in biology. If there were vacancies in the ecological niches, someone had to fill them. This was regarded as a controllable revolution, so war was not all bad. Just like mammals with more advantageous physical functions could not defeat dinosaurs without the mass extinction. The dinosaurs with the first mover advantage were standing there, and the mammals, who were more advanced, could only crawl at the feet of the other side because they had already taken the position. Alan Wilson knew without thinking that with the liquidation of Japanese traitors, the real Japanese traitors might be fine, but many of the not so powerful Japanese traitors might have to go to the Andaman Islands. If you don't want to go, you have to pay. He doesn't need to teach you, and the local officials will naturally learn it without a teacher. In Myanmar, Thailand and Malaya, the liquidation of Japanese traitors has begun. Countless local people who were suspected of cooperating with the Japanese during the war were knocked on the door of the rebuilt colonial government and quickly disappeared from their families. The most important thing among them is British Malaya. Even if there is no idea of revenge for the Chinese in the heart, considering the important position of British Malaya, the planned reserve position of British India, and the future place of civil servants, this time the liquidation of Japanese traitors cannot be spared. Many telegrams were sent to British Malaya, pointing out that there should be no fear of expansion and the occurrence of false and wrongful cases. The name of liquidating Japanese traitors is something that no one can oppose. Not only must heavy hands be taken, but also some forces that threaten colonial rule must be eliminated. Whether they are Chinese or Malays, they are all included in the liquidation. Yamashita Tomoki's direct troops were selected from the prisoner of war camp to build the Andaman Islands. We need a disciplined construction team to build a military base in the Andaman Islands. Alan Wilson, who arrived in Hyderabad, can finally avoid the sight of others and think about how to split the Andaman Islands. After waiting for 2 days, Vivian Leigh finally couldn't help but take the initiative to walk into Alan Wilson's office, allowing this commissioner assistant, who seemed to be extremely important in the current British India, to temporarily come out of work. Alan, I didn't expect you to be like this when you're working. Vivian Leigh, dressed in a British outfit, sat in front of Alan Wilson like a lady and said with a gentle smile, "Are the civil servants in British India usually so busy?" That's not the case. They weren't as busy during the war as they are now. Alan Wilson thought about it. The civil servants in British India during peacetime were actually very idle and had nothing to do with being busy. But what time is it now? Now is the time to save money for retirement. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. Of course, civil servants are busier than during the war. I heard from Alyssa that it was your suggestion to establish the British Indian Film Actors Association. Vivian Leigh looked at Alan Wilson eagerly and still stated her purpose. I wonder how this matter is going now? Of course it hasn't been done yet. Alan Wilson put his hand on his chin and said embarrassedly, well, this is still under consideration. This is good for Britain. It can subconsciously influence the perception of Indians. Vivian Leigh wanted to express in a roundabout way that the international film queen wanted to make progress. Vivian, you see I'm very busy right now. How about we talk alone when I'm free? Alan Wilson raised a few documents and said helplessly, my current time period belongs to the British Empire. Chapter 207 Progress is the most important. Vivian Leigh couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. How long had it been since she was rejected? Even Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister who led the British Empire to victory in the World War, was speechless when he saw her. The assistant commissioner in front of him was not interested in him and was even more arrogant than Churchill. He couldn't help but complain, you are even busier than the Prime Minister. But he doesn't have the power of a Prime Minister. Alan Wilson said without raising his head, Vivian, do you know what a Prime Minister does every day? The newspapers have always said that Prime Minister Churchill worked hard every day to lead the British Empire to defeat the Germans. Vivian Leigh said with a look of "Don't lie to me. It seems that you have different ideas. Each department is in charge of minister, and the people who do the work are civil servants. The Prime Minister does not have a specific work unit. Will he be tired? Even if he is tired, it is for personal reasons. He has to interfere in the work of hundreds of senior civil servants in Whitehall. Do you think the Prime Minister is sorting documents every day and holding meetings all the time?" Alan Wilson's mouth made an O shape and shook his head. "As a democratic country, do you really believe that the leader of the British Empire, like Stalin, can interfere in any business?" Vivian Leigh's beautiful face was confused. How could she know what the working conditions in Whitehall were like? She was a movie queen, not the Prime Minister's wife. "I saw it in the newspaper." Of course, without the newspapers praising the politicians' insignificant contributions every day, they would be almost forgotten. Alan Wilson held the pen and smiled at Vivian Leigh. "Look at Mr. Churchill now. He fires at Prime Minister Attlee in the House of Commons every day. Isn't he afraid of being forgotten?" Vivian Leigh, who thought she had seen a lot of battles, was stepping into a field she was not good at for the first time. She couldn't help but lose her momentum and muttered softly, "It seems that I'm only a nominal organizer of the British Indian Actors Association." "That's not the case. Your association is a private association. It is not part of the government agency. We will not interfere in this, and we have a cooperative relationship with the British Indian civil servants. You have a lot of autonomy and can get our help." Alan Wilson changed to a comfortable posture, leaned on the backrest and said, "We want to borrow your influence, and you can get what you want from it. It's just that there are too many things in British India at the moment, and I can't take care of it for the time being. I will go to your apartment at dinner time. That time belongs to me." Alan Wilson said to Vivian Leigh seriously, "You can tell me what you want at that time. It's better to go back and think about it now." Faced with the active show of goodwill from the international film queen, Alan Wilson showed his strength and acted like a man who puts state affairs first. Alan Wilson forced himself to be calm. He had to say that he really missed the happy time in Bonn. A man should naturally put state affairs first, but as a young man, he always wants to take care of both public and private affairs when he is energetic. Towards evening, Alan Wilson brought some raw materials and knocked on Vivian Leigh's door. "What? I haven't eaten yet," Alan Wilson said with a wry smile, and then said, "Today is a bargain for you. Let you taste my cooking skills." Making fire and cooking was an unfamiliar thing for Alan Wilson in most of his life. However, after arriving in British India to work, he was not very interested in Indian food, so he could only start to support himself. Under the witness of the international film queen, today's assistant to the British Indian Commissioner showed an unknown side. By the time it got dark, a decent meal was ready. After taking out the red wine he brought and lighting a few candles, Alan Wilson sat opposite Vivian Leigh and signaled that they could start eating. "Alan, I didn't expect you to have such cooking skills. It's rare to find a man who can cook." Vivian Leigh avoided the topic and didn't have the aura of going to the other person's office. She became a little bit more dependent on him. "It's my honor to serve a beautiful lady like you." Alan Wilson took the initiative to pour a glass of red wine for Vivian Leigh and reminded her, "Just be casual, don't drink too much." "Okay." Vivian Leigh took a sip of the red wine. Under the candlelight, the charm of the international film queen was revealed. Regarding the British Indian Film Association, it's not that there is no resistance. You also know that the British Empire is used to speaking with naval guns. Now that it has just started to speak in other ways, it may still be a little uncomfortable. Using movies to subconsciously influence Indians is actually a novel idea. Alan Wilson spoke to close the distance between the two sides, analyzing the current environment with an attitude of "I'll tell you about the play." At the same time, he also expressed his willingness to help in this matter and do his best to make Vivian Leigh's dream come true. Unconsciously, Alan Wilson's hand grabbed Vivian Leigh's bare hand and did not let go. "Vivian, you are so beautiful." "Mr. Allen, have you drunk too much?" Vivian Leigh wanted to pull her hand back, but it didn't work. She could only hope to respond with words. "My hand may be the place I'm not satisfied with. It is relatively large among women." "Really?" Alan Wilson lowered his head and kissed the back of Vivian Leigh's hand, showing his love for the international film queen with practical actions. Both of them drank a little wine, but they were definitely not drunk. It takes time to settle. Alan Wilson, who had not yet pulled his hand back, said with a satisfied look, "In this place of British India, everything is up to me. I will do my best to help you." "That's what you said." Vivian Leigh stared at Alan Wilson with her beautiful eyes, showing the charm of the international film queen to the fullest. The charm has always been invincible, and naturally it will not fail this time. The commissioner was at the peak of his career, so he would not avoid this matter. The international film queen was also at the peak of her career, and she was ready to bring down this bratty man. "Where is the commissioner's assistant?" Andy, who was looking for Alan Wilson, muttered at the door of Vivian Leigh's apartment. "Is he going to the palace in Hyderabad?" Andy, who was about to return to his apartment, suddenly glanced at Vivian Leigh's apartment inside. "I wish I had a wife like this. When I got married, only Katharine Hepburn and a few friends came. She and I have a good relationship." Vivian Leigh, wearing a coat, told Alan Wilson about her emotional experience. Alan Wilson listened with great interest. This was considered an inside story in Hollywood, but there was no other occasion to hear it. This kind of thing should be viewed impartially and objectively. Although the Western world also emphasizes loyalty after marriage, when facing an actor, the standard can be appropriately relaxed. "You mean Katharine Hepburn? Is she beautiful?" Alan Wilson asked with interest. He really had no impression of this actress in his mind. "It's not a question of whether she is pretty or not. She is a rare type, full of vitality. But I still beat her in the audition." Vivian Leigh said with pride. "I have a good relationship with many Hollywood actors. In fact, if I hadn't come to British India, I would have gone to Hollywood to try my luck. We in Britain may have a chance to compete with Hollywood." Alan Wilson shook his head, "And the colonies of several of our countries are so vast. At least now, if we want to spread our fame, we are still faster than Americans." The two got up in the middle of the night to finish the leftovers, not out of frugality, but because of the huge physical consumption. But soon, Alan Wilson, who implemented the policy of doing it twice in one pit, said again, "I will tell you about the play again. You have to tell me carefully. There are some places I don't quite understand." Vivian Leigh responded with the same understanding. "If you don't learn, you won't make progress. Of course, progress is the most important." Alan Wilson took Vivian Leigh's hand and left the living room in a very coordinated manner. Vivian Leigh still didn't know the situation in British India very well, and it was very normal for the commissioner's assistant to express concern. Alan Wilson was grateful for the condescending visit to British India, a dirty and messy place. British India is now in a sensitive period, and both soft and hard tactics are needed. The hard side is naturally the British Indian colonial government and the British troops stationed in India. On the soft side, the British Empire has also invested a lot of money to send Vivian Leigh, who is a British treasure, to British India, which shows the importance it attaches to this important colony. How could Alan Wilson dare to be perfunctory about such love? He could only do his best to provide help so that Vivian Leigh could live comfortably in British India. In this regard, he was selfless and had only infinite loyalty to the British Empire. Vivian Leigh did not dislike the environment of British India. She had suffered a lot for her acting career. Many friends in the entertainment industry, photographers, lighting technicians, and supporting actors would come to his house for a gathering. Every time, Vivian Leigh came forward to receive them, and she never got tired of it. It was cold at home, but it was even colder in the studio. She always squatted beside the electric fireplace with a group of female students to keep warm. Despite this, she was almost unconscious from the cold. When the new film came out, the Times used a long article to criticize it. To sum it up, it was just one sentence: hopelessly stupid. These were enough to annoy Vivian Leigh, but she had other troubles. The photographer always complained that her neck was too long, and it was difficult to light her. The director said that she always acted very powerfully, but she showed neurosis. Compared with the conditions for entering the entertainment industry, the conditions in British India were completely acceptable. What's more, she was now famous and received special care wherever she went, which was much more preferential than that time. Chapter 208 Risk Sharing Suggestions. With one hand on his chin, Alan Wilson was absent-mindedly listening to Ellis's report. He was still recalling yesterday's fierce battle. He was quite satisfied with his performance. After all, he had defeated 2 dragoons head on. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with Vivian Leigh? Although the queen of the screen was in her prime, the 2 experienced dragoons were not easy to deal with. In terms of the intensity of the war, each had its own merits. However, considering the hardware, the dragoon sisters were obviously better, winning in terms of youth and hardware advantages. Compared with Vivian Leigh, who was particularly outstanding in appearance, but average in other aspects, she was very balanced in all aspects. It must be admitted that it made sense that German cars were popular all over the world. In comparison, British cars could only work hard on high-end brands after decades. The sense of accomplishment brought by Vivian Leigh's fame can be compared to the status of McLaren in the eyes of ordinary people. Representatives of the princely states have arrived one after another. As Assistant Alan instructed, we deliberately blocked the news and did not leak it to anyone. Only then did Elisa realize that Alan Wilson was absent-minded and asked in confusion, "Assistant Commissioner, are you listening? This is Hyderabad, not New Delhi, so don't call me Assistant Commissioner." Alan Wilson came back to his senses and smiled apologetically. "I was distracted just now, and I thought about the cars in China." "Oh, that's normal. I don't know much about cars. I have heard of Bentley, Rolls-Royce and Aston Martin, but only heard about them." Elisa really thought her boss was thinking about cars and changed the subject. "Andy knows a lot about many car brands, but to me, it seems like a waste of time. It seems like, you poor people really understand cars?" Alan Wilson blurted out, remembering a joke from the internet and later generations. "Yes, that's about what I meant." Alison nodded hurriedly. "You sound very reasonable, but you just can't afford any brand you like." "Alisa, it takes time for a man to grow." Alan Wilson defended Andy, not wanting Andy to leave such an impression in Alice's mind. Unfortunately, he really didn't have much in this regard. No one knew whether Alisa listened to his defense of Andy. Alan Wilson, who had a bad start, decisively gave up his efforts and talked with his female assistant about the meeting process with the representatives of the state. The central idea was to guide the monarch of the state to transfer his property to London. This was not a very profound strategy. There was such a policy during the Han Dynasty. Liu Bang ordered the powerful clans, heroes, famous families, and famous families of the 6 states in Guangdong to move more than 100,000 people to Guangdong. Moving these powerful clans and heroes here not only prevented their rebellion, but also prevented their annexation of land, and naturally prevented the landlords from becoming powerful. London doesn't have mausoleums for the princes of these princely states to guard. It's just for money. The monarchs of nearly 600 princely states are not all rich, but the monarchs of the first 15 princely states, including Hyderabad, are rich enough to rival a country. It's just that Ali Khan is the most famous among them. He has ruled Hyderabad for hundreds of years. The accumulation of generations makes Ali Khan stand out from the crowd. It doesn't mean that the princes of other princely states are poor. What's more, isn't there a commissioner who can solve problems for the princely states? Before coming to Hyderabad, Alan Wilson sent a telegram to London with a plan to deal with the resistance of British India. It can be said that the plan is very messy, but almost all the correspondence that Alan Wilson can think of is written in it. This has to mention that before he left New Delhi, he learned that the representative of the Kingdom of Nepal met with Sir Baron. The arrival of the Nepalese representative reminded him who was about to come to Hyderabad. That is, Britain invaded Nepal. How new? There are countries in the world that have not been attacked by Britain. According to statistics in the 21st century, there are only 22 countries among more than 200 countries that have not been invaded by the British Expeditionary Force. The invasion of Nepal is nothing new. The fact that it has not been invaded shows that there must be something wrong with the British Empire. The Sugauli Treaty signed after the end of the Anglo-Nepalese War from 1814 to 1816 ceded the territory to the area under the British East India Company. This area has a total of more than 70,000 square kilometers, which is almost half of the current area of Nepal and 1/3 of the territory of Nepal at that time. What if Nehru were to? At the last moment of the British Empire in the subcontinent, it was very disrespectful, so Alan Wilson would have to perform an imperialist conscience. Since British India is the colonizer and Nepal, the victim, is still there, then abolishing the Sugauli Treaty, which is obviously an unequal treaty, should be regarded as a just act of rectifying the chaos. The telegram also mentioned the role of British Ceylon and the Andaman Islands, which was in line with the theory of a comeback by some members of parliament. Since they were only temporarily retreating and waiting for a comeback, it would be unreasonable not to have a base ready to land at any time. As for inciting a wave of typography in British colonies, it was placed at the end of the telegram as a suggestion. The first person to arrive in Hyderabad was Alan Wilson's old friend, Pedro of the Portuguese governor's office. Alan Wilson and Pedro ate and talked about the issue that Pedro was most concerned about, the location of Portuguese Goa. Alan Wilson said, "Things haven't evolved into the worst outcome yet. If one day we British really can't stay here any longer, we will definitely sign a treaty to protect the status of Portuguese Goa. However, based on my understanding of Nehru, Portugal should still make preparations early." Alan, you know what Portugal's attitude towards the British Empire has been for a long time. If this result occurs, my opinion at home is to invite British troops to be stationed in Goa. Pedro said with a serious face. As a participant in the Brussels conference, Portugal is a small country with a poor people, but it still resisted the pressure to help Britain, France and the Netherlands return to Asia, perfectly embodying the spirit of the Brussels conference. Don't dare to talk nonsense. Alan Wilson said with a shocked expression. Didn't you hear our enemy, the Soviet Union, and our suspicious ally, the Americans, say that one wants to liberate the world and the other wants national self-determination? The Brussels Conference is an economic revival conference. There is no, and has never been any colonial country security plan. However, whether it is the Netherlands, Belgium, us and Spain, not to mention you two countries, Britain and France, the actions you have taken have been exposed. Seeing Alan Wilson's performance, Pedro smiled bitterly and said, "Isn't this something everyone knows? Even if the whole world knows, we can't admit it." Alan Wilson said calmly, "It is a backward nation in the colony. We invite the power of advanced countries to stay and maintain local stability. After all, there are not many people like Nehru who overestimate their own capabilities. By the way, if Goa has extra power, can it withdraw some fleets to help transport the Japanese traitors to the Andaman Islands?" Alan Wilson made a verbal guarantee on the status of Goa. As for whether Britain will be stationed in Goa at the request of Portugal, that is the business of the two foreign ministries. It has nothing to do with the Indian Affairs Department. It can only be said that as a member of the Indian Affairs Department, Alan Wilson will try his best to create favorable conditions for Portugal. In any case, everyone is a member of the colonial family, and it is right to help each other, and since the Brussels conference, they have begun to do so. In the following 5 days, representatives of the princely states with Hyderabad as their destination arrived one after another. These allies of the British Empire in the subcontinent will have a sincere discussion on some issues of common concern. You're restless wherever you go. Vivian Leigh, fiddling with the tools used in the crime, said with seductive eyes, "As a civil servant, you should work hard for the empire instead of daydreaming." "Thank you, Miss Vivian, for your teachings." Alan Wilson answered Vivian Leigh with a righteous tone, "Worrying about the country and the people. I'm doing this for the country, to make the stars happy. I've paid too much for the empire. It's really too much." Vivian Leigh's lips curled up slightly. "The British Empire allows you to comfort a public figure like this? Women are creatures. Once they have an intimate relationship, all kinds of lewd words will come out at once." Vivian Leigh is not afraid of Alan Wilson at all now. She even thinks this little boy is very interesting, especially his sanctimonious look, which makes people laugh. "Alyssa will accompany you around these days. I have some chores to do." Alan Wilson got up and put on his clothes. Looking at the messy bedroom, he asked, "Do you want to take a bath?" Vivian Leigh sat up directly, sitting naked on the edge of the bed, and said in an inviting tone, "Why don't you carry me over?" "Dear guests, welcome to Hyderabad. I understand that this is all because of the invitation of Mir Osman Ali Khan." A day later, Alan Wilson stood in the sun in the palace of Ali Khan and began to meet with the representatives of the princely states who came from afar with sincere goodwill. After the opening remarks, The representatives of the various princely states asked the question that Ali Khan had asked before, is the British Empire really going to withdraw from the subcontinent? Not necessarily. We want to stay as much as possible. But we also need the help of the monarchs. The more help we can get from the princely states, the more initiative the governor's office will have. Alan Wilson said what he wanted to say to the people and what he wanted to say to the devil. In front of the princely states, of course, he could not admit that Britain could no longer stay. Of course, we will try our best to create a favorable environment for the princely states. For example, I have an idea now, and you can listen to it. Alan Wilson imagined a future in which the Congress Party would take a tough stance against the princely states after the British withdrawal, and asked whether the current princely states had the strength to withstand the attacks of the Congress Party. There was an awkward silence, and the answer was self-evident. Alan Wilson spoke again. In fact, I have a few suggestions. I hope that all the Maharajas can share the risks, and put their long accumulated wealth in a safe place. Chapter 209. This is a political achievement. Alan means to send it to London. Unlike the representatives sent by some princely states, the Maharaja of Junagadh, Salman Khan, came in person, and the Commissioner of Junagadh, John, also came at the same time. But even though Salman Khan was very sincere, he felt very surprised by Alan Wilson's proposal. The strength of Junagadh was enough to rank among the top 3 in the entire British India. Only the Hyderabad state and the Kashmir state were far larger than other states in terms of area, and the remaining powerful states were about the same in area. But Junagadh was close to the sea, and its location was obviously better than many states. As the Maharaja of Junagadh, Salman Khan had a pretty good life. Maharajas like Salman Khan and Ali Khan naturally had no good feelings about the Congress Party's proposition. What's more, the two of them happened to be pacifists, and they were different from the Congress Party in terms of faith. If I deny it, I'd be lying, dear Maharaja. The British Empire suffered damage in the war, but no one would think that the British Empire would be interested in your property, right? Alan Wilson asked in a joking tone. Salman Khan shook his head and said, of course I don't have such doubts, but I think this method is a bit sudden. We are making a plan, based on the worst possible scenario. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. Britain, whose tiger skin has not been torn off, is still quite bluffing. In fact, with the current domestic financial situation, the wealth of these princely states will definitely be used in Britain. But being used and sucking blood are two different things. Britain will definitely recognize that these wealth belongs to the princes of the princely states. However, for the sake of liquidity, they may be put into circulation in the market first, and if these princes need it, they will be returned to them. Salman Khan's statement temporarily stopped the brewing opposition voices from being spoken. A powerful princely monarch did not object, so what qualifications did the representatives of these monarchs have to object? In fact, the Maharajas behind you can choose a trustworthy bank. In the British Empire, the government cannot interfere with banks. In fact, Maharaja Ali Khan has a good relationship with many widely respected bankers. Alan Wilson glanced at Ali Khan, and after getting the tacit consent, he added fuel to the fire. I believe you have seen the changes in the Hyderabad army. This is the reward. When facing external threats, we should focus on the wider world. Maybe there will be a turnaround. With the tacit consent of the two princely Maharajas Ali Khan and Salman Khan, Alan Wilson began to persuade them to share the principle of risk sharing. Land cannot be taken away, but everything except land can be taken away. Now London is absolutely welcoming the import of wealth from these princely Maharajas with open arms. Prime Minister Attlee is almost crazy about money, otherwise he would not have nodded to the fact that British India was discounted. As long as the domestic economic cycle is restored, the remaining imperial colonies will still be a very vast area. While the attention of the United States and the Soviet Union is focused on East Asia, if this time difference can be used, everything will still have room for maneuver. If time is allowed to slip away, the future will be difficult. Britain must immediately struggle out of the sequelae of the World War and possess nuclear weapons faster than in history. For the Maharajas of the princely states, it is also not a loss. They also understand that eggs cannot be put in one basket, but they always have a fluke mentality before the time comes. Only when the noose is tightened will they begin to give up their fantasies and prepare for struggle, but it is too late at that time. It is very simple to be in Alan Wilson's perspective. In order to make money, the Labour Party dared to sell even jet engines to the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson is not opposed to selling the imperial heritage, but this can be sold to British India. If American industrial capitalists want, they can come to the Indian governor's office to talk. As long as you give money, everything can be negotiated. However, whether Nehru, an Indian leader influenced by the Soviet Union, will confiscate the assets bought by these American companies with a wave of his hand in the future, no one knows. Just talking about property? That is of course impossible. I actually remembered the policy of relocating powerful people in the Han Dynasty. I also remembered a policy called the Enfeoffment Order. It is very logical. We cannot ignore the possibility that once the British Army leaves the subcontinent, Nehru may take action against the princely states. Small and medium-sized princely states can be taken down through persuasion and negotiation, but for your large princely states, a war may be inevitable. I know that all the Maharajas are unwilling to give up their land, so this proposal is aimed at land. Alan, if you have any ideas, just say it directly. Ali Khan crossed his legs, looking like an old farmer, and had nothing to do with the world's richest man. In fact, this is just a way to delay time. If the Congress Party takes a tough attitude towards the princely states, then before leaving New Delhi, I will suggest that the governor's office release a message. That is, all the descendants of the Maharajas have equal inheritance rights. Once a Maharaja dies, the land of the princely state will be divided equally among all the descendants. The Enfeoffment Order is an important decree issued by Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty to consolidate the centralization of power. The Enfeoffment Order is essentially an improvement on the county system. This decree required that the areas previously governed by the princes be inherited only by their eldest sons, and that the eldest, second, and third sons should inherit them together. According to the Han system, the marquisate formed under the Enfeoffment Order were subordinate to the prefectures, and their status was equivalent to that of counties. Later, according to this decree, the princely states were divided into smaller and smaller ones, and Emperor Wu of Han took the opportunity to weaken their power. In fact, Nehru's original intention was to prevent the princely states from becoming independent kingdoms, so he fought against the powerful princely states. There were only a few wars against the princely states, and most of them were not attacked militarily. Military action has never been an easy decision. If there was a method like the Enfeoffment Order, there might not necessarily be a princely war, but the time for India to integrate internally might be extended. At least Ali Khan still had 20 years to live. If Nehru waited for these monarchs to die one by one, it was not certain who could outlast the other. Ali Khan and Salman Khan did not have any ideas, but many representatives of the princely states took note of this idea. From the perspective of British India, as long as the news was leaked before leaving, it would be a good thing, no matter what the final outcome was. If the British army withdrew, and Nehru made a big move, then Nehru would be in a difficult position, and would have an image of going back on his word, given his previous statement to the princely states. If Nehru also agreed to let these princely states decompose themselves without going to war, then India would not be able to complete integration for at least 20 years. No matter how you look at it, it is a good thing for Britain. The princely state representatives also joined the discussion and asked about the details. The main discussion was still around the 2 points of risk sharing and the Enfeoffment Order. However, while discussing diplomatic confrontation, they did not forget about the gun. In the afternoon, the representatives of the major princely states went to visit the Hyderabad private army, which was at least superficially different from before. Compared with when Alan Wilson came here a year ago, at least on the surface, the Hyderabad army has undergone a complete change. Ali Khan has divided a lot of land to unite the army. The German instructors were introduced to the regular army and replaced with weapons eliminated from Europe. At least on the surface, it looks quite decent. Now Hyderabad's army has nearly 100,000 soldiers. A group of pacifists deserves the status of the strongest princely state. Ali Khan feeds 100,000 soldiers with his own strength. The accumulation of hundreds of years in Hyderabad is evident. Many princely state representatives also expressed their appreciation for the army of Hyderabad. In front of the Congress party, everyone is on the same side. The strength of the Hyderabad princely state can also benefit other princely states. The climate in South India is relatively humid. Afterwards, Vivian Leigh smiled and felt the afterglow. You have good physical strength. You made me sweat again. The climate here is uncomfortable. Why don't we go to the balcony? It's after midnight now. There won't be anyone. Alan Wilson came over and whispered to him, pointing in the direction of the balcony. Go, what do you think I am? Vivian Leigh patted the man lightly and rejected the suggestion of blending with nature. There are too many mosquitoes. My whole body will be covered with pimples tomorrow. How to explain it? What did you do today? Snap. Alan Wilson lit a cigarette and took 2 deep puffs, saying that he was looking for political achievements for the respected Secretary of State for India, so that he could return to London with his head held high. Dear Minister, I have good news to tell you. Sir Baron took the initiative to find Pertha Clarence, the Minister of Indian Affairs, and introduced the progress of his assistant in Hyderabad. Now many princely states are very worried about the attitude of the British Empire towards British India. At this time, when the future is uncertain, Alan suggested that some princes transfer the property they can take away to London. However, these princes are also a little worried at present. If they can get London's approval and protect the wealth accumulated by their ancestors, I think this can happen. Pertha Clarence was a little confused at first, but with Baron's words, he finally understood what it meant. He straightened his back and crossed his hands and said reservedly, the British Empire is powerful and moral bankers. They are unparalleled in financing. Facts will prove that the choices of these princes are very correct. The most important thing is that, if the respected Prime Minister knew this news, he would be very happy. Sir Baron said with a smile, this is a political achievement. Yes. Pertha Clarence nodded solemnly. These princes are all His Majesty's subjects. I believe your majesty would not want these loyal nobles to face persecution. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Busy Whitehall. In fact, Pertha Clarence himself now really wants to return to his homeland. It's all curiosity that kills the cat. Because of some indescribable reasons, the local newspapers have suddenly increased the negative news about British India. This made Pertha Clarence, the Minister of Indian Affairs, also curious. So last week, Pertha Clarence, who couldn't hold back his curiosity, definitely went to the Ganges. After that, he had a thorough and intuitive impression of the British India that he nominally managed. The Minister of Indian Affairs chose a festival and came to the Ganges. He was deeply impressed by the huge crowds of people he saw. The dirty river water and the mountains of meat bathing in it shocked the distinguished Minister of Indian Affairs. Many people lay directly by the river. Those old people came to wait for death. One reason was that they had no money to stay in a hotel, and the other was that according to the local custom, as long as they died on the bank of the Ganges, their ashes could be scattered into the Ganges. If they died on the way, they would have no chance to see the Ganges, so they would not leave here no matter what. They ate and slept on the bank every day, waiting for death to come. The whole river bank was stinking, and dense human excrement could be seen, which was reflected by the Indians in the turbid river water. Countless little black people were all soaking in the river water, and some of them were shivering because of the cold. The men were shirtless, wearing only a pair of shorts. There were all ages, mainly the elderly, very fat or very thin, and very few in between. The women were all wearing saris, and only the middle-aged and elderly people dived into the water, their grey hair tangled with their gauze clothes and scarves, and they drank 2 mouthfuls, and came out again. No one smiled, and no one was seen talking. Everyone was soaking and drinking water in silence. Some people immersed themselves in the Ganges, respectfully scooped up the river water, and then poured the water over their heads. Some people were rinsing their mouths with Ganges water. The key point was that there were people on the bank defecating in broad daylight. With his hands on his buttocks, he was doing unspeakable things. As for the bonfire farther away, Pertha Clarence found out after asking that it was a cremation. The burning never stopped, and the stench was overwhelming. People poured spoonfuls of spiced oil on it, making the smell even more suffocating. This experience left a deep impression on the British India under his management to the Secretary of State for Indian Affairs, Pethek Lawrence. Now he just wanted to return home, and didn't want to continue to make false gestures of being close to the people in British India. Sir Baron certainly knew about the changes before and after, because Pethek Lawrence wanted to satisfy his curiosity, and had never been to India, so naturally someone had to arrange for him to observe Indian customs. The person who made this arrangement was, of course, Sir Baron, who had been working in British India. Now British India is not worth a penny in the eyes of the Secretary of State for Indian Affairs. It was just the right time to deliver a political achievement at this time, so that Pethek Lawrence could return home with satisfaction. Of course, this political achievement must be real. The specific things are of course the responsibility of the parties involved. Alan Wilson was busy handling this matter in Hyderabad. During the day, he had to deal with representatives of various princely states and put forward various hypotheses and solutions. At night, he had to comfort Vivian Leigh, who came alone across the ocean to serve the empire in British India. The latter was not an easy job. Vivian Leigh used the reason of insecurity to make him not very happy these days. Fortunately, Vivian Leigh compensated him in other ways, so that Alan Wilson, who was angry recently, regained his calm and enjoyed the service of the international movie queen. When will the British Indian Film Association be held? You can't deny it. My husband has never received so much. Vivian Leigh said with resentment. You are an imperial civil servant. You must keep your word. Vivian, look at what you said. How can I bear to let you suffer? Alan Wilson seemed to be indignant by Vivian Leigh's words, and patted his chest and said, when the matter is done, it will be the day when the British Indian Film Actors Association is established. I will never lie to you. I will do everything you want as much as possible. Alan Wilson may not be greedy for money, but he will not default on his debts to women. Many people can prove this, except for Margaret, who may not have enough time to compensate. He is very good to women. Even if he is the future Prime Minister, he will find an opportunity to make up for it. As a man, this is what he must do. At this time in London, the Cabinet Secretary meeting was discussing Alan Wilson. The complicated and chaotic telegram involved British Ceylon, Nepal, the Andaman Islands, various analyses of the two major religions of British India, and the attitude of the princely states. There is only one target of the conflict, the Congress Party, the biggest force supporting independence. Even the Muslim League, which also supports independence, can temporarily unite with the Congress Party. This plan needs to be sorted out. It's too messy. Edward Bridges said to Alexander Cadogan, the Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with an indifferent look. Alexander, first of all, congratulations on your appointment as the British Empire's representative to the United Nations, but before that, I may want you to do one thing. Sir Edward, please tell me. Alexander Cadogan immediately showed his obedience when he heard it. Is it about British India? Although I'm the permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I have no jurisdiction over the Department of Indian Affairs. Put aside the matter of British India for now. I'm talking about Australia and New Zealand. Edward Bridges corrected calmly. I believe you should understand the importance of Australia and New Zealand to the mainland. Of course, now that the two dominions want to be independent, we can't object, but how to maintain our influence on the two dominions is still a very important matter. After the First World War, Britain's power weakened, and the centrifugal force of the dominions strengthened. The London Imperial Conference passed a series of resolutions known as the Balfour Declaration, declaring that Britain and the Dominions were autonomous communities within the British Empire, and had equal status. In their domestic and foreign affairs, they are independent of each other, and are loyal to the King of England. They are voluntary members of the Commonwealth. Australia and New Zealand are already de facto independent countries, but not yet sovereign states. The British Foreign Office is currently dealing with this issue, how to maintain influence on the two dominions before the two countries become sovereign and independent countries. Alexander, now that your ministers have accepted the new Imperial Defence Plan, it is to withdraw from British India. Now how do we maintain our influence in Asia? Alan's telegram looks a bit chaotic, but there is one thing that is very correct. That is, a line connecting Gibraltar to the Suez Canal, the Middle East, Ceylon and finally to Malaya. The importance of British Malaya, the easternmost part of the empire, has been made clear by the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary. Personally, I think that once our colonies in Asia disappear, it is only a matter of time before we lose our influence on Australia and New Zealand. If British Malaya can be retained, the influence on the two dominions that will become sovereign countries will always exist. The most important thing is to let Australia and New Zealand see us at any time. Alexander Cadogan replied. Very good. Edward Bridges nodded with satisfaction. Now the participating countries of the Brussels Conference are working together for this goal. Then your next job in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is to make Australia and New Zealand accept this. Let them understand that the presence of the British Empire in Asia is a protection for the two countries on the periphery. Seeing Alexander Cadogan nod, Edward Bridges emphasized, I believe Australia and New Zealand will not fight, which will embarrass your majesty. Edward Bridges mentioned Australia and New Zealand, but he did not think about whether British India would fight once it was divided. Even for a cabinet secretary, it is still too difficult to predict the future. After the partition of British India, India and Pakistan went to war over Kashmir. The position of the British king in power at that time was very embarrassing. This time, the supreme commanders of the Indian and Pakistani armies were both the British king, and the soldiers of both armies were loyal to His Majesty, so both sides of this war could be said to be fighting for the British Empire. Therefore, the identity of the British king overlapped, and the embarrassing situation of declaring war on himself appeared. Before Alexander Cadogan set off, Edward Bridges received telegrams from New Delhi, stating that the cabinet ministers had completed their tasks, listened to the voices of all walks of life in British India, and were preparing to return to London. Another telegram indicated another thing, that some princely monarchs tried to transfer their wealth, and Perfect Lawrence, the Secretary of State for India, had agreed to this request. And in secret, in the name of the Secretary of State for India, he signed a memorandum with the monarchs of these princely states. This showed that Britain was willing to help these princely states transfer their legal wealth to Britain. Edward Bridges said to himself, after reading the telegram, the Prime Minister, who worries about money every day, should be happier now. This is really good news. Alexander Cadogan also breathed a sigh of relief. Once politicians are satisfied, maybe there will be fewer things. It would be great if my ministers could be more content. It's your job to make the ministers happy. But the Labour Party has been in opposition for a long time, and now its energy is really too strong. Edward Bridges, what a group of politicians who are a headache. Yes, now the Foreign Secretary is very concerned about various things, and is full of strange ideas. Alexander Cadogan complained with a bitter face. A lot of ideas. Edward Bridges thought for a while and said, how about suggesting that he visit the Soviet Union? Chapter 211 Money is important. It's a good idea, but will the opposition party raise any objections? You know, in Mr. Churchill's eyes, the Labour Party are all potential Soviet spies. Alexander Cadogan joked about the relationship between the Conservative Party and the Labour Party with a smile. That's a problem for the ruling party. I believe the Prime Minister and ministers can handle it. We don't have to worry about it. Let's talk about our work first. We will go to Australia and New Zealand to deal with the issue of the two countries becoming sovereign states. Edward Bridges rounded up the matter and said, in addition to the established matters, the most important thing is to consolidate the influence of the pound. In fact, it's not just Australia and New Zealand. At the recent cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister was most concerned about the issue of the pound. Let's talk about the issue of British India. If the British Empire has to temporarily leave British India in the end, the currency status of the pound in India's foreign trade settlement must be guaranteed. Alexander Cadogan nodded. From Edward Bridges' expression, he knew that this matter was no trivial matter. But now the US dollar is pegged to gold, and it is very difficult to confront. Yes, that's right. We can only hope that the vast colonies will retain their inertia and recognize the pound. Now the enemy is strong, and we are weak, so all we can do is delay. If all the problems in the country caused by the war are resolved, let's see how much share we can still have. From the perspective of the whole world, Even if there is only 10% left, it is a huge profit, isn't it? Edward Bridges mentioned the latest bottom line of the cabinet regarding the independence of British India, which is that, if India is independent, foreign trade must be settled in pounds. At present, the sterling zone, that is strictly linked to the pound, is in the Commonwealth dominions and regions except Canada, Ireland, Iceland, Maldives, Kuwait, Jordan, Oman, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Yemen, Sierra Leone and other countries. Dominions and regions use the pound as the base currency. The exchange rate of each country's currency is based on the pound, which can be freely exchanged, and trade and credit are settled in pounds. Canada really has no choice. It is too close to the United States, and the United States has surpassed Britain in absolute strength. If you want to bring Canada back into the sterling zone, it is almost the same as declaring war on the United States. Although the war has weakened Britain's economic strength, at present, about 40% of international trade is still settled in pounds. London is still an important global financial center, but it is no longer the only center. At the Braxton Conference, the United States had the upper hand in the currency war between Britain and the United States. The conference was controlled by the United States. Under the leadership of the US government, all the countries at the conference, except Britain, chose the US plan. Britain was forced to give up its plan, but it also won the right to continue using the pound in the sterling area. The United States is currently in a strong position, and all Britain can do is to maintain the current situation as much as possible and drag it out for one day at a time to support the already shaky tiger frame of the British Empire. Even so, it is difficult to maintain the value of the pound. Britain has already devalued it once during the war. The pound has changed from about 1 to 4 to the US dollar to 1 to 2. If it cannot get rid of the difficulties as soon as possible, the pound may depreciate further. You suggest that the foreign secretary visit the Soviet Union, but you cannot go with him. You maintain your trip to Australia and New Zealand. As long as you can convince the foreign secretary to visit the Soviet Union, I will convince the Prime Minister to arrange the trip so that you can go to Australia and New Zealand without being disturbed by the foreign secretary. Edward Bridges set up a phalanx of separate actions in front of Alexander Cadogan. That's good. It would be great if we can avoid the minister going with us. Alexander Cadogan nodded. But will the minister notice it? Edward Bridges changed his face and said seriously, Alexander, we must admit that this world has never been fair. It is ruled by power, so the trip to the Soviet Union certainly takes precedence over the two dominions, right? This is a grand stage and a good opportunity to establish the influence of the foreign minister, so the foreign minister doesn't have to personally go to the two dominions. Alexander Cadogan looked like he understood. The minister should do more important things, such as the Soviet Union. Aha. Edward Bridges nodded with a knowing expression and was quite satisfied with the understanding of the permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If Alan Wilson were here, he would definitely propose to start a quantitative easing policy in British India and plunder all the gold in the Indian people to stabilize the value of the pound. Even if he is not in London, he is still helping his motherland. How much wealth the monarchs of many powerful princely states have, even if it is impossible to calculate in billions like Ali Khan, it is normal to have a property of hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. And as far as Alan Wilson knew, none of these princely states were in the stage of population explosion. After all, they were not close to the crowded banks of the Ganges, which showed that they had potential. In the final stage of the communication in Hyderabad, Alan Wilson brought up the last important topic, saying that the Governor-General's Office of British India was considering the issue of disarmament, and made the operation clear. If the princely states can sacrifice some of their interests in land, they can absorb some soldiers who have experienced war, and become part of the princely states' power. Of course, everything is risky. He also explained that these soldiers may be pro-Congress, but which side they will stand on in the end depends on whether the Maharajas can let these soldiers who left the army find a sense of belonging. Whether it is religion, we are all one family, or blood is thicker than water, in the end, it is not as useful as interests. For the sake of interests, whether it is religion or blood, you can lean back. Unlike the transfer of property and the enfeoffment order, this communication on absorbing retired soldiers is a suggestion that the representatives of the major princely states have the least objection to. If the first two suggestions still make them doubtful, the emergence of this suggestion makes many princely state representatives understand that the Assistant Commissioner of British India in front of them is really one of their own. Nearly 3 million Indian soldiers participated in World War II, and this force is extremely easy to be influenced by the Congress Party. Alan Wilson formulated the retirement plan to make these unstable factors disappear quickly. Today in Hyderabad, Alan Wilson proposed it in front of Ali Khan, Salman Khan and others, hoping that these soldiers with war experience would be accepted. As long as these princely states agree to resettle some soldiers and give them leeway and treatment arrangements, the power of the princely states can be greatly enhanced. If the worst future occurs, the princely states will be able to get these soldiers to stand on their side, and there is a possibility that Nehru will be afraid to act rashly. Of course, I never hope for the worst outcome, but I personally have some doubts about the Congress Party. That's why I offer 3 suggestions for this terrible future. The purpose of transferring property is to spread the risk. The purpose of dividing the descendants is to make it difficult for the Congress Party to find an excuse. And the final purpose of accepting retired soldiers is to allow these soldiers with combat experience to become the basis for the princely states to protect themselves. In fact, what does the affairs of British India have to do with me? I can completely not show up and wait until the resistance cannot be quelled and then leave British India directly. But as someone who has worked here for many years, I understand that the princely states are friends of the British Empire, so I try my best to help. Once I return to New Delhi, I will follow up on this matter. Alan, our monarchs have a consistent attitude towards the British Empire, and we have always been very respectful to the princely state commissioners sent here. Salman Khan was the first to hint, I know that you are also taking a great risk in this matter. After all, it involves the whereabouts of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. I will not let the gentlemen who seek benefits for us work in vain. That's natural, said Ali Khan, who was sitting on the ground. This matter is complicated and energy consuming. So Alan must be very tired. We have a kind of fruit in Hyderabad that is very refreshing. I will pick some and send them to you when the time comes. Seeing that Alan Wilson didn't take it seriously, Ali Khan added, the golden fruit can arouse appetite at a glance. I dare say that no one doesn't like it. Gold. Alan Wilson understood at once and said righteously, this is also for the welfare of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The soldiers who participated in the war cannot be allowed to bleed and cry. I personally have no merit. If there is any merit, it is the generosity of the princes of the various states that is really worthy of the gratitude of these soldiers. The soldiers' gratitude also needs someone to guide it. In this regard, Alan can help us a lot. Salman Khan paused and said, but if you can consider religious issues, I will be more grateful. This is all based on the principle of voluntariness. It is natural for Hindu soldiers to go to the princely states of the Indian kings. Alan Wilson's answer made Salman Khan completely relieved. This trip to Hyderabad finally achieved some interim results. He wanted to continue to consolidate the results with Vivian Leigh here, but he received a telegram from Sir Baron saying that Lord Perthick Lawrence, the Secretary of State for India, could now sign a memorandum with the monarchs of the princely states, representing the British government to clearly protect the legal property of these monarchs. Isn't this too hasty? Alan Wilson pondered, not knowing what had happened. He didn't know that Sir Baron, an Indian native schedule, had made the Secretary of State for India so disgusted that he wanted to go back home. What's wrong? Vivian Leigh stopped her knife and fork and asked with curiosity, is it the governor's office that is urging me? The telegram said that the cabinet minister is going back, but I don't remember it being so fast. Alan Wilson said with a question mark on his face, I have to settle the matter of the British Indian Actors Association before the minister returns. Vivian Leigh's ears stood up all of a sudden, and she licked her lips and said seductively, thank you for your hard work. I will thank you very much. Chapter 212. The minister was careless. It's not that hard. It's a pleasure to help Vivian. Alan Wilson took advantage of the situation and held Vivian's hand in his palm. This period of time is memorable. Me too. Vivian was a little moved. In such a place, she really needed a man's care, and Alan Wilson's young body really filled her needs. This made the international film queen very satisfied. The two of them performed very well. It was more pleasing to her than her 40-year-old husband. They were all adults and had to show mature flexibility. Her husband should not mind serving the British Empire. Alan Wilson's biggest feeling about Vivian was that she was easy to manipulate, unlike the Dragoons, which was so strenuous. The Dragoon sisters were young and beautiful, but they were not much smaller than him. It was not like Vivian could take the initiative. The subordinates in Hyderabad recently found that their boss was always missing. Little did they know that Alan Wilson, with his strong time management experience, was showing off his ability to clone himself. Fortunately, Alan Wilson was less than 20 years old and his body could still handle it. An ordinary person would not be able to do this. If Vivian needs anything, be sure to find me. Alan Wilson, who was ready to accept the call and return to New Delhi, lingered in Vivian Leigh's apartment before leaving. Alyssa will help you complete the city tour and ensure that you will not be harassed. Vivian Leigh, with her head resting on the man's arm, hummed comfortably, her beautiful eyes half open, and said lazily, "Who else should I find if not you? I asked you to take care of me during the days in British India. It is the dream of men all over the world to be able to take care of Vivian. Unlike others, I have realized this dream." Alan Wilson lit a cigarette and said proudly, "Who would have thought that the queen of the screen who can only be seen on the screen is no different from ordinary women in private? What else is the difference?" Vivian Leigh changed her posture, her smooth back leaning against the head of the bed, her upper body exposed to the air, and chuckled. "Do those fans want a woman to live alone every day? I'm also a normal person. I can't do that. Many American actors will be even more excessive. Anyway, if I had such a beautiful wife, I would definitely keep a closer eye on her." Alan Wilson didn't think there was anything wrong with his idea. Although he idolized Prime Minister KO, he definitely didn't want everyone to be Prime Minister KO. If New Delhi hadn't urged him to do it, he would have spent more time in Hyderabad to subdue this evil queen. Currently, Vivian Leigh's latest movie is being screened in British India. The Cleopatra played by Vivian Leigh has set off a wave of popularity in British India. Imitations of the headdress in the play have appeared on the market. Speaking of Cleopatra, Alan Wilson remembered that another famous movie actress, Elizabeth Taylor, had also played Cleopatra. Do actresses known for their beauty these days have to challenge the role of Cleopatra? After the trip to Hyderabad, Vivian Leigh, who was much more cheerful physically and mentally, came to the train station to see him off in the name of being well taken care of, causing quite a stir at the Hyderabad station. Regarding the speculation, Vivian Leigh said that Alan Wilson was a good little brother, and Alan Wilson said, "This is my sister, Oliver is my brother-in-law. Vivian treats me like a brother. I'm only 20 years old. It is a lucky thing to have a sister like Vivian. My sister came to Hyderabad, which happened to be where I worked before." After explaining the doubts in a writing style of "This is my brother Liang, this is my sister Lou," Alan Wilson got on the train back to New Delhi, although he was reluctant in his heart. How could he know that Sir Baron, an Indian native, directly made the Minister of Indian Affairs eager to return home? It also delayed his great cause of exorcising demons and punishing the demon queen who confused the world. The Clean India movement is worth spending all your energy to promote. After witnessing the original ecology of the Ganges with his own eyes, Pertha Clarence became extremely concerned about the Clean India movement that only existed on paper. Just after returning to New Delhi, Alan Wilson heard the Minister of Indian Affairs talking about the importance of the Clean India movement. "I was confused. Why did Pertha Clarence change his personality all of a sudden? Wasn't he fine at the beginning? What happened recently? Our minister only saw the real India." Sir Baron gave an unfathomable smile. Now he deeply realizes the importance of the Clean India movement. The real India. Alan Wilson's face was very strange. He wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh. He was very hard to hold it back. He knew too well what the so-called real India was. In fact, we can make an analogy from another point. Take the skin color of Indians as an example. Africans are also black, but it is fair to say that the skin of African blacks is a very clean black, that is, black, and it reflects light when the sun shines. But the skin color of many people in India is different. Although it is also black, it is a very uncomfortable black. It looks very dirty, just like the environment of the real India. Dirty and pristine are not the same thing. Sir Baron played such a trick in front of the minister. No wonder Percy Clarence is so concerned about the Clean India movement. This is good for the plan. With the minister's approval, we can continue the next campaign. Sir Baron glanced at Alan Wilson and said, this will make it more legitimate. The minister has set the policy, and what is in this policy is up to us. When the minister returns home, we can proceed to the next stage of work. Alan Wilson nodded. The Clean India movement will naturally have the next stage. He had already discussed with the Supreme Court of British India, and would take action on the issue of Hindu saints. Once the war started, Percy Clarence, who returned to London, could not object, because the person of the Minister of Indian Affairs was to protect women's rights. If the British Indian affairs spread, he would never be elected again. Thinking of this, Alan Wilson sighed. Baron, as the head of the British Indian Civil Service selected by the Cabinet Secretary, was indeed a good one. It just hit the place where Percy Clarence could not dodge. Percy Clarence could only face it calmly, and could only say in private that I was careless and did not dodge to ridicule myself. Before leaving, Percy Clarence had only two things to do, which was to focus on promoting the Clean India movement, and to sign a memorandum of understanding on behalf of the imperial government, to protect the legitimate property of the princely states. Let the princely states be at ease, and put down their guard, to store their property in London. The former was to maintain the minister's own personality, and the latter was to implement the policy that the Prime Minister valued. Both were very important, and both needed to be taken care of. If it weren't for these two things, Percy Clarence would want to leave now. Fortunately, there were only British people in New Delhi, otherwise when he saw Indians now, he would think of his experience by the Ganges. Even if it was because he wanted to have a good beginning and a good end, Percy Clarence showed impatience and asked when the princely state representatives would arrive in New Delhi. Our external name is that most of the princely states will come to settle the princely state draft. However, the princely states you want to meet, there are only 15 representatives. Don't worry, it will always take some time. Sir Baron reported calmly. We can talk to the representatives of the big states first, and you can talk to the representatives of the small and medium states. It's none of their business anyway. Percy Clarence showed an uncooperative attitude. The sooner he finished the work, the sooner he could leave. It always takes time. Sir Baron pondered for a moment and said, how about this? The minister can affirm the importance of the Clean India movement in the name of the Minister of Indian Affairs. Anyway, this matter is also very important. It's better to urge it. Percy Clarence finally agreed, but still hoped that Baron could speed up the process. Yes, Minister. Sir Baron nodded humbly. For thousands of years, the tradition of India will be broken by you, Minister. I have to say that this is a tough and courageous decision. Regarding the petitions from all walks of life in British India, should I take them back to London? Percy Clarence still did not forget that he was leaving, and asked Baron, there are quite a few of them. Leave it to us, Minister. We will make these petitions play the role they should play. Sir Baron smiled and gave a standard answer. I believe that our efficient system in British India can solve this problem. A department of 100,000 people is so efficient. Percy Clarence almost laughed out loud when he heard it. Compared to the area of British India and the hundreds of millions of people who need to be managed, the scale of 100,000 people is indeed too small. But in this difficult period, I will definitely not let the minister suggest to the Prime Minister to expand the scale of our department. Sir Baron said sympathetically, dear Minister, you take a rest first, and call me if you have anything. Percy Clarence's speech on the Clean India movement was published in the newspaper. At the same time, Alan Wilson was busy with the establishment of the British Indian Film Actors Association. He prepared a draft and sent it to the governor's office for approval. This matter could not be known to Percy Clarence, but he found Governor Wavell. The ministers were anxious to leave India, so he didn't want to cause trouble at this time. In early April, before the representatives of the vast princely states arrived in New Delhi, Percy Clarence formally represented the London government and signed a memorandum on property protection with 15 powerful princely states including the Hyderabad princely state, providing written guarantees for the transfer of property of these Maharajas. Chapter 213 starting from Ceylon. This private guarantee was confirmed, and it also caused a round of applause in the governor's house. Percy Clarence, the Secretary of State for India, could finally complete his duties and return to London with the Secretary of State for the Navy and the Secretary of State for Commerce. Sir Baron's applause was absolutely sincere. Nothing could be more joyful than the departure of his immediate superior. The happy life of British Indian civil servants is based on the absence of the minister. Next, the cabinet mission will express that it has fully met with all parties in British India, and now it will return to London with the opinions of these parties. But Sir Baron was also sad in his heart after a short period of happiness. This was seen by Alan Wilson on the side, who asked if there was a problem. Alan, although this is a good thing, it also proves that our good days will not last long. Sir Baron said with nostalgia, maybe there is no place like British India that can accommodate 100,000 civil servants working for the country. Alan Wilson didn't know this interface. He had to agree with Sir Baron's opinion. There was really no such place except British India. It was nothing more than a series of mergers of British Africa. Alan, you know very well that government departments must have some way to measure their achievements. British companies measure their achievements by their profits, or, more accurately, they measure their failures by their losses. We have no profits and no losses. Our achievements are measured by the number of employees and the size of the budget. The budget also has money. There is no money in the mainland, so we can only think of ways from the colonies. Alan Wilson can only hope that the Japanese prisoners of war in Malaya will show their subjective initiative and build decent hardware facilities first. With these hardware facilities, are you still worried about not having enough people? Although the total population of British Malaya is only about 5 million now, there is no shortage of people in China to the north and Indonesia to the south. If the control is relaxed a little, a large number of immigrants will pour in. There is really no way to deal with the budget. The United States is indeed strong now, and it has been confirmed through the Braxton Woods system. But the Braxton Woods system does not mean that the US dollar cannot be resisted. The US dollar has this status. In the final analysis, it has this value because it is bound to gold. That is to say, the Braxton Woods system is also based on the value of gold. This is not the same as a petrodollar. When other currencies are exchanged for the dollar, they are exchanged for gold, not the paper money. In the Braxton Woods system, if an American travels to other countries, he also needs to exchange the currencies of other countries. If he goes to the UK, he will exchange for pounds. If he goes to France, he will exchange for francs. And if he goes to Germany, he will exchange for marks. In the Braxton Woods system, the United States also needs to make foreign exchange reserves, and the proportion is much larger than the symbolic proportion after the emergence of the petrodollar. The currencies of European countries all have monetary value. Because these countries also use gold as currency credit, they can also exchange gold at any time. The Braxton Woods system determined the world currency status of the US dollar, but it also checks and balances the US dollar in turn. It really made other countries' currencies unable to compete with the US dollar, or after the emergence of the petrodollar, the US dollar was completely turned into a harvesting tool, constantly shearing sheep all over the world. But that was already in the 1970s. It depends on whether the British Empire can recover. If not, it's all nonsense. If it can still maintain a good strength, who says that the British Empire can't teach its rebellious son a lesson? Alan Wilson didn't know that his mother-in-law and her family had been strolling in the British-occupied zone in Germany, following the plan he gave to Pamela Mountbatten to buy up German companies during the war. If Assistant Alan knew, he might be anxious not to let the two dragoons run into his mother-in-law and her family. But now he had a serious face, and the civil servants of the entire governor's mansion lined up, looking serious on the surface, but happy in their hearts to see the cabinet delegation off from New Delhi and return to the mainland, where the ministers should stay. Until the three cabinet ministers left the governor's mansion, everyone dispersed and began to busy themselves with their own affairs. It can be seen that people left, and the tea was cold, but the minister should have nothing to complain about, as the political achievements have been given to them. With the influx of a large amount of funds, Prime Minister Adli will not blame them. Now, everyone can put their hearts back in their stomachs and start doing business. The first business is to announce the establishment of the British Indian Film Actors Association. The report pointed out that Indian films are still in their infancy and there are still many things to learn from international advanced experience. Therefore, under the democratic principles of openness, fairness and justice, British actress Vivien Leigh was chosen as the honorary president of the British Indian Film Actors Association. There will be no president in the short term, and 6 vice presidents will be set up to handle the affairs of the association, but they must be checked by the commissioner appointed by the governor's office, that is, Alan Wilson himself, to prevent actors with dangerous ideas from mixing in. As a commissioner of the British Indian Film Actors Association, no one competed with Alan Wilson for this position. In the final analysis, the oil and water are very limited. The current British Indian civil servants have no time to think about any bullshit love stories. They all want to make money. Moreover, civil servants do not need fame. Unlike ministers, the lower the presence of civil servants, the better. This is a universal rule. Becoming a commissioner of this private association may increase exposure, which should be avoided as much as possible. Vivien Leigh, who is acting as an Indian daughter in Chennai, confirmed the news from Alice's mouth. The stone fell from her heart. She paid for this result with her body, but it was not a loss. Alan, that young man, was still very motivated. Miss Vivien, you will be asked to participate in the filming of a documentary in the near future. You may not be able to leave India yet. Alice looked at the absent-minded Vivien Leigh and said, the film is supported by the Indian Viceroy's office. It will establish your glorious image in front of the people of the world. This is what the assistant commissioner has specifically instructed. I'm ready. Vivien Leigh raised her head slightly, indicating that she was waiting for that day to come. Whether she can transform from a famous actor to a famous female image depends on this time. This is also the reason why Vivien Leigh traveled across the ocean to British India. In order to realize this dream, she even opened her legs to a boy. The other party was handling the Clean India campaign that the Minister of Indian Affairs was most concerned about. According to the time, the minister should have arrived at the Arabian Sea. We can also consider handling the things that judicial officials are very concerned about. Now everyone is eager to try and want to bring fairness and justice to the world. Chief Justice Clerk of the Supreme Court of British India came to the Viceroy's office with an expression of compassion for the world, but he had to wipe out the evils in the world and talk to Sir Baron about the importance of clarifying the legal system. Ask Alan to come over. Sir Baron picked up the phone and told the secretary in the reception room on the other side of the microphone. After a while, Alan Wilson came to Sir Baron's office and greeted Chief Justice Clark. He already had a premonition of what was going to happen next. Clark quickly confirmed Alan Wilson's premonition. Now that the ministers had left, everyone should do some serious work, such as fulfilling the previous promise and letting judicial officials join the last dinner. If we act rashly, the Ken side will cause a certain backlash. Seeing Clark's slightly changed face, Alan Wilson immediately changed the subject and said, Judge Clark, I just want to increase the success rate. I thought of a place where we can act more logically, shirk our responsibilities, and at the same time divert the conflict. Where is it? Clark asked patiently. He thought these despicable administrative officials had changed their minds and were ready to throw the judicial officials aside and eat alone. Commissioner Maclean is in British Ceylon, where 70% of the population is Buddhist. This will not offend most Hindus, and the situation is completely under control. Once the dirty facts of the Hindu temple are revealed and cause controversy, we will take action in British India, so that even the Congress party cannot openly cause trouble for us. In this way, we can both uphold justice and avoid trouble. The most important thing is that the risks are all in British Ceylon. Even if the Indians want to get angry, they can't do anything to us. Sir Baron added, if there is hostility towards Ceylon because of this, that would be great. Ceylon needs the protection of the British Empire. The location of British Ceylon can be regarded as an excellent place to monitor the entire Indian Ocean. Clark thought for a while and nodded, but it has to be quick. Judicial officials can't wait to uphold justice. That's no problem. I'll send a telegram to Maclean right away. Alan Wilson nodded happily. At this time, it is inevitable to use the Cambridge Five, these idealists with a sense of justice. These people are not incapable of coexisting. It all depends on how they are used. For example, take this incident. Several people in the Indian Governor General's office knew that this was a campaign to make money for judicial officials under the pretext of upholding justice. As for whether it could change the social atmosphere in India, no one cared about such a small matter. However, it was different for British Ceylon, and even more different for Donald Maclean. This man who believed that social justice must be corrected and who had defected to the Soviet Union. If he knew that such a thing happened in the Indian temple, no one knew what he would do. Whether he was a real idealist or a fake idealist, it depended on how Donald Maclean, the Commissioner of British Ceylon, dealt with the saint in the temple. While sending a telegram to British Ceylon, Vivian Leigh, who had successfully made progress, cancelled her trip and returned to New Delhi to take a new task from Alan Wilson. Chapter 214 Maclean wants it all. This is not a conflict. Hard knives must be used, and soft knives must also be prepared. Public opinion has always been very important. Starting from British Ceylon, which was influenced by British India, but could still control the situation. It can be used as a reference to control the actions in British India within an appropriate range. After all, from the perspective of the situation in the world, India cannot be weakened too much. From a grand strategic perspective, taking action against Hinduism in British Ceylon is of course beneficial. Of course, out of consideration for maintaining the British Empire, Alan Wilson cannot split British India into 7 or 8 pieces, otherwise it will not be able to balance the peaceful religious world not far away in the Middle East. It is also necessary to be vigilant against the subcontinent being a mess and becoming the back garden of the Soviet Union or a major power in the north. Therefore, India must have enough strength to protect itself, and it would be best if it could cause trouble to others. But it is also impossible to let India become too powerful and affect the interests of the British Empire. India's influence is limited to the coastline of the subcontinent and must not cross the border. In the telegram to Donald Maclean, the Commissioner of British Ceylon, of course, he couldn't say it so bluntly. Since the Cambridge Five had been preserved in the world in an idealized record in history, Alan Wilson wanted to see whether this idealization was true or false. In Colombo, the capital of British Ceylon, Donald Maclean swung his golf club amid the cheers of the crowd, and the golf ball drew a beautiful arc. Although he didn't get a hole in one, he was close to victory. On the balcony of a hotel not far away, some gentlemen and ladies were enjoying the tropical scenery, chatting in groups of 3 or 2, and even talked about Vivian Leigh who had arrived in British India. India is such a dirty place. Why did our movie queen go there? If you want to relax, you should come to Ceylon. General Mountbatten spent most of the year here in the past few years, but I don't know what happened in the last year. He stayed in New Delhi all the time. Wouldn't it be nice to come to Ceylon to play golf and watch horse racing? Or should we appeal to the governor's office in New Delhi and invite Vivian Leigh to visit Ceylon? Commissioner, this is a telegram from New Delhi. Do you want to read it, or read it tomorrow? Just when Maclean was about to win in one fell swoop, a secretary came over with a telegram from the governor's office of British India in his hand. Wait for me in the lounge, I'll be there soon. Maclean, wearing a baseball cap, waved his hand nonchalantly, pointed to the parasol in the lounge and ordered, "There are drinks over there, please feel free." Then he swung the club and won the game. The people nearby stood up and cheered, excited about Donald Maclean's victory. Amid the applause of the crowd, Donald Maclean returned to the lounge. I have to admit in my heart that being a commissioner in the colony is not as hard as I imagined. It's not bad to get used to it. Life is easy and not as busy as before. No wonder Alan Wilson always mentioned going back to British India when he was in London. Life here is really comfortable. Donald Maclean took the telegram from New Delhi after he brought a glass of coconut juice. The Secretary of State for India has just left the subcontinent. Before leaving, he emphasized the importance of the Clean India movement. He very much hopes that British India and the colonies affected by it can change the current atmosphere. In fact, we have a plan for a long time, but we have always been concerned about the image of British India and have not made up our minds. The most shameless crime in the world is the crime against women and children, not to mention both British India and neighbouring Ceylon are the hardest hit areas of this crime. At the Galle-Face Green golf course, other gentlemen and ladies were still having fun, but Donald MacLean looked serious and looked at the telegram from New Delhi. Because women in India have a low status, the poor at the bottom will sell young girls to temples in exchange for a little money. At the same time, they think that this method can bring good luck to the family. Sometimes, there would be elders from the temple who would see a girl who looked good in the fields or somewhere else, and would go directly to the girl's home and ask the girl's family to sell the girl to the temple in the name of the gods. Most of these girls were between 12 and 13 years old, and few girls over 15 were selected. Their fate after being selected was to marry the gods, because the gods would not come to the bridal chamber, and the monks in the temple would take the place of the gods to exercise the husband's rights. They believed that having a relationship with the woman of the gods would bring them closer to the gods. Since then, the saint has embarked on the path of devoting herself to the monks. The idea that the saint received was, this is a dedication to faith, and in the next life, it is possible to become a superior person, turn the class upside down, and become rich and unparalleled. Fuck. Donald MacLean was in a bad mood, and he couldn't get back to a good mood, even when he looked up at the gentlemen and ladies on the golf course. In Alan Wilson's telegram, there was no intention to conceal it at all. He hoped that British Ceylon could take the first action and raid the Hindu gathering areas in the north. If successful, British India would follow suit. The telegram did not conceal even a little bit. It stated openly in the telegram that Ceylon was a Buddhist country and that the British had a garrison to control the situation. The purpose was to test the waters with British Ceylon. It was so frank that it was clear that British India might launch the next independence rally at any time, and the British Empire must weaken the influence of Hinduism. Donald MacLean, who had only served in China before, did not understand why the influence of Hinduism should be weakened. But after becoming the Commissioner of Ceylon, he gradually understood what was going on. Colonization is certainly good for the British Empire, but everything has two sides and there is never a unilateral benefit. The British Empire began to accept the backlash of British India. Not only did the British colonies in Southeast Asia, such as Malaya, Sabah and even Hong Kong, begin to show different degrees of Indianization. Even British Yemen and Somalia, which was known as the most difficult to invade the peaceful religion, showed Indianization, and Indian ethnic communities appeared there. British Ceylon is very close to the subcontinent, and cannot get rid of the subtle influence of Hinduism. The situation is more serious than other colonies. Now the governor's office has begun to prepare for the independence of British India and to eradicate India's influence in these colonies. It is appropriate to start from British Ceylon. In fact, members of the Congress Party have said similar things, saying that Ceylon and India have a long-standing relationship. The evidence is the influence of Hinduism in northern Ceylon. Before independence, they have already begun to think about other legacies of the British Empire and started the road to becoming a great power. How can this be possible? Although the telegram is full of the ugly face of imperialism, it stands on the side of colonialism and sings praises. In another occasion, the Ceylon Commissioner might despise it, but MacLean is obviously not in this mood now. Contact the Trincomalee garrison immediately and say that I am going to discuss some issues with the base commander. MacLean put away the telegram and instructed the secretary who had just delivered the telegram. Just send a telegram directly. The secretary sitting opposite MacLean was puzzled. He didn't know how the Ceylon Commissioner seemed to have changed in such a short time. He was just talking and laughing on the golf course. It's better to have a face-to-face meeting. It's not clear in the telegram. I'm not Alan, who even sends so many telegrams. Donald MacLean had a cold face because he didn't give a good look because of this telegram that disturbed his good mood. He was certainly dissatisfied with Alan Wilson's ideology and his collusion with imperialism and colonialism. But he was also British. Choosing between India and the British Empire would definitely safeguard the interests of Britain. Moreover, he didn't know the existence of the Indian Saint group before, so he could pretend not to see it. Now that he knows, he must eliminate this phenomenon. Even if he was used to some extent, he had no objection. This was a good thing after all. MacLean quickly left the Galle-Face Green golf course. Now he had to do two things. The first was to determine whether there was such a group in the temples in the northern Tamil Hindu gathering area. The second point was to contact the British troops at the Trincomalee naval base. This kind of thing was more trustworthy to one's own people. In the evening, several bold Buddhist monks were sitting in front of Donald Maclean. After learning the purpose of the Ceylon Commissioner, they looked at each other and said, "We know about this kind of behavior. The Gopuram Tower Temple and the temple dedicated to Shiva's son, the god of war, and many other temples in the Tamils have this kind of thing. Thank you. I just want to know whether this kind of thing exists." Maclean thanked the monks in front of him. "There won't be such a saint in the Buddhist temples. I dare not say that this phenomenon does not exist in the temples of the whole Ceylon, but this is contrary to the Buddhist thought. If it happens, it is a personal matter and has nothing to do with religious traditions. Then please go back, monks." Donald Maclean signaled to the secretary next to him with his eyes, sent a few monks back, and waited for the secretary to return and ordered, "Inquire about the situation of all Hindu temples. Prepare the car. I will go to Trincomalee Naval Base tomorrow morning. Idealists are efficient." On the evening of the next day, Donald Maclean was already in the Trincomalee Naval Base, and several Royal Navy warships were docked in the bay not far away. Maclean stayed in the headquarters for a long time, saying that this was an instruction from New Delhi, and that British Ceylon should take the first action. He also repeated the various analyses in Alan Wilson's telegram, saying that this was to safeguard the interests of the British Empire and eliminate the Indian influence that was eyeing British Ceylon. Well, since it is an instruction from New Delhi, the Navy is willing to participate in this operation. Just tell us the target. There is no specific target. All Hindu temples must be searched. Donald Maclean said word by word, not just one, but all. Daloluo's new book, Dasong Has Guts. It will be on the shelves tonight. If you are interested, you can pay attention to it and rush to make a first order or something. Chapter 215, A Successful Start. The commander of the naval base, Greer, took a breath of cold air. It's really not a small project. Maclean, who received the telegram from New Delhi, was indeed ready to make a big move in British India as Alan Wilson expected. The treaty between Britain and Ceylon had promised to protect the status of Buddhism. This promise was actually made to the Hinduism in British India. In the 13th century, Buddhism in the subcontinent was completely defeated by Hinduism. Since then, Buddhism, which had been tit-for-tat with Hinduism in the subcontinent, disappeared, and Ceylon became an isolated Buddhist country overseas. It became another center for the spread of the Buddhist world, but with the continuous influx of immigrants from the subcontinent, Ceylon also showed a trend of Indianization. The history of Ceylon for nearly 1,000 years is a history of continuous resistance to the invasion of Hinduism, mainly Tamils. If it were not for the fact that the population of the subcontinent was dozens of times larger than that of Ceylon, the Buddhist monks summoned by Maclean would have wanted to take Maclean directly to the Hindu temple to make these bastards disappear from Ceylon. But even if they didn't want to offend the Indians on the subcontinent, these monks gave a positive answer to Maclean's question. That is, there is indeed a group of saints in Hindu temples, which is similar to what was said in the New Delhi telegram. Isolated Hindu temples are scattered all over Ceylon due to historical reasons. These Hindu temples are very easy to be raided, but Maclean is still most concerned about the situation in the Jaffna Peninsula, the base of Ceylon Hinduism. For centuries, Jaffna has been the cultural and religious center of Sri Lankan Tamil Hinduism, especially during the Tamil dynasty. The kingdom of Jaffna was a powerful Tamil dynasty that controlled the region with Nala as its capital. It ruled northern Ceylon for hundreds of years, since it landed in Ceylon in the 13th century. Supporting minority checks and balances is a tradition of the British Empire, such as introducing Indians to manage Africa, Burma, and Malaya, while supporting peaceful believers in the subcontinent and suppressing Hindus. But this cannot be done in Ceylon. Compared with the Hindus on the subcontinent, the Buddhists in Ceylon are just a drop in the ocean. If they contact the Tamils to suppress the locals, it will only make the Indians take over. Maclean also understood this. If he wanted to launch a raid on all Hindu temples, in addition to the assistance of the British Army, he also needed the support of the local Sinhalese. Only the Sinhalese had the ability to know the movements of Hindu temples in various places. Coincidentally, Sir Baron was also talking to the Governor General of India about the Clean India movement, which might require the support of the British Army, which was almost the same as what Maclean did. The situation in Ceylon was different. If British India wanted to replicate this action, it would certainly be able to get some support from the Peace Church, but the Peace Church was a minority after all, both in terms of distribution and number. Many Hindu religious centers were not well known even by the Peace Church. Fortunately, the Supreme Court had been investigating for a long time, and it had already begun when the cabinet mission came to British India. Naturally, the actions of British India could only be carried out by relying mainly on the British Army. Of course, it was Sir Baron who came forward to persuade the Governor General. He was the head of the British Indian civil servants. Alan Wilson absolutely did not dare to take over the job, and could only do some details, such as talking about the plate of Vivian Leigh. Vivian Leigh returned to New Delhi and still lived in the same apartment. She was exhausted from the journey. Alan Wilson came to her house with essential oils, hoping to relieve the fatigue of the hard-working international film queen. The sun shone in through the window, and Alan Wilson said with skillful techniques, "I'm not sure whether this anti-human saint group in the subcontinent can be completely eradicated, but it is very good for establishing your image." The documentary is called India's Daughter. Your role in it should fully demonstrate the humanistic care of the British Empire. Your image should naturally be gathered around truth, goodness, and beauty, and play the role of a go-between to save the saints and the temple. You must be full of humanistic care, like a goddess descending to the world, to save these miserable saints. Of course, the image of our governor's office must also be positive. Once completed, the documentary will be widely circulated in all British colonies. India's Daughter is originally a very famous documentary, which records the attitudes of all parties in the case of Indian female medical intern Jyoti Singh Pandey being raped to death by a man, as well as the impact of this case on the victim's family, the perpetrator and Indian society. What does this have to do with the British Empire? How can it not be related? That documentary was also filmed with British investment. The company that produced the documentary is called BBC. Britain will never miss the opportunity to step on its former colonies. The reputation of BBC in India is similar to that of CNN in China. Britain has no time to care about news from other places, but if it is news from India, it is another matter. Humph. Vivian Leigh hummed and groaned, indicating that she heard it. But out of the corner of her eye, she saw the man in front of her take off his pants and come up to her, saying weakly, "Didn't we agree to just massage?" Late at night on April 15th, the weather was humid. Donald Maclean, who had already had some confidence, followed the garrison at the Trincomalee Naval Base and drove a jeep on the road. The appearance of being on high alert even made people think that World War II had not ended yet and the British Army was still fighting with the Japanese Army in the dense jungles of Southeast Asia. And Donald Maclean's goal was the Jaffna Peninsula, the base of Ceylon Hinduism. Of course, the current Ceylon commissioner could not know that this was the base of the Tigers decades later in normal history. But then again, whether there will be a Tiger organization in the future is still unknown. Maybe it will be killed by the butterfly effect caused by a Clean India campaign. This is not excluded in the religious field. It is not surprising that there are such saints in Hindu temples. When we arrived at the target temple, it was still dark. The soldiers in the convoy jumped off the car and walked the last 100 meters to the temple. The temple in front of us was magnificent, and the countless indescribable reliefs were dazzling. But obviously Donald Maclean did not have this patience. Not showing disgust was already very cultivated. With Donald Maclean's big hand, dozens of British soldiers rushed into the temple. The temple suddenly became noisy, accompanied by Donald Maclean's Tamil language that sounded like the devil's language, which was very irritating. But soon with the sound of a gunshot, justice and order came to the world, and the temple became quiet again. At this time, Donald Maclean raised his leg and walked in to see what was wrong with this so-called temple. Donald Maclean, holding a flashlight, saw a group of middle-aged and elderly elders naked, while on the other side were very young and naked, and there were also thin girls. Most of the British soldiers were not surprised by the facts in front of them. The British Army did not dare to say that their military discipline was a model on Earth. but compared with the armies of the United States and the Soviet Union, they still had to save some face as old-fashioned imperialists. They did not dare to say that they treated ordinary people without any harm, but most British soldiers still knew what morality was. At worst, most British soldiers would give money if their needs were met. There were not many who did not give money, like Andy, Alan Wilson's loyal subordinate. Commissioner, the captain who led the team to carry out this operation, looked at Donald Maclean with a gloomy face and whispered a reminder. The court of British Sealand should be very busy recently. Donald Maclean sighed and immediately said, "Search the entire temple to see if there is anything missing." The action led by Maclean alone was just the beginning. After confirming that there was a problem with the Hindu temple, similar actions were carried out throughout Sealand. Soon, British soldiers liked this action, because many British soldiers found that Hindu temples were really good places, just like churches in medieval Europe represented wealth. The governor's office in New Delhi was also watching Maclean's actions in Sealand. After the action achieved the expected results, Sir Baron prepared 2 telegrams, one to the Minister of Indian Affairs, who was not sure whether he had arrived in London, indicating the success of the Clean India movement. Another telegram was sent to Cabinet Secretary Edward Bridges, which explained the reason for doing so from another perspective, saying that it was necessary to guard against the possibility of India and Sealand becoming one in the future and to combat the influence of Hinduism in Sealand. The entire population of Sealand is around 7 million, and Tamils account for about 1/5 of it. They do not have the strength to confront India. Once India becomes independent, it is likely to use this opportunity to intervene in Sealand, which is definitely not a good thing for the British Empire. Chapter 216 Public Relations Crisis. With Donald Maclean's actions in Sealand, his deeds also spread from Sealand to India. Of course, this was fueled by some people, shaping Donald Maclean's heroic and courageous image. The matter is simple. Whoever wants to be a hero can be a hero. Civil servants in British India are not interested in being heroes, but only in money. In Hindu temples, those who can communicate with the wives of gods are definitely not low-caste people. Those who can be senior monks or elders are definitely Brahmins. These Brahmins are not all rich, but their status in the Hindu system is there. Although the Supreme Court did not intend to make a big fuss, it just hoped to find an opportunity to make money. But even so, this is an offensive matter, and it is still the Brahmin class that is offended. So both Clark and Alan Wilson believed that it would be best if this matter had nothing to do with the Governor General's office of British India, at least on the surface, but let the turmoil in Sealand blow to British India, and then give the Brahmin elders in the temple a chance to punish themselves with 3 cups of wine. The judicial officials made enough money, and the matter was over. The rest of the story has nothing to do with British India. The main purpose of filming the documentary was not for Indians to watch. The documentary produced by the BBC in later generations was eventually banned by the Indian government. The main purpose of this film was actually for other British colonies to watch, to incite condemnation or at least to despise Hinduism and Indians, and to curb the expansion of Indian influence in other colonies. We should look at the problem from a development perspective. In any case, India at this time is indeed much stronger in hardware than China, which has been ravaged by the Chiangong. Once the subcontinent is out of the control of the British Empire, it may cause a demonstration effect. You must know that after independence, India inherited most of Britain's power and territory in South Asia. It is the largest country in the subcontinent and the second most populous country in the world. It ranks second in the world in terms of cultivated land area, and its coal, iron and other resources are among the best in the world. At the same time, as the most important colony of Britain, India has a strong industrial base. India's steel, textile and other industries are very developed. India's industrial product output is second to none in Asia. Now that Japan has been destroyed, India can be called Asia's first industrial power. India's steel production is 10 times that of the country led by Chiangong. The number of workers is 6 times that of Chiangong, and its total economic output is twice that of Chiangong. Later, India joined Indonesia, Egypt and other countries to launch the non-aligned movement, and most developing countries in the world joined this organization. As the initiator, India regards itself as the boss of the non-aligned movement, and considers itself the leader of the third world. In the matter of weakening India, Alan Wilson doesn't care whether the method is useful or not. Whether it is useful or not, he doesn't care at all. He just implements whatever he thinks of and comes up with 100 methods, even if only 10 of them work. Of course, this premise is based on the basis that the British Empire can benefit. If Britain cannot benefit, he will not do anything to India, and weakening Hinduism can benefit the British Empire. The most direct point is that there are Tamil communities in Malaya. In Alan Wilson's vision, it is enough to have 2 ethnic groups in British Malaya, and there is no need to play the romance of the 3 kingdoms, so the Indian Tamil ethnic group has no role in British Malaya. For this reason, the Indian Saint group adheres to the principles of openness and fairness, and appears in British newspapers. As soon as Lord Percy Clarence, the Secretary of State for India, stepped on the land of his homeland, he saw the news about the Hindu saints weeping across the land. Citizens of the old imperialism only knew that British India was an important colony of the British Empire, but they did not know that such outrageous customs were still circulating there, and Lord Percy Clarence had long regarded himself as a protector of women's rights. Lord Percy Clarence is now the Secretary of State for India, a minister who has long appeared as a protector of women's rights, but such a horrifying thing happened in the British India he managed. Lord Percy Clarence, who had just returned to his homeland and had not yet met with the Prime Minister to show his merits, first faced a public relations crisis that was almost imminent. This was a public relations crisis that was very damaging to his personality, and he was still floating on the sea when it happened. He wanted to explain that British Ceylon was not British India, but he thought that British Ceylon was a royal territory, which was suspected of shirking responsibility, and the religion was called Hinduism, so it was hard to say that it had nothing to do with British India. But as a politician, facing the turbulent public relations crisis, Percy Clarence still found a way to solve the crisis, from the newspapers expressing praise for Donald Maclean to defend himself. Immediately, Percy Clarence accepted a radio interview with the British broadcasting station BBC. The host Norman Baker interviewed Percy Clarence on behalf of the BBC. Norman Baker was actually looking forward to this interview. In the past year, British India suddenly appeared in the public's vision, of course, with a negative impression. Unknowingly, the citizens of London have become more curious about this pearl of the empire with the increase in reports. Now it is well known that Lord Percy Clarence, the Secretary of State for India, has just returned from British India. I believe that this radio interview will definitely arouse the curiosity of many London citizens. At the beginning of the interview, Norman asked Percy Clarence in a very unfriendly tone what he thought of the current public opinion on British India, especially from the perspective of the Secretary of State for India. "Oh, Norman, not only am I aware of this issue, but I was also the one who led it." Percy Clarence spoke in the tone of a very courageous politician. "Everyone knows that I have been working in my home country for a long time, advocating the protection of women's rights. In fact, I don't know much about things in British India. It was only this time that I went to British India in person." Speaking of this, Percy Clarence suddenly remembered his trip to the Ganges, and the nauseous feeling came back. He said seriously, "It must be pointed out that the colonial experience was not very good. In order to understand the real pearl of the empire and to be curious about many negative news about British India, I personally conducted an investigation." "Oh, the minister's thirst for knowledge is really shocking." Norman Baker nodded, expressed his appreciation for Percy Clarence's behavior, and then asked, "What was the final result?" "The result is very worrying. I must painfully admit that the reports about India are true. I have seen the scene on the banks of the Ganges with my own eyes. Sorry, it's hard to describe." Percy Clarence's expression was not a disguise at all. He really remembered the nightmare experience again. After a few seconds, Percy Clarence calmed down and expressed his appreciation for the long-term work of local civil servants in helping backward nations enter modern civilization under harsh conditions. Moreover, many barbaric behaviors in British India were real, and as the Minister of Indian Affairs, he could not turn a blind eye. So, the minister is very familiar with the local situation. What about the existence of religious saints? Norman Baker did not let Percy Clarence go so easily, but asked about the Hindu saints group that had caused an explosion in public opinion. In my opinion, women's rights must of course be protected. This is what I have always done. Pesach Clarence, who had been well prepared, had now completely adapted to the other party's questions. He talked about his contributions to the field of protecting women's rights over the years, and then changed the subject and said, Norman, this world has poverty and backwardness. Not everywhere is bathed in the glory of civilization. As for the group of Hindu holy women, ever since I learned about the existence of this group, I have been unable to face myself as the Minister of Indian Affairs. I was thinking, I should always do something, right? I cannot allow this kind of criminal behavior to exist on the territory of the British Empire, so I resolutely expressed my thoughts. In fact, many people are still very doubtful, but they cannot stop my determination to do so. So, the minister is very supportive of Commissioner McLean's actions? Norman Baker understood, but still asked, I wonder what the minister's comment is on the actions so far. I have no comment on the actions I have led, but I'm ready to face all consequences. Pesach Clarence leaned back in his chair, crossed his fingers, and said solemnly, as for Commissioner McLean's actions, I can only say that it reflects the professionalism and ethical standards of the Empire's civil servants, and is worthy of praise. It is a model of the Empire's professional team. I believe that today's visit will be able to answer the doubts in the hearts of many citizens, and at the same time, it will also have a deeper understanding of the minister himself. Thank you, Minister, for accepting our radio interview. At the end of the interview, Norman Baker expressed his gratitude to Pesach Clarence and asked casually, Minister, the visit is over, and I didn't ask many sharp questions, such as a minister, do you acquiesce in the occurrence of various backward customs in British India? Of course not. Pesach Clarence glanced at the microphone. As long as he was in the studio, regardless of whether the interview was over or not, the microphone should be turned on and the recording equipment should be running. The next morning, the BBC broadcast an interview with Pesach Clarence, the Secretary of State for India, in which he answered questions from citizens at home. During the interview, Pesach Clarence's bold statement satisfied many citizens. This interview made Pesach Clarence, along with Donald McLean, a positive image passed down by word of mouth among citizens, and a public relations crisis disappeared without a trace. Our minister is very supportive of the current action. Since this is the minister's proposition, we will implement it without hesitation. I believe the judiciary is ready. Sir Baron put down the newspaper and said with a smug look on his face, I know everyone is a little anxious. WOLUO's new book is about to be on the shelves. The Song Dynasty is so brave. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, full of energy. Now we can finally talk about important things. Chief Justice Clark was eager to try, saying that he had been waiting for a long time. Administrative officials were eating and gorging themselves, while judicial officials could not even get a sip of soup. Is this fair? This is not fair, but Alan Wilson said that it would be better to give the Ceylon Commissioner a commendation first, and then use a few days to report on the actions of British Ceylon in an attitude that is irrelevant at this time. Then wait until the Secretary of State for Indian Affairs expresses his position in the fermentation of world public opinion, before taking large-scale actions. Before that, we can take out a few typical cases to test the waters. Of course, it is not appropriate to make it public. Before large-scale operations, it must be kept strictly confidential, and the use of public opinion will mainly focus on places outside British India. All countries and colonies know that we are rescuing Indian girls, but Indians are not suitable to know it yet. Sir Baron and Chief Justice Clark both nodded. This made things more logical. Clark thought for a while and said, even if the temple itself doesn't have it, we can find a few women to put it in and frame them. For beneficial social changes, I don't think the word frame up is appropriate. It's a white lie. Sir Baron corrected calmly, it's just that the grassroots Indian officials, will they go against our judicial officials? Probably not. Is religion important? Is blood relationship important? In the end, money is not as important. Alan Wilson shook his head. The beneficiaries also include grassroots Indian officials. It's just a question of who gets the biggest share. Then Alan, prepare a commendation and send it to McLean. Sir Baron ordered Alan Wilson, then turned his attention back to Clark. We can start here too. The center of the storm was calm, but the interview of Indian Secretary Perthik Lawrence on the BBC was like someone throwing a bomb into a toilet, which had a very exaggerated effect. News about British India has appeared in the mainland at a very high frequency since the end of the war, and it has been nearly a year. From curiosity at the beginning to disgust later, India has been the darling of newspapers for nearly a year. This time, the local citizens finally remembered it thoroughly. The various situations in British India are not only fermenting in the local area, but also spreading rapidly through the public opinion hegemony of the British Empire, spreading to Europe, British colonies, and even distant Canada, Australia and other places. The speed of information dissemination in modern society is so fast that once London knows it, almost all English-speaking countries know it, including the United States. It's just that the United States, which later held high the banner of human rights, did not have a very obvious tendency in reporting on the Indian saint like other English-speaking regions, but was guessing what the British were going to do. From the perspective of the United States, it is absolutely not hoped that Britain can still maintain its rule in British India. Once the British Indian model is maintained, the potential opponent will not only be the Soviet Union. Although many European countries seem to have discussed through various channels that they hope the United States will take a tough attitude towards the Soviet Union, so far, the Truman administration is still waiting to see which country should be targeted between Britain and the Soviet Union. Although the United States and the Soviet Union have already had obvious differences due to the issues of Japan and the Korean Peninsula. However, the threat from Britain is no less than that of the Soviet Union. Fortunately, there are voices in Britain that want to give up India, and the United States wants to see what the final result will be. If Britain wants to use tough measures to maintain its rule, then the United States must temporarily put aside the illusion that blood is thicker than water and treat Britain with a liberating attitude. The British Empire's hegemony of public opinion is useless to the United States, but it is still very useful for other British colonies. Other English-speaking countries and regions were directly conquered by the news of British India. Especially in the British colonies in Africa, the local elites looked at the Indians who maintained colonial rule with strange eyes. The news about the Indian saint is already known to everyone in the British colonies. British India is still the same as before. The report that our India is too powerful is still the mainstream. The only difference is that Donald Maclean's commendation order has arrived in Ceylon. Under the calm surface, Alan Wilson was still a little excited. After all, this kind of sports action seemed to have never happened in a place like India. No one knew what the result would be. Vivien Leigh was the one who could feel the changes in this man the most. The international film queen who had unlocked all the postures felt that the young man, who was already very motivated, had worked especially hard these days. Even Vivien Leigh was a little overwhelmed. It was another very enjoyable script exchange. Tired Vivien Leigh looked at Alan Wilson's satisfied face. You're going too far. I'm a public figure. Do you want to get me pregnant? How can we shoot the movie then? I was wrong. It's mainly because you're too beautiful. Alan Wilson apologized with a grin. Vivien, can't you feel my feelings for you? Don't make a fuss. I'm a married woman. I'm married. Vivien Leigh rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson. I promised you, just to satisfy my physical needs. Yes, just like the so-called monks and elders. It's just that they are more hypocritical. Alan Wilson looked at the time. It was time to leave in disgrace. He reached out and pulled Vivien Leigh into his arms, picked up the comfortable queen by the waist, and walked towards the bathroom. The battle scene still had to be cleaned up. Such a simple truth, but the Hindu temples did not understand it. Half a month after Donald Maclean started the war in British Ceylon, on the first day of May, the Supreme Court of British India, which had been prepared for a long time, finally took action. Chief Justice Clark formally signed the executive order on the suggestion of the Minister of Indian Affairs to protect women's rights. Destroy the temples, where there are holy women, arrest the monks in the temples, and rescue the girls from the Devil's Cave. In fact, the time of action was one day earlier than Clark's executive order. This was to prevent some powerful temples from getting the news and taking the action under the pretext of liberating the girls. The judicial officials were full of enthusiasm. The Supreme Court's actions were strongly cooperated by the chief executives of various provinces. The judicial officials could not eat meat, while the administrative officials could not even drink soup. Since the cake could not be divided, the only way was to make the cake bigger. The actions of the judicial officials were also supported by the administrative officials. The police of British India also headed towards the temples one by one under the guidance of the judicial officials who arrived in various places. Almost immediately, the temples that had already fallen into the eyes of the Supreme Court were swept in the first round. Countless respected elders and senior monks were directly captured by the police who came down from the sky. Even many temples attracted British garrisons, and the high elders were directly taken away by these hateful colonists. Of course, young girls were also taken away at the same time. The Supreme Court, which had been prepared for a long time, and the judicial officials showed extremely high efficiency. Calcutta, Bangalore, and Chennai all started to act at the same time. Cities like Hyderabad, which were already under the control of the peaceful monarch Ali Khan, had to take this opportunity to destroy the thorn in their eyes. Anyway, the order was issued by the British, and Ali Khan was just cooperating. In the Hyderabad state, Ali Khan's actions were not like other places that still cared about some warmth. The private army of Hyderabad directly began to sweep the Hindu temples in the territory and directly shot at the temples that dared to resist. 80% of the population of Hyderabad are Hindus. Such a large state, with so many people supporting these temples, Ali Khan also knew that this was a good opportunity to rob. He sent 4 sons to command the army to do this and get the wealth of these temples. Coincidentally, the Junagadh state also did the same thing and soon found that this was a good opportunity to accumulate wealth. It can also eliminate the forces that usually point fingers at the princely state. As for other Hindu princely states, they just didn't do it as well as the other 2 princely states. Religious feelings and blood are thicker than water, and at critical moments, they are not as important as money. The only embarrassing thing is Kashmir. Hari Singh is very embarrassed. 90% of Kashmir is a peaceful believers. As a prince, he is a Hindu. He can't attack Hindu temples, and there are not many Hindu temples in Kashmir itself. He can't even learn this. As a princely state with a Hindu monarch, they can at least act under the name of eliminating the black sheep of Hinduism, but he can't do this. The action was launched almost from the beginning in the British administered areas in British India. To be able to do this, you can imagine how much homework the judicial officials did before taking action. Even the Congress and the Muslim League were very surprised by the big move of the governor's office, but immediately, there were 2 completely different reactions. The Muslim League did not care about it, while the Congress was furious. Was the Indian governor's office suppressing Hinduism and supporting the Muslim League? The Congress quickly said that this was an unfriendly move by the governor's office and should be stopped immediately, and made a public appeal. At the same time, the Congress representatives had arrived in New Delhi and asked to negotiate with the governor's office. In response to the public appeal of the Congress party, the Indian governor's office immediately responded publicly, saying that this was an action supported by all sectors of society, and hoped that the Congress party would pay attention to international public opinion. Once a similar movement begins, it will inevitably lead to some expansion. But our actions are well intentioned and supported by the whole world. Alan Wilson raised his wrist to check the time, and absent-mindedly perfunctorily responded to the representatives of the Congress party. It was time to talk about the play. If the Indian on the other side is sensible, he should get out of here quickly, and don't delay his own business. Vivian lays empty, lonely and cold. I'm not feeling well today, so I will just write 2 chapters. Chapter 218, Premonition of Famine. But, Mr. Allen, we are uneasy about this practice of weakening the influence of Hinduism. The representative of the Congress party, Jinnah, said relentlessly, obviously not understanding Alan Wilson's good intentions. Dear Mr. Jinnah, what we do is in line with the moral standards of any country. If it does not meet the standards of Hinduism, then the Indian ethnic group is really surprising. Alan Wilson's face turned from sunny to cloudy. It was about to get off work. This Indian was wasting his time, thinking of Vivian Leigh's mature body, delaying the comfort work, Can this bastard in front of him afford to delay it? He was still talking here. He had never seen such a shameless person. Alan Wilson resisted the urge to curse and issued an order to expel him. Go back and tell Nehru that, if you want India to lose face in front of the whole world, you can just keep on talking about this matter. Don't think that we, the British Empire, can't deal with you. All you can do is build a city or a subcontinent at best. The British Empire's land is all over the world. I'm willing to sit here and listen to your nonsense. I have already maintained my gentlemanly demeanor, but don't go too far. Alan Wilson's sudden change of expression made Jindary's brown face full of disbelief. He thought he had heard it wrong. The Congress Party is a representative of British India, Mr. Allen. Jindary reminded him unwillingly. It depends on how the British Empire views British India. If you cooperate honestly, everything will be easy. If we are uncomfortable with this matter, and the representative of the subcontinent is not one, I believe that the cooperation between the Muslim League and the governor's office will be easier. Alan Wilson stood up suddenly and said, "Do you understand? I have finished my words. Let's see who is in favor and who is against it." After that, Alan Wilson stretched out his hand, looked at his watch and said, "It's time to get off work. The British Empire is not like some animals that don't know how to get tired. If there is anything, we can talk about it later." Jindary, who was called some animals, was dissatisfied and prepared to leave the governor's office. Alan Wilson also completed his task. That is, there is no possibility of concession on this movement. Just kidding. This is supported by all judicial officials of British India. Concession? Concession? It is for this reason that Sir Baron is unwilling to come forward to be a bad guy. He can only let him, the Assistant Commissioner, come out to tell the Congress Party that everything can be discussed, but this matter will only stop when the Supreme Court wants to stop. Now Alan Wilson and Clark discuss it. Can the judicial officials stop making money? It is impossible. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. The number of captured Brahmins and rescued girls will only increase. Of course, some of the stolen goods from the temples will be confiscated by upright British gentlemen, and an appropriate portion will be allocated to compensate the victimized girls. As for how much is appropriate, this is not something Alan Wilson can care about. He was able to persuade the Supreme Court to take out some small money to compensate the temple saints, also out of consideration for the overall situation. The British Empire must establish a positive image, especially in front of other colonies. Taking a little from the proceeds to compensate the victims will have an excellent effect on the image of the British Empire. As the cornerstone of the protection of the empire, everyone should consider the overall situation and not be too selfish. Mr. Jindary should go back and tell Mr. Nehru that there is more than one Congress Party in the subcontinent. It will not be good for the Congress Party to embarrass everyone in the future. Looking at Jindary's back, Alan Wilson said in a threatening tone, "The struggle against the Muslim League and the struggle against the governor's office are two different things. There is a big difference. The cabinet mission, of course, did not come to British India to show public opinion. It only appeased the various forces in British India and did nothing else. The cabinet mission certainly had its own agenda. Coordination and negotiation work was naturally ongoing. The cabinet mission proposed a solution to the Indian problem. Its core content included suggestions for the future constitution and the composition of the constitution-making body. Although the Congress Party and the Muslim League had different understandings of some of the clauses in the plan and were dissatisfied with the plan, the two parties were still prepared to accept it. Of course, the Congress Party, which was obviously stronger, still regretted it before the Muslim League lost its patience. In his speech at the Congress Party conference, Nehru assured some people that the Congress Party did not actually accept any plan unless we have decided to enter the Legislative Council. As for the minorities, we do not accept any interference from outsiders, certainly not from the British government. This shows that the Congress Party can arbitrarily change or modify the cabinet mission plan. Although these words were said by Nehru, his ideas were Gandhi's. The impact of Nehru's speech on Jinnah is completely imaginable. It can be said that the greatest contribution of the cabinet mission to British India was to make the Muslim League and the Congress Party completely part ways. Originally, it was only theoretically possible to unite, but now it is completely impossible. At this time, Alan Wilson was completely doing one day at a time. All the funds of British India have been invested in the construction, and the judicial officials of the Supreme Court are now enjoying their last supper. If the Congress Party and the Muslim League can keep their peace, it would be good, and they can make more money for a while. If they don't keep their peace, it won't be a loss to go home now. In the current situation, there is no plan for the partition of India and Pakistan. If the British Empire gives up, that will be the end of the Civil War. If he had not been afraid of the outbreak of civil war, which destroyed thousands of years of traditions in the subcontinent, such as the caste system, Alan Wilson could have shown a tougher face in front of Jindari. But for the sake of the caste system, he restrained himself a little. It was time to get off work, and the gentlemen of the governor's mansion showed the strengths of the civilized world and never stayed at their posts for a minute. They walked out of the governor's mansion in twas and threes. Sir Baron was among them. When he saw Alan Wilson, he asked how the talks went. Regarding this meeting without room for compromise, the Congress Party will certainly not get the desired results. Alan Wilson followed Sir Baron and answered step by step. Well, that's about it. In fact, there's nothing, but our Governor General has been tired of the intrigues between the Muslim League and the Congress Party. In recent days, he has been saying that he wants to leave India. Sir Baron said with a smile, and there was a sense of gloating in his tone. The Governor General is a soldier after all, and he is really not good at endless negotiations and communication. This is really an unexpected idea, Alan Wilson replied absent-mindedly. The next Governor General seems to be Mountbatten. Don't worry about the Governor General for now. In fact, I'm paying more attention to another thing. Sir Baron did not notice the assistant's absent-mindedness and changed the subject. According to reports from various provinces, there seem to be some signs of drought in some places. This is not good news. You know, there was a famine in British India last year. It's only May now. It may be too early to say that there will be a famine. Even if there is a famine, it may not be very serious. When Alan Wilson heard this, he understood clearly in his heart. In 1946, famine occurred in many countries, and the subcontinent was no exception. It seemed that in the end, he still did not have the template of the chosen son of God, let alone the ability to change the Earth's climate change. The famine was not late, and it would not be absent. Sir Baron, who was a little irritable, listened to Alan Wilson's words and thought that it was the same reason. Maybe he was worrying too much. It was not certain whether there would be a famine. Even if it did, it might not be serious. Even if it was very serious, he was not responsible. Who could predict the future and know that the weather would be bad? Standing at the door of the governor's mansion, watching Sir Baron's car start, Alan Wilson got on his own bus to deal with some personal matters, leaving aside the matter of discussing the play with the Queen of the Screen. The current Queen of Demons was obviously much more in awe of Alan Wilson, and the overlap of their peak periods made Vivien Leigh very excited. Cleopatra gave birth to 2 children for Anthony. Touching Vivien Leigh's soft body, Alan Wilson spoke shamelessly, saying the name of Cleopatra, but actually talking about the actress who played the queen. Stop it, I'm all alone in India, how can I explain the birth of a child? Vivien Leigh rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson, feeling that the boy in front of her was getting more and more excessive. It would be better if you were in England. Alan Wilson nodded and sighed with regret. Vivien Leigh was about to nod, but suddenly came to her senses, stretched out her hand, and grabbed Alan Wilson's ear and said, "You bad guy, you actually want me to give birth to an illegitimate child for you? It's too much." Just kidding, just kidding. Alan Wilson begged for mercy and said that he was not that kind of person. But he felt in his heart that the time was indeed not right. Compared with Alan Wilson's indifferent attitude, Jindari returned to the Congress Party headquarters and met the 3 giants of the Congress Party, Gandhi, Nehru and Patel, to explain the attitude of the Indian governor's office. The whole conference room was audible. Did the British really say that? Patel listened to Jindari's words and asked a question in return. Seeing Jindari nod, he said angrily, "The British have never learned how to show respect to India." Chapter 219, Seal of Destiny. Yes, Sada, that Englishman was very arrogant and rude. Jindari complained angrily, completely ignoring the fact that he arrived at the governor's mansion at the end of his workday and was not punctual. I said that the Congress Party represents India, but he said that it is not only the Congress Party that represents India. He also said that when facing the governor's mansion, it is best not to use some small tricks to achieve the goal like facing the Muslim League. He actually thinks of us like this? Patel said angrily after hearing this. The British actually ignored the most widespread public opinion in India. Maybe we should let the British know the consequences of non-cooperation. Nehru, what do you think? I don't want to get involved in this matter. Nehru frowned and glanced at Patel and said slowly, this matter is indeed very embarrassing. The number of girls taken away by the British is increasing. From a moral point of view, our opposition is untenable. How can we explain to the city supporters the purpose of our maintenance of these temples? Nehru, this is not a question of morality. You should know that most people are pure Hindus first, and they are our supporters. Patel insisted, we have a wide range of supporters, not just in Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, they are on every inch of land you can see. So we have to protect those beasts. Nehru asked back dissatisfiedly, I'm sorry, I don't want India to become a joke of the whole world. In fact, if we openly oppose it, there will be no great India in the future. I absolutely do not agree to openly oppose the British actions this time. If you have any other ideas, I will definitely be happy to see it happen. Nehru took a strong resistance to Patel's ideas, and then turned to Gandhi and said, Dear Mr. Gandhi, there are indeed some things in Hinduism that are not suitable for modern society. We have no moral position to oppose the British actions this time. If it gets out of hand, it will affect the image of the entire India. After Nehru finished speaking, he said that he would never get involved in this matter. Deep down, he was not interested in Hinduism, and his usual support for Hinduism was just a pretense. It was just that the reality of the subcontinent forced him to pretend to support Hinduism. Deep down, Nehru had always had a favorable impression of the Soviet Union's development path. Talk to the governor's office and strive for favorable conditions. Gandhi pondered for a moment, knowing that the two giants representing the open and conservative parties in the party had completely different attitudes towards this matter, so he began to smooth things over. In this way, if Patel is very concerned about this matter, you will come forward to communicate with the British. Okay, I'll get ready and go right away. Patel nodded, stood up from his seat, and left the meeting room in 2 or 3 steps. Gandhi waved his hand and asked Jindari to go out with him. Mr. Gandhi, we don't have the motivation to confront the governor's office on this matter. How do we explain that we oppose the British to rescue those saints? After the two left, Nehru spoke, yes, I admit that the majority of Hindus are our staunch supporters, but our supporters also distinguish where they live. Obviously, in terms of public opinion, the citizens who can expand our influence have doubts about our firm maintenance of those temples. The majority of Hindus may be more in number, but they can't speak. The people who can speak out are the citizens living in Mumbai and Delhi. What will these citizens think? The Congress Party, which pursues national sovereignty and independence, actually protects a group of scum. But Patel's position is very firm. We must always maintain unity. Gandhi stared at Nehru with eyes that seemed full of wisdom. Let's see what happens first. Maybe there will be a good result. I know this too. Nehru smiled bitterly. Patel was not inferior to him in terms of qualifications. The two had nothing in common, except that they both studied in London. Nehru's supporters were leftists, while Patel's supporters were obviously Hindu. Patel became famous for successfully organizing a peasant movement against government taxation in Badali County, Gujarat, and was praised by Gandhi as the Sardar of India. He valued practice, acted decisively, and had great appeal, which was regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the British authorities. This made Patel enjoy a high reputation in the Congress Party. In addition, he had been following Gandhi for a long time, and was an iron-fisted figure in the leadership of the Congress Party. The Sardar in Patel's name was given by Gandhi, which means leader. Gandhi believed that Patel's appearance could fully show the attitude of the Congress Party to the British. The person who came out from the governor's office was still Alan Wilson, who simulated the life of Cleopatra with Vivian Leigh. There was no way. The governor was eager to return home, and was tired of meeting with the Congress Party and the Muslim League. As for Sir Baron, his personality was positive. Only Alan Wilson's young shoulders were suitable for supporting the villain personality. Meeting with Patel, one of the three giants of the Congress Party, was actually no different. After listening to Patel's accusations against this action, Alan Wilson faced the window and took the opportunity to pick his ears. People are still here, and I don't know where my thoughts have drifted. Dear Mr. Patel, did you learn how to protect a group of perverts when you were studying in London? It seems that you learned law in London in vain. You are really unworthy of the British Empire's training of you. After listening to Patel's accusations against the governor's office, Alan Wilson spoke calmly, but fortunately, you are finally more punctual. Unlike the idiot before, he had to wait until the end of get off work to come. Maybe I don't understand the Indian sense of time. It may be a bit arbitrary to say this, but actually I want to say that I don't even understand the Indians' moral concepts very well now. This is a very rare thing. I have always believed that no one understands India better than me. After talking nonsense, Alan Wilson turned around leisurely and handed over a cup of tea from behind. While making tea, he said, "It's still early today. I'd like to hear what you think about the existence of the same group and their rescue now. This is the Indians' own business and should not be solved by the colonizers." Patel has been a lawyer. He did not dwell on the nature of the same group, but emphasized that Alan Wilson and others were colonizers. As expected of a former lawyer, lawyers are paid to do things, and they have created many unjust, false and wrong cases, right? It's very much like our British Empire. Alan Wilson smiled and did not forget to make fun of himself. Anyway, he was not embarrassed, but others were embarrassed. The hostility of the colonists to Hinduism is very shocking. When Patel heard what Alan Wilson said, he knew that he had met his opponent and began to refute the other party from a macro perspective. I would like to express hostility to the Peace Church, but there is no such thing in the mosque. Alan Wilson looked like he didn't blame me. We in the British Empire also want to do some good things. Don't always say that we don't do good things when you mention the British in the future. Since there are problems with Hinduism, it's better for everyone to admit that we are unlucky. As I said before, don't treat the governor's office with the attitude towards the Muslim League, so that we can still talk. If there is a widespread non-cooperation movement, I believe it is not what the governor's office wants to see, right? Patel's face was already very ugly. The young British man in front of him was just a civil servant, and he was one of the three giants of the Congress Party, but he was so disrespectful to him. The Governor General is currently preparing to return home. If there is a soft confrontation with the British Empire at this time, it will be a good opportunity. Alan Wilson suggested confidently, "Are you going on a hunger strike?" I haven't seen a hunger strike yet. If there is no manager gap in British India and someone starves himself to death, I might pretend not to see it. This may affect the large-scale construction plan of British India and may paralyze the entire subcontinent. Pacifista Christians account for a quarter of the population of British India. Even if the entire Hindu community does not cooperate, it will not delay the implementation of the plan. This may cause violence. Patel's face sank, and he took out his last trump card. This is not good for both sides, but it will be more harmful to Indians. Maybe Indians have an illusion that they can be like the Germans. Alan Wilson said with a sigh, "Of course, for a group of beasts and perverts to go against us, this is something that the Germans have never done. If the Indians insist on doing this, I think the names of Indians will be known to everyone from England to Mississippi." Now Patel believed Jinda's words. Alan Wilson in front of him was indeed very annoying. The ugly face of imperialism was revealed in front of the national leader. This disgusting colonial attitude was exactly what Patel had been striving for: national liberation for a long time. Alan Wilson's bastard attitude that Indians would lose more finally angered the Congress Party giants. Patel finally couldn't help but showed flexibility in the struggle. Indian lives are lives, and I firmly safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of Indians. Alan Wilson looked at the famous iron-fisted figure of the Congress Party in surprise and suspected that he had heard it wrong, but immediately knew that he was looking for a way out. He cleared his throat and began his first statement of agreement today. Of course, not only Indian lives are lives, but Indian lives are also very precious. He was pretending to be tough again. If he wanted to give the colonizers a good look, wouldn't he have to give in the end? Alan Wilson said that he didn't have to kill people to establish his authority, but hoped that Indians could recognize their mistakes. Patel agreed deeply, but went further and said that he should be careful and cautious in dealing with religious issues. Chapter 220 Iron-Fisted Leader. Alan Wilson deeply agreed with this and defended himself. Dear Mr. Patel, I think your defense of Hinduism is tough. Of course, we don't have to do anything to Hinduism. I personally respect Hinduism very much. India has a glorious history and a long and charming civilization. Alan Wilson, who was still standing and talking without any pain in his waist, seamlessly changed to "Our India is too powerful" after receiving the message of surrender. He said that the Indian governor's office has not and will never have any hostile actions against Hinduism. This is all for a more fair and just society and for a better tomorrow for India. Regarding the issue of Hinduism, Alan Wilson said that a small group of disgusting temple elders did not undermine the glory of the broad ideas of Hinduism that illuminated the subcontinent. There are hundreds and thousands of people arrested. Such a large action is actually hard to reassure. Patel very rationally sought the approval of the colonists and safeguarded the legitimate rights and interests of Hinduism. Maybe tens of thousands. After all, it's not over yet. But for the population of the subcontinent, whether it's a few hundred, a few thousand or tens of thousands, it's just a tiny part. This matter is not big or small, it all depends on how you look at it. Let's look at it from a more macro perspective. It's actually not that serious. Alan Wilson said to Patel lightly, this matter will be resolved sooner or later. If these responsibilities are shifted to us colonists, it will not be without benefits to the Congress Party. Oh, Mr. Allen's idea is really novel. Patel complimented with a kind smile. Will it be like this? Why not? For the whole world, this is an obvious crime. If the same group exists for a long time, it will have an indelible negative impact on India after independence. Even your Congress Party will have to solve this problem sooner or later, right? Alan Wilson, who has reached a consensus on this issue, said calmly, we have done bad things, and when you are in power, you can directly fix it with a decree, and there will be no opposition from some unruly people. In fact, I understand that Mr. Patel also despises this kind of behavior, but it's hard to say it out loud. I hate it, but like Alan said, I can't say it out loud. I can only defend it. I don't want to come here. Patel spoke righteously, without the tone he had at the Congress Party headquarters yesterday. Can you take what politicians say seriously? Sometimes politicians have to do things that go against their conscience. I sympathize with them. Alan Wilson looked at Patel with pity and said frankly, in fact, we don't need to have conflicts on this matter. It's all because of some simple-minded, uneducated people who coerced you, causing some unnecessary conflicts. Just talk it out. After the initial tension, the two people representing the governor's office and the Congress Party, after making it clear that the other party was not threatened, began to communicate cordially and friendly. Sometimes, if you don't push yourself, you don't know that you will be so cowardly. Although neither of them gave in verbally, they didn't want confrontation to occur. After clarifying the bottom line, they began to round things back at the same time. We absolutely do not want these respected elders to pay the price of their lives for some trivial matters. They are Brahmins. At the end of the meeting, Patel and Alan Wilson walked out of the governor's palace arm in arm, finalizing the final details. For the respected Brahmins, the governor's office has always had a clear position that it is not appropriate to use overly severe measures. Although we have the ability to do so, we must also consider the feelings of the Indian people. Alan Wilson deliberately made a hesitant expression and then showed that everything was on me and said, how about this? Everyone pays some fines and that's it. If you hadn't come forward, according to our style in other continents, no one would object to shooting these people. Then I owe you a favor. Patel said with a smile. But what about those saints? Give them a sum of money as hush money, and then no one will care about this matter. In short, if the Congress Party cannot hinder the actions of the governor's office at this time, we can completely live in peace in the last 1 to 2 years. Alan Wilson looked at the prosperous governor's office and said meaningfully, I wonder who will be the owner of this place in the future? Patel seemed not to hear it, but said before leaving, maybe I still have to explain to some supporters. I may have to communicate with Mr. Allen first here. No problem. Different positions will not affect our personal relationship. As long as it is not too intense, the governor's office can just treat it as fart. It doesn't matter. Alan Wilson said nonchalantly, but I believe Mr. Patel can control the heat. After all, you are a prestigious politician. Anyway, the colonial government naturally has this attribute. Alan Wilson does not mind taking the blame, but hopes that Patel can control the heat while gaining support. Otherwise, put forward very reasonable suggestions, such as sending troops to monitor during the parade. For the sake of safety, of course, they must be properly armed, but it is recommended to be equipped with machine guns. What did the Indian leader say? Seeing Alan Wilson coming in, Sir Baron put away the bank deposit slip without leaving a trace, and asked with interest, "Is it going well?" "Dear Sir Baron, I met a very courageous Indian leader." Alan Wilson sat down without treating himself as an outsider, and described the consequences of today with a smile. Sir Baron frowned slightly when he heard the two men threatening each other, but when he heard Patel finally showed flexibility in the struggle, his frown relaxed again and he commented, "Very good, but non-violent and non-cooperative protests, once they occur, will always delay a lot of our work, such as large-scale construction. I was also sweating about this just now." But fortunately, Patel finally showed admirable responsibility. Alan Wilson nodded and said, "We have already agreed that the punishment will be mainly fines." "Oh, isn't this exactly what Clark needs?" Sir Baron laughed and then said, "But if the new culture movement ends up with a tiger's head, but a snake's tail, it may cause some Indians who are staring at granite heads to ignore the authority of the governor's office. Then those who can't pay the fine may have to be hit hard. I suggest adopting some Soviet methods. After all, the Labour Party is in power now. The worst rapists should be tried in the form of a public trial. Then they should be publicly shot." Alan Wilson said lightly, "We can declare success if we kill tens of thousands of people at random. It's best not to have more than 100 people in the public trial, and the rest can be executed in secret." Sir Baron leaned back with his fingers crossed and said, "India doesn't know how many people there are anyway. We are open and fair, and we handle it in a transparent way. In the end, we only selected the most heinous criminals and executed 100 people, without mentioning the negotiations at the Indian governor's office, the second phase, that is, the official start of the new culture movement." On the other hand, after leaving the governor's office, Patel quickly convened supporters in Delhi to hold a rally. Patel was undoubtedly the brightest star of this rally. On the one hand, he criticized the governor's office for its stereotyped understanding of Hindus, and on the other hand, he lightly admitted that there was indeed a small group of temple elders who were not innocent. "We oppose the governor's office, which, with stereotypes, has unilaterally exaggerated a good thing. For this reason, I went to the governor's office in person yesterday and conducted the most solemn negotiations." Facing tens of thousands of supporters, Patel boasted at the top of his lungs, "During the negotiations, I protested against this comprehensive crackdown on some crimes, and with my full understanding of the law, I refuted the views of the governor's office. In the end, the British had to realize their mistakes. The vast majority of temple elders are respected people. They should not be implicated because of a small number of bad apples. For this reason, on behalf of the Congress Party, I publicly appeal for donations to bail out these wronged people. Sada, Sada." The madman's supporters shouted the leader's name, and the entire march reached a boiling point. "Get out." Several young supporters cursed the untouchables next to them. "Is this a place you can come to?" Several people looked at the annoying untouchable with disgust as he walked away, with contempt in their eyes. On such an important occasion, when everyone was discussing democracy, such a thing actually appeared. It seems to be quite lively. Alan Wilson, holding a telescope, commented to himself, "Delhi and New Delhi are connected. Although it is not very clear from this position, it can be felt that there are a lot of people." At the same time as Patel's rally, the British Army in New Delhi was also on standby to prevent the situation from getting out of control. In the end, the bad consequences did not appear. Patel said to his supporters with a tough face that if it were not for him, these captured elders and monks would all be shot. Because of his righteous words, they could regain their freedom, as long as they paid a fine. Patel, who showed an iron-fisted attitude, successfully showed that, Politicians are not good, especially politicians who need support rates and dare to take any credit. However, this is exactly the purpose of the Supreme Court. Originally, they wanted to make up excuses to make these captured Brahmins pay money. Now the appearance of Patel has solved this problem, and they can collect bail openly. Chapter 221 Successor. The movement still needs to be promoted. When Alan Wilson went to the Supreme Court, he received a positive answer from Clark. There is no such thing as stopping once. Once there is countless times. As long as you can see the benefits, you will do it infinitely, until you can no longer make a profit. Of course, this is not necessarily a bad thing. At least British India is much more motivated than British Ceylon. Recently, the biggest thing in the governor's office is Governor Wavell's application for transfer. As a general who was seriously injured in World War I, Governor Wavell's health is not good, not to mention that the environment in British India has never been good. In fact, the summer here is hot, and although the winter is short, the humid climate for 1 month is also unpleasant, especially for people like Governor Wavell who are injured. In applying to return home, Governor Wavell was very determined. Of course, this actually did not interfere with the governor's office. When the governor was there, he did not handle government affairs. After all, he was a pure soldier and had no similar talents. Vivian Leigh, who was wearing a shirt, but exposed to the air, walked around in the bedroom. After a while, she came back with a plate of cut fruit and enjoyed it with Alan Wilson. Hearing the man say this, she said in an understanding tone, "Actually, you are the ones who control everything, right? Not everything, and it can't be said that way. We are just executors." Alan Wilson took a grape and sucked it gently, performing his skillful ventriloquism. Then he said, "As representatives of the British Empire managing the colonies, we all work under the command of ministers in our home country." "Oh, really? A minister working in our home country half a world away can make you obey his orders?" Having been in British India for quite some time, Vivian Leigh certainly understood how these civil servants viewed the ministers. Alan Wilson pretended not to hear the Queen's ridicule and smiled knowingly. "So, we hate any discussion of giving up colonies. Without colonies, we are just an island country, the edge of the continent. Any imperial influence will eventually disappear, not only from a national perspective, but also from a personal perspective. Are you still the queen of international influence? Please tell me who is the most famous movie star in Colombia." This, Vivian Leigh naturally didn't know, but women have their own ways. She directly reached out and patted Alan Wilson who was lying on the bed. "How can you compare me with those mixed race people? Don't dare to talk nonsense. This is racial discrimination. Although everyone agrees in their hearts, they can't say it out loud." Alan Wilson stretched out his finger and tapped Vivian Leigh's red lips as a punishment, and then said, "In this regard, you actors are not as good as real actors, such as those in Congress." From the perspective of desire alone, Alan Wilson can be anyone, as long as they are not black. In his heart, he also knew that the black ethnic group also has advantages, such as the most coordinated body proportions and the smoothest skin. And it is definitely not useless. Black people are a broad concept. The black countries along the Atlantic coast were destroyed by the triangular trade. The original civilization accumulation was wiped out and became skeletons on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. When the black people in East Africa were colonized, the triangular trade had ended. The independent countries are obviously much more stable than those in West Africa. It is also true that black people do not have a strong country, but for Alan Wilson, it is still a question of aesthetics. Vivian Leigh is not interested in such things about civilization and race. Alan Wilson will talk about something that the Queen of Demons is interested in. Now it is time to start filming the documentary. If it is too late, the arrested temple elders will be released on bail. Goddess from London, you should save these miserable women. All your kindness should be shown in the documentary. He reached out and touched Vivian Leigh. "Are you ready? Out of respect for Indian traditions, I suggest that the filming be 3 hours long. Can I be the director myself?" Vivian Leigh leaned forward instead of retreating. It seemed that the request was too much, but in Alan Wilson's eyes, this request was not excessive at all, and he nodded in approval. Under the care of the Assistant Commissioner of British India, Vivian Leigh directed a film for the first time, and led the filming of a film. From now on, she was no longer a controlled actor and took the first step towards capital. All of this was brought by the man in front of her. With the assistance of the governor's office, Vivian Leigh entered the working state for the first time after arriving in British India. She began to enter the Supreme Court, borrow files, contact the detained temple elders and the vast number of victims, listen to the statements of both sides, and accumulate materials for the release of the film. Everything in the governor's office remained the same, except for the increasingly obvious signs of drought and the equally hot construction. There were also sporadic religious conflicts and protests of a controllable scale. Overall, it can still be said that the situation was very good. The feeling of sitting on the crater was so exciting. When the Congress Party was dissatisfied and doubtful about the second stage of the new culture movement, that is, the fight against crimes against women, the governor's office released the rumor that it might consider letting the Muslim League form a provisional government. All of a sudden, all the dissatisfaction disappeared. The Congress Party hoped that an independent India would be controlled by the Congress Party, not by the Muslim League, and for this reason expressed firm opposition to the governor's office's attempt. Almost instantly, accusations against the governor's office came overwhelmingly, and the stable situation in British India was still acceptable. It seemed to have become a thing of the past in an instant, but in the end, with all the top leaders of the Congress Party mobilized, the protests sweeping the subcontinent were quickly quelled. During this period, the work of resettling retired soldiers continued, the construction was not delayed, and of course the action to combat crimes against women did not stop. Everything remained the same. In London newspapers, the governor's office arrested tens of thousands of temple elders suspected of bullying young girls and more than 100,000 rapists in a short period of time, which became the most concerned issue for London citizens. British India has become almost synonymous with hell. However, the focus of the Imperial Centre is on the protests in British India. Although the situation is still stable at present, it is also worrying. Except for the Secretary of State for Indian Affairs, many cabinet members are very worried. The minister is an exception. The minister must guarantee the rights of women. His vital interests are women's rights, not British India. In addition to the resignation telegram submitted by Governor General Wavell, who earnestly hopes to leave British India, the cabinet feels that they should discuss the issue of British India. In fact, the conflict in British India has never abated. It's just that local civil servants keep diverting conflicts and delaying their departure. The problem still lies with the Congress Party and the Muslim League. Attlee said to Edward Bridges, once the situation gets out of control, it will be very worrying. Dear Prime Minister, as of May, British India has contributed more than £50 million and a large number of orders. It has a huge promoting effect on the mainland. Edward Bridges directly took out a report, put it in front of Attlee and said, of course we admit that British India is now like sitting on the crater of a volcano, but local civil servants have taken risks, which will only make the mainland recover its vitality sooner. If we pour cold water on it at this time. Of course I understand their responsibility for the British Empire. Looking at the £50 million report, Prime Minister Attlee first affirmed the achievements of British Indian civil servants. After all, it is less than half a year now, and it is indeed gratifying to be able to contribute £50 million of financial support. Then Attlee faced the reality and said, but we can't ignore the future. Governor Wavell has proposed to resign, and has expressed his intention to return to his homeland several times. We can't ignore it. Moreover, he is a pure soldier, and is not good at coordination. We need to consider a suitable candidate. That's a problem. This person must be flexible, have experience in understanding the local area, have a wide network of contacts, and have the personality to handle complex personnel relationships. Edward Bridges summarized the advantages one by one. Yes, he must understand the local area, have connections, and be good at coordinating relations between all parties. Prime Minister Attlee muttered a few conditions. A figure gradually appeared in his mind and suddenly looked up at Edward Bridges. Mountbatten. Prime Minister Attlee and Edward Bridges blurted out almost at the same time. Isn't it too hasty? After all, General Mountbatten has just left British India not long ago. Prime Minister Attlee said with some embarrassment. He has just taken office in the Mediterranean Fleet, and the order was also issued by the cabinet. Now he is asked to go back. I have no right to interfere in the formulation of policies. But looking at this candidate alone, there may be few people more suitable than General Mountbatten. Edward Bridges first cleared himself of suspicion, and then said, in the Asian battlefield, the allied forces of various countries were not coordinated in their operations, which led to their defeat by the Japanese army. After General Mountbatten took office, he reorganized the relations between various countries and strengthened the cooperation between the allied forces, laying a good foundation for the counterattack. There is reason to believe that General Mountbatten has the ability to coordinate the relationship between the Congress Party and the Muslim League. Edward Bridges mentioned Mountbatten's coordination ability in World War II, which made Prime Minister Attlee nod continuously. Although he had a very smart hairstyle, he could not think of a more suitable candidate now, so he could only say, why not send a telegram to test and ask the general how he is doing in the Mediterranean. Chapter 222, Drinking Wine and Talking About Heroes. Commander of the first cruiser fleet of the Mediterranean Fleet, an outstanding representative of tall, rich and handsome men, General Mountbatten was in a good mood and showed full adaptability to the new position. The British Royal Navy is powerful and has different organizations in different periods, but the Mediterranean Fleet has always been in the top 3. If the Royal Navy is downsized now, only 3 fleets will remain, and the Mediterranean Fleet will also be retained. The Mediterranean is still firmly under the control of the British Empire and plays an important role in connecting the mainland and colonies. Although he no longer holds the high position of power during the war, Mountbatten is still proud and has expectations for his military career. Compared with Mountbatten, the general's family is not very comfortable. Pamela Mountbatten has been in a very low mood since returning home, which makes Edwina Ashley very worried. Finally, through the eldest daughter Patricia Mountbatten's words, it was learned that the youngest daughter was in love with Alan Wilson, who almost left a classic image of a civil servant. Considering her husband's mood, Edwina Ashley also wanted her daughter to forget the man at first, and even revealed the fact that British civil servants openly bought sex on the streets of France. However, all this was useless. Pamela Mountbatten soon figured out the whole story and became resistant to her mother's behavior of aiding and abetting the evil. So as a mother, Edwina Ashley showed a fully flexible position and stopped interfering with her daughter who was deeply in love. She said that she was actually very optimistic about Alan Wilson and wanted to stop it. It was all your father's fault. Then she took her daughter to the British occupied zone in Germany, saying that she wanted to see what her son-in-law's vision was like, and whether the mentioned company was very promising. Edwina Ashley was a Jew, and although her life was not in danger because of the German purge, but she didn't have a good impression of Germany. Coming to the British occupied zone was completely with the pleasure of revenge. On the one hand, I saw what the miserable situation was now in this country that wanted to eliminate the Jews. On the other hand, making money was immersed in the blood of the Jews. If some famous German companies before the war became part of their wealth, it was also revenge in a sense. The family is currently separated. Edwina Ashley took her 2 daughters to Germany, and Mountbatten was in the Mediterranean Fleet, enjoying the warm sea breeze of the Mediterranean. At this time, the cabinet's exploratory telegram arrived at the Mediterranean Fleet and was delivered to Mountbatten. There was no special question in the telegram, but just a routine inquiry about General Mountbatten's current living conditions, such as how he ate, slept well, and was as strong as a bull, whether he adapted to his new position, how he got along with his colleagues, etc. General Mountbatten certainly gave a positive reply to the cabinet's care, saying that he got along very well with his colleagues, ate well and slept well, adapted very well to the Mediterranean environment, and was in great shape. He could continue to serve the British Empire in any environment. When this reply arrived in London, after the news from other aspects was summarized, Prime Minister Attlee had a bottom line in his heart. General Mountbatten was in good health, and first of all, the possibility of rejection due to physical reasons was ruled out. It was not long after he arrived at the Mediterranean Fleet that he was fully familiar with the situation, which showed that his communication skills were very sufficient. But how can we come up with a very irresistible reason to get Mountbatten to return to British India? After all, his return was approved by the cabinet. Prime Minister Attlee scratched his smooth scalp and laughed awkwardly. Edward, you agreed at the beginning. Will it affect your prestige? We are just executors. We don't have any prestige. Edward Bridges said that civil servants do not have such a thing as prestige, and then changed the subject. However, General Mountbatten is a nobleman. It is better to think of a solution from this aspect. Good idea. It seems that many war heroes have been knighted, but as the Commander-in-Chief of the Southeast Asia military region, General Mountbatten has not been rewarded. This is very unreasonable. Prime Minister Adley's eyes lit up, and he followed Edward Bridges' train of thought and said, Mountbatten must be commended for his achievements in Southeast Asia, especially British India. This is also logical. I believe no one will object. Edward Bridges agreed. The British Indian governor's mansion was as peaceful as usual. The civil servants who worked for a better tomorrow for British India naturally didn't know what happened in the far west around Governor Wavell's resignation. Every day when they woke up, everyone was concerned about what was happening under their feet. After all, this was where everyone lived. Alan, who do you think is more suitable to govern India, Patel or Nehru? Sir Baron talked about the recent situation. Although the top leaders of the Congress Party went out to calm the incident, the tension was not fake. The current British Indian civil servants were indeed working on the edge of a volcano. It's hard to say. It's like a madman running a mental hospital. Alan Wilson shook his head. One of these two people represents the secular, pro-Soviet, and potential socialist. The other is a Hindu conservative with a powerful family, and is a big landowner and businessman. In terms of family background, Patel is much stronger than Nehru, but in terms of image, Nehru is more suitable. This is a really difficult question. Hitler has proved that we cannot simply look at issues based on whether they are socialist or not. Patel's position is obviously tougher, and he usually regards himself as an iron-fisted leader. Sir Baron nodded in agreement. On the issue of princely states, Patel is actually more difficult to deal with, right? That should be the case, Sir Baron. Alan Wilson smiled bitterly, but it's only different on the surface. Nehru actually thinks so, but he didn't call for it as publicly as Patel. But fortunately, these two people are more like normal people than Chandra Bose. If it weren't for the later Modi who made the world's tallest statue, Alan Wilson would not have remembered Patel at all. Just like many people know that Merkel is the German Chancellor, but few people know who is the German President. Modi did this just to balance Nehru's influence. After all, his party is the opponent of the Congress Party. Unfortunately, when the BJP was fighting for independence in India, it really didn't know where to squat, and couldn't find a person who could carry the flag of its own party. So it brought out Patel, who was also the leader of the Congress Party. Patel was born in the rural area of Gujarat, and was one of the 4 founding leaders of India and the founder of the Congress Party. He and Nehru were called Gandhi's right-hand man. From Modi's perspective, erecting a giant statue of Patel is also to regain the balance of India's political image project, hoping that Indians can forget Nehru. As the leader of the BJP, Modi needs to find political support to oppose the Congress Party, and Patel, who has conflicts with Nehru and has a good reputation, was chosen. From the perspective of caste, the name Patel can be understood as a village chief, not a very high caste. However, the village chief is the most basic manager, and the power of the surname Patel can be said to be very strong, far exceeding Nehru, whose hometown is in Kashmir, and does not have much support from his family. As far as the current 3 giants of the Congress Party are concerned, Gandhi is a saint, and saint is just a profession. In addition to being an expert in hunger strike, Gandhi's proposition for managing the country is to turn India into a big rural area, which is obviously not acceptable. As for Patel, after the saint incident, Alan Wilson has no expectations for this old predecessor of Modi. A predecessor is a predecessor, and the level of the predecessor of the older mortal is just that. Although Patel's ideas are similar to liberalism in terms of propositions, Alan Wilson thinks of India's basic conditions. The Republic of China, with a similar population, is very liberal under the leadership of Chiang Kai. A colony with such poor basic conditions has no accumulation, and relies on large landowners and big businessmen to develop its economy. At best, it is a Korean chaebol. In the end, Patel's supporters should never reach the strength of the Korean chaebol, but they definitely have a life that the Korean chaebol envy. After all, India has the caste system to support it. Compared with the old predecessors, Nehru is already a very sober and normal person in the current British India. Compared with Gandhi, who can't do anything except hunger strike, Patel, who turned black and white and said that he came forward in exchange for the opportunity to be fined, Nehru is worthy of being a politician. Now let the British Empire choose. If British India can't stay, at least it must be handed over to a normal person. So this Patel, who seems to be very suitable for the British appetite, still can't be favored. What if India collapses? Moreover, although Patel's proposition is suitable for the appetite of capitalism, he is very tough on the proposition of the princely states. This is not a good choice for Alan Wilson, who wants to help the princely states. Patel seems to be very popular now, and we have to think of a way. Sir Baron looked at Alan Wilson and said that Patel's life should not be too comfortable. I heard that Ms. Vivienne Leigh is very concerned about the tragic fate of the saints and wants to make a documentary. If there is enough time, we will release a film throughout British India, which will embarrass Patel. He said that it was only a small part of the behavior. Just as the two were discussing the situation in British India, there was a noise at the door. Ethel pushed the door open and nodded to Alan Wilson, then said, "Sir Baron, the telegram from London is for Governor Wavell. It seems that whether our governor will stay or leave is in the telegram." Sir Baron smiled, opened the telegram, read it at a glance, and said with a smile as expected after a moment, "We should prepare for the farewell ceremony." Chapter 223 Alan in Pakistan. So we should have a new Governor General, but there is no news yet. Ethel said with surprise, "Does this mean that there will be a window period for the Governor General? Wouldn't that be better? Originally, we have the final say in British India. It doesn't matter whether there is a Governor General or not. It would be better if there is no Governor General." Alan Wilson sighed with longing. If nothing unexpected happens, the new Governor General will be Mountbatten. But then again, although this is also a good result, but the better result is still no Governor General. Although he also knows that this is a delusion, there is always a thought, right? It's good to have a window period. The country will not sit idly by and watch British India without a Governor General. Sir Baron saw Alan Wilson's little thoughts at a glance and directly broke the delusion. "I just don't know who it is." "Yes, I don't know if the new Governor General is easy to get along with," Alan Wilson perfunctorily said absent-mindedly. This is really a problem for him. It may be a good thing, but it may also be a bad thing. Who knows what impression Mountbatten left on him? It's useless to think so much. The first thing to do is to make the British India a bright and clear world. Although he is an optimist, Alan Wilson was still affected by Mountbatten's unclear attitude. Vivienne Leigh felt this most clearly. "What's wrong?" "I'm quite angry today." Alan Wilson let out a long breath and soon felt relieved. Afterwards, he had to apologize to Vivienne Leigh, saying that he was not like this usually, but was a little depressed today. "Okay, I know you are in a bad mood. I forgive you this time." Vivienne Leigh rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson, showing the broad mind of a woman, and she didn't argue with the young man. "You are scared like this because a new governor is going to be replaced. Where is your usual momentum? You are not like this usually. Usually it's usual." Alan Wilson opened his mouth, but did not explain to Vivienne Leigh what Mountbatten meant to him. If he had to make things difficult for him because of his daughter's problem, how could he bear it? Fortunately, Vivienne Leigh did not dwell on this issue and said unhappily, "You people are trying to figure out other people's thoughts every day. Aren't you tired? If I didn't bother to figure out other people's thoughts, Vivienne, you wouldn't have come to the subcontinent. It was my suggestion to let you come." Alan Wilson said with a proud look on his face, "I saw you at the cultural exchange venue and wanted to get you. You've succeeded. I'm happy." Vivienne Leigh nudged Alan Wilson with her elbow and said unhappily, "You are not very old, but you have so many bad intentions. You are so bad. There are more bad people at work. The people here are despicable. Who made the bad people among the masses?" Alan Wilson's face was serious, and he shirked responsibility. "Just look at the British India now. Who is easy to deal with? If I don't raise my guard, the Indians will dare to ride on our heads. These Indians can do anything. How can you be too much? Your behavior would lead to a duel in the Middle Ages. No man can tolerate the fact that his wife is unfaithful." Vivienne Leigh stretched out her fingertips and touched Alan Wilson's big nose. pretending to be fierce and frightening. How can the gentlemen of our British Empire be the same as the European country bumpkins? Alan Wilson leaned back nonchalantly, opened his mouth to hold the witch's finger, and said vaguely, "A gentleman naturally has a gentlemanly way of doing things. There was a tradition of dueling in medieval Europe, and Britain was no exception. However, gentlemen naturally have gentlemanly ways, and dueling became the patent of British gentlemen. Gentlemen's duels were all about heartbeats, but the mortality rate was not as high as that of the French. During the Napoleonic Wars, more than 8,000 French people died in duels, and they were absolutely full of martial virtues. George III was in power for decades. The total number of British duels was 172, with 344 participants, but only 69 people died, and the mortality rate of duels was only 20%. This mortality rate was not as good as the infant mortality rate of the same period. British duels are different from European duels. First of all, the gold content is very high. Nearly 20 of the top nobles and political leaders, such as the Duke of York, the Duke of Richmond, the Duke of Buckingham, the Duke of Bedford, and Prime Minister Pitt, have participated in duels. Now Vivian Leigh threatened Ellen Wilson that her husband would challenge her to a duel, which made Ellen Wilson very dissatisfied. She decided to have a duel with Vivian Leigh before the other husband arrived. The harmony of yin and yang is just a balance. Serving the masses of the subcontinent is what Alan Wilson strives for. He dared not imagine whether these people would end up in a miserable situation if they left the British management. This kind of thing is better to happen because it is very consistent with the teachings of Hinduism. No matter how many good words Gandhi and Nehru said, Ali Jinnah would not compromise. In the early days, Jinnah just wanted to fight for the equal status of peaceful believers, but was not accepted. History has proved that, if a person deviates from his original position, he will jump back and trample on his original ideas and never look back. This is the case with Stalin, a student in the seminary, and Tito, who hit Croatia hard. Unless Gandhi and the Congress Party give peaceful believers superior treatment now, India and Pakistan are destined not to exist in one country. Jinnah would rather lead peaceful believers and Hindus to fight a religious war. When Jinnah was young, he was not enthusiastic about the partition of India and Pakistan, and his requirements were not harsh. At that time, he just wanted to fight for equal rights for peaceful believers in India. Now it's too late. If the Congress Party could reach an agreement with Jinnah earlier, there would be no such thing as the partition of India and Pakistan, and the peace believers in India would not have national consciousness. Moreover, the problem of peace believers in India will be better solved after independence, because Ali Jinnah is very old and has long suffered from tuberculosis. Second, Nehru is much younger than him and in good health. So no matter how history plays out, Jinnah cannot outlast Nehru. As long as Jinnah dies, the peace believers will lose their backbone, and Nehru will have no obstacles to solving national problems internally. However, if unity and independence are maintained, Nehru may be more determined to promote the Soviet Union's proposition, because the two major religions coexist in one country, and the population base is still so large, there is no need to rely on one to eliminate the other, so he can only learn from the Soviet Union and carry out religious cleansing. Although religious cleansing may not necessarily solve the problem once and for all, it may work for a few decades, and India will also change. So it is better for the partition of India and Pakistan to happen as scheduled. No one cared more about Jinnah's health than Alan Wilson. Did he take the initiative to contact the Congress Party after he came to the subcontinent? No, but he took the initiative to see Ali Jinnah and came to show his goodwill with the good wishes of the father of Pakistan to persevere. Dear Mr. Jinnah, this is the first time we meet under such circumstances. After Alan Wilson met Ali Jinnah as he wished, he greeted him in a friendly manner. I don't know how your health is recently. Your health is the direction of the peace believers of the entire subcontinent. With my good wishes, I hope that the day of your independence with Pakistan will come sooner. If you were not a British, I would almost believe it. Ali Jinnah couldn't help laughing and said, you British people only care about interests. When will you care about what the people of the subcontinent think? It's because we care about interests the most. When interests overlap, we are most loyal. Mr. Jinnah should know that there are two opinions in London about the future of the subcontinent. One is to retain the integrity, and the other is to divide it. The former is louder, but it has not been mentioned much recently. Alan Wilson said this, and then changed the subject. I'm one of those who support partition. From the perspective of the Muslim League, I'm one of ours. Ali Jinnah slowly straightened his back. His thin figure, which was almost the same as Gandhi's, made the chair under his buttocks seem very wide, but it did not undermine the majesty of the Muslim League leader. The Muslim League is very willing to believe that Mr. Allen is one of ours. Of course, in fact, my idea is not a minority among British civil servants in the subcontinent, but it is not easy for us to talk. Alan Wilson said with a gentle smile, we think that the partition of India and Pakistan makes sense, and even more so, if the princely states are added. The princely states are too fragmented, and there are too many of them. To be honest, there are only 10 to 15 princely states with a certain degree of defense capabilities. While giving a formulaic answer, Ali Jinnah wondered what Alan Wilson meant. But I believe that the Muslim League can also work hard. We must look at Ali Khan, Salman Khan, not to mention Ali Singh of the Kashmir princely state. Alan Wilson shook his head with hesitation. The problems in these places are very troublesome, enough to cause war. May I ask what Mr. Jinnah thinks of the future of Pakistan? It's just a hypothesis, without any prejudice. This question is indeed very presumptuous. Ali Jinnah answered honestly, and then hesitated. As long as we are not in the same country with Hindus, we are willing to bear any price. Can you be more specific? I will imagine myself as Nehru now, and see if I can find countermeasures, based on Mr. Jinnah's ideas. Alan Wilson encouraged Ali Jinnah to speak out his thoughts. He was able to represent the British Empire and sell out the interests of Eastern Europe to the Soviet Union. Why can't he sell out the Congress Party again? It's a joke. He should have come a long time ago. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Honoring Telegram. Unless Nehru can find a more powerful idea to suppress the discord between the two religions, the partition of India and Pakistan is inevitable. Of course, this premises that Ali Jinnah is safe and sound. In history, is it heroes who make the times, or is it the times that make heroes? This is a very macro question that Alan Wilson, an ordinary person, cannot answer, but he can make some tactical modifications. Now Jinnah is still Jinnah, and Alan Wilson opposite him is now Nehru, and Nehru is Alan Wilson. Ali Jinnah's plan for the post-partition period can be judged by Alan Wilson's answer to see whether it is feasible. After Ali Jinnah made the first point, that is, to clarify the partition, Alan Wilson gave a very sincere answer. Once India and Pakistan become two countries, they will definitely turn against each other. The existence of British India only suppressed the hatred between the two religions. To be fair, I personally think that Hinduism is the most backward religion in the world. But after the partition, Pakistan, with its strength, will definitely not be able to withstand the attack of India, because the population difference is too great. Alan Wilson can find countless examples, but the most familiar one is Chinese history. The history of India's crushing of Pakistan is the war between the Qing dynasty and the Junggar Empire, when the world had not yet had an industrial revolution. If you just look at the map, half of the Qing dynasty's 13 million square kilometers of territory was once ruled by the Junggar Empire. Just looking at the map, it should be absolutely evenly matched. In fact, for a period of time, it was indeed evenly matched. In the biggest defeat before Britain in the Battle of Tangpo, the Qing army lost 10,000 people. This was the biggest defeat of the Qing army, before facing the Europeans. Don't look at the small number of casualties, but in fact it was the first battle after the establishment of the Qing dynasty that could kill 10,000 people. The fact that the Junggar Empire was able to kill 10,000 Qing troops, who were like children in East Asia, proved its fighting power. But the Qing dynasty had a huge reserve of manpower. If there were not enough Bannermen, they would replace them with Han people. The Jungars were all Mongolians. The Jungars were no match for the Qing army. Throughout history, the fighting power of Hindus is not as strong as Mr. Allen said about the Chinese. Ali Jinnah said that it was not appropriate to use the example of East Asia to generalize the subcontinent. I should thank you on behalf of the Chinese people. Alan Wilson spoke very seriously. At least he was more honest than those people in the Congress Party. But the principle is the same. Don't mention that the Hindus are several times your population. Mr. Jinnah should also know about the resource advantage. There is also industrial scale. It can be said that the Congress Party has an advantage in any indicator that can be measured. Of course, weak countries like to brag about culture. Culture is something that cannot be distinguished. People can ignore objective laws with their eyes closed. Do you want me to show Mr. Jinnah the resource reserves and industrial capacity distribution of the governor's office? Ali Jinnah remained silent. He knew that the weak history of Hindus in history could only give peace-loving believers a psychological advantage at best, but it was almost useless under the overwhelming data in all aspects. This shows that the leader of the Muslim League admits that if the partition is successful, India's advantage over Pakistan is overwhelming. If you can admit your own weakness, you can continue to talk, and then there will be a few powder kegs. Alan Wilson did not mention Hyderabad and other princely states, but singled out Kashmir and asked, 90% of the population of Kashmir are peaceful Christians, but the Maharaja is a Hindu. How does Pakistan view this? Independence or merging with Pakistan, no matter how you look at it, Kashmir should not be part of India in order to respect public opinion. Ali Jinnah thought for a moment and then gave a decisive answer. It's a pity that it was Nehru's hometown at that time. Alan Wilson shook his head helplessly and said, if Mr. Jinnah thinks that the Congress Party can be reasonable, he should now call on the British to leave with the Congress Party. What's the problem here? There must be some problem. Otherwise Mr. Jinnah would not have quit the Congress Party. Anyway, I'm Nehru, and I will definitely not give up my hometown. As soon as this was said, Ali Jinnah's rebuttal was blocked in his throat. Ali Jinnah knew the style of the Congress Party very well. Then Alan Wilson said that once the war broke out, the newly born Pakistan and India would definitely become enemies because of the war. In the future, they will continue to invest in the military because India's foundation is much stronger than Pakistan's. Pakistan will not be able to withstand the long-term arms race. Mr. Allen, are you asking me to give up the demand for independence? Ali Jinnah asked back with a bad face, suspecting that Alan Wilson was lobbying for the Congress Party. Of course not, but such a major matter should always be considered from the worst perspective. Alan Wilson flatly denied Ali Jinnah's speculation. The Congress Party was too stingy. If they took out a certain amount of gold, it would at least be more than what Ali Khan gave. He himself did not mind being a lobbyist, but he would definitely fail anyway. He just came to remind Pakistan that it would be better to gather consensus first and prepare for war. Don't look back and forth at that time. Although this kind of advance reminder is only better than nothing, at most it will cause more deaths in the Indian army. It can't change the national strength gap between India and Pakistan, but who can make Alan Wilson a warm-hearted person? He can't bear to see the people of the subcontinent fall into the pit, so he dug a bigger pit. When the country is going downhill, someone needs to step up and step on the accelerator, and he is such a person. Listening to Alan Wilson, from how to treat princely states, how to view Kashmir, to the position and history of the Congress Party, Ali Jinnah had to admit that Alan Wilson's words were extremely real, and the Nehru he played was just as annoying as Nehru. If Patel was here, he would seem to be even tougher. Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, Gandhi is a man worthy of respect. He played the role of a saint impeccable, but he has no ability to govern the country. He is more of a mentor. Patel is even more annoying. Ali Jinnah was silent for a moment, and a trace of disgust flashed across his face. In principle, I hope that Pakistan can be safe and sound, but this hope is not great. I believe Mr. Jinnah can understand that, if you can be prepared for war in your heart, perhaps the result will be satisfactory. The work of sowing discord has been completed, and Alan Wilson does not plan to stay here any longer. In fact, it cannot be considered as sowing discord, but just a preventive response, based on real history. Of course, it is of no great use, except to make the war more balanced. Kashmir. Ali Jinnah did not even know when Alan Wilson left, but sat alone in a chair, thinking about how to break the deadlock. If a place where 90% of the people are peaceful believers cannot be won, it is undoubtedly a shame for the new Pakistan. Ali Jinnah, who was thinking hard, even forgot to ask why the British Empire could not directly assign Kashmir to Pakistan. At the Indian governor's house, a farewell reception was being held in the evening. Sir Baron organized the staff of the governor's house to praise Governor Wavell for his outstanding contributions in his position as the Governor-General of British India. Alan Wilson used his power for personal gain and invited Vivian Leigh to attend the cocktail party. He knew that the international film queen had depression and liked such occasions. In fact, since coming to British India, Vivian Leigh's depression has improved a lot. Especially after meeting Alan Wilson, this responsive assistant played a huge role in it. From this point of view, Oliver should thank Alan Wilson, because it was he who made Vivian Leigh open her heart and become radiant again. Do you like this kind of occasion, Ms. Vivian? Alan Wilson asked with a sanctimonious look in a tone we were not familiar with. This should be an occasion you are more familiar with. Since I came to British India, I rarely see such occasions. I'm always too busy to stand up straight. Vivian Leigh held the wine glass elegantly, glanced at Alan Wilson with a pair of charming eyes, and said with a double meaning, "Is this the upper class of British India? That's not the case. We are humble and serve the interests of the empire. This kind of cocktail party is very rare." Alan Wilson was stunned and signaled the Queen in front of him not to go too far and pay attention to the occasion. While the two were talking, Governor Wavell came on stage in military uniform to give a speech. The civil servants in the hall stopped talking and listened quietly. He just reviewed his work experience in British India and said that he could not fulfill the duties of the governor because of his body, injured in the war, so he had to resign. At the end, Governor Wavell expressed his gratitude to the officials in the governor's office and then expressed that the new governor would take office soon. During this period, British India would be handed over to you, and so on. Sir Baron also made a speech afterwards, expressing his admiration for Governor Wavell's contribution during the war. The words were touching and impeccable. The civil servants at the whole reception were serious, suppressing their happiness, hoping that the governor would leave soon, because they were reluctant to leave. While British India was reluctant to leave, General Mountbatten, who served in the Mediterranean fleet, packed his bags with a cheerful mood. The telegram from Whitehall affirmed his achievements when he was the commander of the Southeast Asia Theatre and said that he might be awarded a medal in the near future. Finally, he tactfully expressed whether the military affairs were busy and if he had time, he would come back to handle the awarding of medals. Compared with the reluctance of British India, Mountbatten almost immediately replied that he would go back immediately and embarked on the journey back to London. Chapter 225. Continue to divert conflict. He's really back. That's great news. Sir Edward's understanding of General Mountbatten has helped me a lot. In the Prime Minister's office, Attlee sincerely thanked Edward Bridges. "Oh, actually, I don't know much. General Mountbatten is from Cambridge." Edward Bridges shook his head seriously, "And I'm a student at Oxford University. Actually, I don't have much contact with him." In Edward Bridges' eyes, students at Cambridge University are more or less rebellious, and they specifically oppose the rigorous Oxford University. For this purpose, he would not be surprised if a few traitors were sent out as spies to betray Britain. Mountbatten, who came back with great enthusiasm, certainly didn't expect that there was another arduous and glorious task waiting for him. He was braving the wind and waves, rushing to London day and night, and he didn't forget to send a telegram to his wife and daughter in the British occupied area. How could he not have his family by his side on such an important occasion of awarding honours and knighthood? "Thank you for your hospitality, Ms. Isabella. Thank you for your care in Germany recently. When I came here, I heard that there was a very capable female role model who assisted the government in restoring order in the occupied zone." Edwina Ashley held a cup of black tea and thanked Bokina. "War is a terrible thing, especially for us women. I hope your sister can get over the sad past. What Anna needs now is rest. There is nothing I can do as her sister. Anna is fine." Isabella Bokina wanted to laugh in her heart. After Edwina Ashley and her family arrived in Bonn, what shocked them most about the Herman family was that there were only women in this family, and the youngest Anna, with such an abnormal girl's face, had a bulging belly. Didn't the Herman family have no men? The time when the war ended didn't match. In response to the curiosity of Edwina Ashley's family, Bokina glanced at Pamela Mountbatten and said that her sister was raped by a British occupation soldier. She had also looked for her, but couldn't find her. This is not slander. Anna did seduce Alan Wilson with an uncooperative attitude at that time. This incident also aroused the sympathy of Pamela and her sister Patricia. They felt sorry for the British Empire having such a scum, and found that they should be sent to a military court. Unfortunately, my husband contacted the garrison and asked us to return to London immediately. We may not be able to continue to discuss with Ms. Isabella. Edwina Ashley said with regret. The economic insights are very impressive. We almost think of the same thing in many things. Maybe it's a coincidence. This world is so wonderful. Isabella Bokina's smile under her short hair looked mysterious. Communication with Ms. Edwina also made me learn a lot of knowledge and more confident about some things. If there is a chance, I really want to cooperate with the Hellman family. Not to mention anything else, this tobacco factory alone is impressive. Edwina Ashley mentioned the Hellman Tobacco Factory, saying that it was a stroke of genius. Thanks to the amazing solidarity of the civil servants of the British Occupied Trade Commission on this issue, even when Alan Wilson resigned, they showed the excellent quality of protecting each other for the sake of the unity of the civil servants. Everyone did it, but everyone proved that they didn't do it. They tacitly let Shaq do it, and that kind of scandal would not happen. Edwina Ashley brought her 2 daughters to the British Occupied Trade Commission and directly stated that she knew Alan, which first exposed the target. After contacting the sisters Isabella and Bokina, Edwina Ashley was no match for the elite spies. Bokina also suggested that Anna should find a place to hide for a while, but Anna refused sternly. She was hanging around in front of the family every day with a bulging belly, and no one knew what she was thinking. Until Edwina Ashley was about to leave, she was still kept in the dark and thought that Bokina was the mistress of one of the 2 deputy secretaries general of the Trade Commission. General Mountbatten dressed up and prepared to confer a knighthood and urged her urgently. Edwina Ashley soon left Germany with her daughters. Anna changed her heart-wrenching look and tilted her head, saying, "This is Alan's family. They are easy to deal with, especially the little daughter, who has a simple mind. I suspect Alan fell in love with that little girl because she is easy to deceive. Are you addicted to being a mistress? Do you have to hang around with a big belly in front of the other party?" Isabella Bokina squinted at Anna and said, "She was raped on the way to school. You can think of that. It's as if you are not a mistress." Anna lowered her head, but immediately raised it again. She couldn't see the ground, so she didn't pretend anymore. She defended herself. "I can't get rid of the child. The conditions are so simple now. If I don't do it well, I will lose my life." Anna even thought maliciously that Bokina was jealous of her belly and wanted to murder the heir of the Herman family. The problem of British India is the biggest problem of the British Empire now. Just as the cabinet tried every means to find a suitable candidate, the governor's office was not idle. After bidding farewell to Governor Warville, the people's servants were still doing things in an orderly manner. While General Mountbatten and his family were rushing to London, Alan Wilson was still worrying about arranging the itinerary for the Congress Party and the Muslim League. The trip to London was not something that would definitely be done, but he just used this excuse to whet the appetite of the Congress Party and the Muslim League. Wouldn't it take time to go back and forth? Of course, if London disagrees with this plan, it doesn't matter. The governor's office will calculate the time for the procedure and inform the Congress Party and the Muslim League of this regrettable news as soon as possible. Everything has 2 sides. For example, for the same thing, such as food, the governor's office can hire one person to collect food and hire another person to destroy the food. In this way, one thing can create 2 jobs. Why not do it? Sir Baron, I personally think that it would be better to let the delegations of the Congress Party and the Muslim League go to London. As of today, we must say that the signs of drought are already very obvious. We are still using the old method to divert conflicts, but it seems that it is no longer something we can divert. If the famine is widespread, it would be best to get help from London. Alan Wilson, who originally held an indifferent attitude, learned from reports from various provinces as the days passed that the agricultural situation in British India this year is not optimistic. There has been drought for 2 consecutive years. Sir Baron was also surprised and asked solemnly, "The cotton crop will not be affected, right?" "Absolutely not. The growth is very encouraging." In the sunlight shining in through the window, Alan Wilson said firmly, "The local supply of raw materials will definitely not be affected." "That's good." Sir Baron's face relaxed a little, but he still said with a stern face, "As long as it does not delay the local economic revitalization plan." As for the issue of British India, we must first admit that such a large place has a myriad of things to deal with, and the problems of British India have always been complicated. Very complicated. Alan Wilson was like a yes man, so I suggest giving the Congress Party and the Muslim League a chance to prove themselves on the big stage. Otherwise many countries will think we are sticking around, or deliberately harming them, and giving them a chance to fall in love with each other on the big stage. It will also let people all over the world know that if it were not for our British Empire suppressing the conflict, the 2 religions would have fought long ago. We are so good to the Indians, but they don't appreciate it. Sir Baron was furious when he heard it. If we hadn't come here, those colonists wouldn't have thought of entering modern society in another 1,000 years. That's right, they don't know how to be grateful. Alan Wilson agreed indignantly. Take these Indians for example. Many so-called ancient civilizations are of this character. They discovered something thousands of years ago. We never used the ancient Greek element of geometry before the Common Era to say that we were thousands of years more advanced than them, nor did we use Eratosthenes, who was in the same era as the Maurya dynasty, to brag about calculating the circumference of the earth. We didn't use the gas ball to say that the Greeks had steam engines thousands of years ago. Aren't you writing a book about ancient Indian nuclear war? Have you published it? Sir Baron laughed and looked at Alan Wilson's expression, which was very interesting. It has been published, and is very popular. It has been passed on by word of mouth among the Brahmin group, as an example of the great ancient India that shocked the world. Alan Wilson held his head high, which was very consistent with the Soviet Union saying that no one knows your name, but your achievements will last forever. Not only did he want to publish his research results in India, but he also wanted to share them with the world, reshaping the image of Indians worldwide. That's a very interesting thing, absolutely exciting. After making a joke, Sir Baron returned to the main topic. I should contact Sir Edward, hoping to get Sir Edward's approval, and persuade the Prime Minister to make this happen. Who do you think is more suitable to go to London? Gandhi and Jinnah are definitely not suitable. It doesn't matter who is on the Muslim League side, but it's better for the Congress Party to let Patel go. This person is better to put his performance on a bigger stage. Staying in India always causes trouble for us. After listening to Alan Wilson's opinion, Sir Baron nodded and said, "Let the citizens of London watch the excitement. They won't lose anything, because they have to buy tickets to go to the zoo. The situation in British India is only known to the civil servants working here, and the high-ranking members of Congress do not know. In this way, through an occasion, the true thoughts of Indians can be known to others. At the same time, the drought is almost a foregone conclusion. Get rid of the hardliners of the Congress Party and the Muslim League, to avoid making trouble by taking advantage of the drought." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.